Hello, and welcome to Revolutions. Episode 0, The Introduction. The word revolution is one of those words you think you know the definition of, until you actually start trying to define it. Then it turns out to be a very slippery fish. Because first of all, the word revolution, coined by Copernicus in 1543, is supposed to mean completing an orbit, coming full circle. But the kind of revolution we're talking about is the opposite of that. It's a sudden, radical change, overthrowing the old regime and replacing it with a new one. It's not about coming full circle. It's about boldly setting out on a new path. So right away, the word doesn't even mean what it's supposed to mean, and it only gets muddier from there. Because even overlooking the utter absurdity of using the word revolution to describe a fundamental change in political organization, we still have a hard time expressing precisely what we mean by revolution. We know it involves overthrowing the existing regime, but we also know that it's more than a mere coup. We know it involves a conflict between two competing forces within a country, but we also know that it's more than a mere civil war. We know it involves mass mobilization, but we also know that it's more than some half-baked peasant revolt. It's more organized, more directed, more thoughtful. Isn't it? Well, sometimes yes, and sometimes really no. As it turns out, distinguishing coups from civil wars, from revolts, from revolutions, is a very sticky proposition. Indeed, for each of the revolutions we are going to cover in this series, there is a contingent of revisionist historians ready to argue that no revolution in fact took place, that it was just a rebellion masquerading as a revolution. Because look, the revolutionary effects were neither as wide nor as deep as once supposed, or only a narrow band of socioeconomic elites actually participated, or no one at the time actually thought that they were engaged in a revolution. But the problem is that when we add up all those particular reinterpretations, we're left with the very unsatisfying notion that in all of human history, no revolution has in fact ever taken place. And that just seems not right. With that in mind, this series is based on a broad definition of what counts as a revolution. The Encyclopedia of Political Revolutions, dealing with this same problem, casts a wide net by including events that share two characteristics. 1. Irregular procedures aimed at forcing political change within a society, and 2. Lasting effects on the political system of the society in which they occurred. But I'd like to get a touch more specific than that, because it's not enough to just have a cabal of elites force their way into power, that's a coup, and it's not enough to have an amorphous blob of angry peasants marching around with clubs and axes. That's a revolt, or maybe an insurrection. So sociologist Charles Tilly narrows the definition a little further, down to a forcible transfer of power over a state, in the course of which at least two distinct blocks of contenders make incompatible claims to control the state, and some significant portion of the population subject to the state's jurisdiction acquiesces in the claims of each bloc. Which is jumbled, because, well, he's a sociologist, but basically, we need some cross-class alliance of dissidents to overthrow an existing regime by extra-legal means, and then alter the political system in some fundamental way. Where it starts to get messy is when further wrinkles are added. Theda Skocpol, for example, creates a superclass called social revolutions that require changes to the political structure to be accompanied and reinforced by deep changes in the social structure. Now this is perfectly reasonable, but it leaves us grappling with difficult and ultimately subjective questions like how much change, and for how many people, and for how long, and how do we even measure it? These are the kinds of questions that academics will be arguing about forever as new evidence is uncovered and old evidence is re-examined, and which I plan to neatly sidestep. Don't get me wrong, we'll get into it, but I have no intention of adhering to some strict analytic criteria and then casually tossing away events like the Mexican Revolution because not enough hectares of land were ultimately redistributed to make it a really real revolution. So for me, if it walks like a duck and it talks like a duck, it's probably a revolution. If there was ever a historical period that highlights this problem of what do we call it, it is the period we are going to begin the series with, Britain in the 1640s and 1650s. Something happened. Everyone agrees on that. But was it a revolution? And if it was it a religiously driven Puritan revolution or an economically driven bourgeois revolution? Or was it neither and instead just a civil war that has been anachronistically labeled revolution? The men and women who lived through the period often referred to it as simply the late Troubles and left it at that. So what was it? A revolution? A rebellion? A civil war? In truth, it was all of these things. It started as a conflict over whether the political system should be reformed, descended into civil war, sparking a totally unexpected revolutionary period in the late 1640s and early 1650s that saw the king executed, monarchy abolished, and a written constitution introduced for the first time. But then the storm passed, and by 1660 the monarchy was restored, and most of the recent innovations swept away. So what do we call it? Every possible label, the Great Rebellion, the English Revolution, the English Civil Wars, the Wars in the Three Kingdoms, fails to capture some essential element of the story. Since I am primarily interested in the revolutionary aspects of the period, I am going to use English Revolution as shorthand. And I know that this is problematic, not the least of which because, Scotland and Ireland. So if you want to yell at me about calling it the English Revolution, please email me at revolutionspodcast@gmail.com. But just so you know, no, I am not a Marxist or some unreconstructed Whig. I'm just a guy interested in the revolutionary aspects of the period who's going to be talking a lot about the English revolutionary aspects of the period. Finally, let's talk a little bit about interpretation. In broad terms, historians interested in explaining revolutions tend to break down into two loose camps. One camp argues that revolutions erupt when slowly building tensions in the socioeconomic system finally break, while the other camp argues that it has far more to do with the calculations and miscalculations of individual historical actors. The former is criticized for building very nice-looking theoretical models, and then highlighting anything that proves the model and ignoring anything that doesn't, while the latter is criticized for essentially arguing that nothing was amiss until the moment rebellion, civil war, and violent social upheaval spontaneously consumed the entire nation. Neither of these interpretations alone, at least to me, is satisfactory. Long-term social forces set the parameters for action, but they do not dictate the results. Individual choices dictate the results, but always within the bounds of those long-term social parameters. This is not a bold thesis, but I'm pretty sure it's how life goes. I'll close with a note on programming. With this show covering a series of distinct time periods that are thematically linked, but otherwise wildly disconnected, when I make the transition from one revolution to the next, I'm going to have to pause and recalibrate. Specifically, I'm going to have to pause and recalibrate for 4 weeks. I've thought a lot about this, and I just don't see any good way to get around it. So each revolution will run its allotted 12 to 15 episodes, and then I'm going to go dark for a month while I get ready for the next batch. So, 12 weeks on, 4 weeks off. Sound good? Good. So with all that out of the way, let's get into this thing. I apologize in advance if I butcher any pronunciation. It's bound to happen. Email me when it does. Please don't just leave me hanging. The show lives at revolutionspodcast.com. Hello, and welcome to Revolutions. Episode 1, the kingdoms of Charles Stuart. In 1625, Charles Stuart became King Charles I of England, Scotland, and Ireland. Born in 1600, Charles was the second son and third child of King James VI of Scotland. The young prince spent a sickly childhood overshadowed by his dashing older brother Henry Frederick and his vibrant older sister Elizabeth, both of whom thrived in the public spotlight. A spotlight that got quite a bit brighter in 1603 when Queen Elizabeth died and James VI of Scotland became James I of England, uniting the British crowns for the first time in history. Charles, meanwhile, grew to be a reserved and solitary young man, ill at ease with the loose commotion of his father's court. But that was all right. As the second son, he could afford to fade into the background. But then in late 1612, 18-year-old Prince Henry died, and all of a sudden Charles became heir to the throne. Acutely aware of the responsibilities he now faced, he did his best to prepare for the monumental job that lay ahead. He read, he studied, he thought deeply, but he lacked the air of authority that came so naturally to his father and elder siblings. When James died in March 1625, 24-year-old Charles, ready or not, became the ruler of three kingdoms. England was the largest and wealthiest of these kingdoms. Her 5 million souls dwarfed the million or so living in Scotland and 2 million living in Ireland. The English population was primarily rural and coastal, and they spent their days farming, shepherding, fishing, and mining. The economy was mostly insular, with the primary export being undyed wool, and that export mostly headed straight to Dutch merchants on the other side of the Channel. There were small regional cities scattered across England, Norwich in the east, York in the north, and Bristol in the west, but they all held barely 10,000 people. When you talked about the city, you meant the city, London. When Charles ascended to the throne, London held somewhere north of 300,000 people. It was the political capital, the conduit for all trade, and the cultural heart of England. Up to the north, Scotland, the ancestral home of the Stuarts, was divided by the classic line between the Highland North and the Lowland South, which served not only as the major geographic divide, but also the major cultural, linguistic, political, and religious divide. In rough terms, the Lowlanders were more Anglo-centric, settled, and critically in terms of what's about to happen, pretty radically Protestant. The Highlanders, meanwhile, were fiercely independent, spoke Gaelic, and remained Catholic. The largest city in Scotland was the capital Edinburgh, which in the mid-1600s was about the same size as York, Norwich, and Bristol. Scotland had long been dominated by her neighbour to the south, but it is important to note that at this point, even with King James VI of Scotland becoming King James I of England, we are still dealing with two separate countries, not a single unified polity. Ireland, meanwhile, was not an equal monarchy to England the way that Scotland was. It was instead a dependency claimed by England since the 1540s. By the time of Charles's ascension, Ireland was composed of three main groups: the Old Irish, Celtic, Gaelic, and Catholic; the Old English, descendants of Anglo-Norman settlers who had come over during the Middle Ages and who formed the ruling aristocracy, and for the most part remained Catholic after the Reformation; and then finally there was the New English, settlers who had come over on plantation schemes in the last century. They were uniformly Protestant and represented a threat both to the Old English and the Old Irish. The English, especially the New English, took the Old Irish as some weird race of subhumans, and the goal of royal administrators was to civilize them, that is, turn them into Protestants, without it costing the exchequer too much money, because the English exchequer, as we're about to see, is kind of a mess. One of the first things Charles did after ascending to the throne was to call a parliament. Not only was he just getting started with his own reign, but war with Catholic Spain was brewing, and that meant that the new king needed to get his financial house in order. And calling a parliament was the only way to get his financial house in order. The institution of parliament had grown out of medieval great councils, Meetings of the leading nobles and clergymen, designed to make sure everyone was on the same page when it came to royal policies, and by policies I of course mean taxation. These great councils morphed into proto-parliaments round about the Magna Carta, and were basically called whenever the king needed money. By the 1300s, Parliament was divided into its familiar two branches, the upper House of Lords composed of the peers and bishops, an exclusive little club of 120 or so during the Stuart era, and the lower House of Commons composed of the knights, lesser gentry, and professional classes, a less exclusive club of 400 or so members. Now it is critical to remember that Parliament, even with the Commons, was by no means a body that represented the people. Franchise was restricted, membership even more so. But it did represent the only thing that was important for it to represent at the time. Namely, these were the guys with the money, and it was important to make them feel like they were a part of the process. Initially, getting the stamp of approval from the men who controlled the wealth of the nation was a savvy political and economic expedient. But by the time Charles took office, parliamentary approval of new taxes was more than just an expedient. It was settled law that Parliament must approve new taxes, or they were illegal. As we will see, the kind of litigious Englishmen who milled around Westminster took this right very, very seriously. So when the king or queen needed money for something, war being that most typical of somethings, they would call a parliament and ask it to approve a subsidy or two. These subsidies took the form of a wealth tax, and after a little bit of wrangling, the monarch usually got what they asked for. But unfortunately for the Stuarts, one of the ways Queen Elizabeth had courted favor was by keeping regular taxes ridiculously low and the subsidy requests to a minimum. It's not that she was a big spender, quite the opposite, but unfortunately that unwillingness to spend was yet another problem for the Stuarts. King James inherited a kingdom with minimal revenue streams, lots of debt, and a boatload of projects that needed funding. So the early Stuart period is plagued with financial difficulties, because everyone had been conditioned by the Tudors to expect tax payments that were hilariously out of date. The nobility, for example, was being assessed at rates a century old that took no account of the 600% inflation over the same period. So when the Stuarts started trying to bring a little sanity to the system, there was this terrible gap between what was politically possible and what was economically necessary. By which I mean that when Parliament thought that it was being generous, its subsidies still weren't even coming close to meeting the financial needs of the state. Now, it was customary that in the first Parliament of a new reign, the king would be voted something called tonnage and poundage for life. Simply put, tonnage and poundage was a collection of import-export duties that the king would use to finance the routine organs of government. Granting it for life meant that no matter what, the king would have an independent financial base from which to run his administration. It was traditional, it was expected, it was a respectful little tip of the cap. The first Parliament of Charles's reign, however, got together in May 1625 and decided to vote him tonnage and poundage for 1 year only. The historical consensus appears to be that this unprecedented stinginess was simply a maneuver to get the young king to agree to some much-needed reforms, but Charles took it as a slap in the face. So it's fair to say that relations between Charles and his parliaments got off on the wrong foot right away. Parliament followed up on this insult to Charles's royal dignity with a second one, when they started openly attacking George Villiers, the first Duke of Buckingham. Okay, stay with me. Buckingham had been rapidly elevated up the peerage after the charismatic young man had caught the eye of King James the decade before. He was created Duke of Buckingham in 1623, right about the time he was jumping ship from the deteriorating old King James to the rising young Prince Charles. The bond between Duke and Prince had been sealed during an impulsive and ill-fated trip to woo the Infanta of Spain in 1623. The reckless wooing of the Catholic princess had failed spectacularly, to the great rejoicing of Protestant England, but it had cemented Buckingham as one of the few men Charles called friend. Handsome and self-assured, Buckingham provided a crutch for Charles to lean on as he made the transition from prince to king. But Buckingham's self-regard was not only infuriating to his rivals, it was usually a delusion. He had managed to convince both himself and the Stuarts that he was a wizard of finance, diplomacy, and war, but everyone else thought that he was a corrupt blunderer who was going to bring the kingdom to ruin. So the Parliament of 1625 started making noise that they intended to impeach Buckingham and get him the hell away from the levers of power. But Charles had very few men he called friend, and none that he trusted more than Buckingham. The tonnage and poundage vote had put him on edge, the attacks on Buckingham pushed him over, and in August 1625 he dissolved Parliament, as was absolutely his legal right. Dissolving Parliament may have been emotionally satisfying, but it did nothing to set the royal finances in order. So in 1626, Charles called for a new Parliament. But this time, he made sure that the most outspoken MPs from the last session were appointed sheriffs of their various counties so that they were ineligible to sit again. But the maneuver had little effect, and the new Parliament picked up right where the last one had left off. They voted the king for subsidies, but kept the bill locked in committee while they renewed their complaints against Buckingham. The Parliament of 1626 then started harping on another point near and dear to everyone's heart: religion. Okay, so let's talk about religion. Martin Luther kicked off the Protestant Reformation about 100 years before Charles became king. The Reformation hit England a few years later when Henry VIII decided that he wanted to divorce his wife and marry his mistress. In 1534, the Church of England, with the king as its supreme head, was formally separated from the Catholic Church. After Henry died, there was a tug-of-war between Protestants and Catholics during the reigns of Edward VI and Mary I, and then when Elizabeth became queen, the Protestants established permanent ascendancy, but not without compromise. In 1559, the so-called Elizabethan settlement established the Church of England's independence from Rome and laid out its formal structure. But because the settlement was just that, a settlement, the Church of England wound up maintaining a semi-Catholic form, with 26 bishops and 2 archbishops. The real key to the settlement, however, was the gap between dogma and discipline. Elizabeth wanted religious peace, and so she was never much interested in pursuing rigid uniformity. Within reason, parishes could decide for themselves what form they wanted their worship to take. Meanwhile, up in Scotland, the Reformation followed a different course. In England, everything had been funneled through the crown. The king was the supreme governor, the bishops and clergy were used to reinforce the authority of the monarchy, and so on. But the Scottish Reformation had been opposed by the Catholic monarchy, so it was not imposed from the inside out, but rather from the outside in. Kings and bishops were not defenders of the Reformation, but rather its arch-enemies. After Mary Queen of Scots was forced to abdicate, her infant son James, Charles's father, was crowned king. But during his minority reign, the Protestant nobles who had overthrown Mary pursued Reformation to the hilt, establishing what became known as Presbyterianism, which massively decentralized the church's structure, put power in the hands of lay elders, and abolished episcopacy, that is, the bishops. When James emerged from his minority in the 1580s, he moved to reinstate the bishops, a move usually seen as an attempt to align the Scottish Reformed Church with the Church of England in anticipation of Elizabeth's call to be her heir, which finally came on her deathbed in 1603. Okay, yes, you might have to listen to this episode again, but I promise, this is all really important. Back in England, the combination of loose discipline and the example of the Scottish Church allowed for the growth of a godly movement that contemporaries derisively labeled Puritanism. The Puritans, they did not call themselves that, were not united of mind or purpose, but they did hold some general principles in common. They were mostly Calvinists, and believed that the Reformation was thus far a deed half done. They were rigid, austere, convinced that only a select community would find salvation, and believed in a literal reading of the scriptures. It was a movement that spread to all socioeconomic classes, but its emphasis on private Bible study obviously meant that literacy was generally a prerequisite. The Puritans abhorred the loose morality and corruption of the episcopal hierarchy, with its lazy ministers and corrupt bishops growing fat on forced tithes from their ill-served parishioners. They were never aiming to overthrow the Church of England or set up a rival church. Such would have been unthinkable in the 17th century, when it was taken as axiomatic that a kingdom could only function with one church. They simply wanted to see the Reformation through to its logical conclusion. But the issue facing the Parliament of 1626 was not just a rivalry between Puritans and moderate Anglicans, another word that didn't exist yet. It was between Puritans and Arminians. Okay, so what the hell is an Arminian? Well, they took their name from a Dutch theologian who went by the Latinized name Arminius. Unlike the Puritans who looked at the Reformation and thought, hey, this doesn't go far enough, Arminians looked at the Reformation and thought, well, how do we pull back from this? They were emphatically Protestant, but danced as close to the edge of Roman Catholicism as you could get without falling in. They loved the fancy ceremonies. They rejected Calvin's rigid theories of predestination. There were other differences, but what they added up to was a doctrine that to a Puritan basically rejected everything that they thought distinguished them from the evil Roman Catholics in the first place. Unfortunately for the Puritans, Charles seemed inclined to favor an Arminian outlook, which developed due to his close association with Bishop William Laud. William Laud. He is important. Laud was an angry little man. Literally, he was short and had a raging temper, who seemed to stand for everything the Puritans hated. Shortly before Charles became king, Laud had become Buckingham's personal chaplain, and through Buckingham had caught the future king's ear. It turned out that he and the king saw eye to eye on the kind of ceremonial formalities and strong institutional hierarchies that the Puritans despised as creeping popery. Politically, Laud was a staunch defender of the king's prerogatives, and happily lectured both of Charles's first two parliaments that their sole duty was to vote the king whatever money he asked for and then go home. Laud was deeply unpopular, but he wasn't yet the most despised man in the kingdom. That title was still reserved for Buckingham, whom Parliament once again tried to impeach, this time harping on the embarrassingly inept assault he had just led on the Spanish port of Cadiz, which turned out to be less an assault and more of his men getting drunk and then refusing to fight. So in June 1626, Charles dissolved his second Parliament in a row. But by dissolving Parliament, Charles abandoned the 4 subsidies that had been buried in committee, and he had still not been granted tonnage and poundage. Buckingham, brilliant diplomatist that he was, somehow then managed to get England into a war with France to go along with its war against Spain, a move that would have been catastrophic had not France and Spain both been too distracted with real problems to worry about the English. But whatever the attitude of France and Spain, England was taking these wars seriously, except, oh yeah, Charles was operating without any money to pay for any of it. So, first, he just started collecting tonnage and poundage without any official parliamentary grant. This ruffled some feathers, but most let it pass since they had been paying tonnage and poundage to their kings and queens forever. But then Charles also started issuing what have become known as forced loans, which are exactly what they sound like. He, or most likely Buckingham, came up with a number they thought some individual peer or county ought to produce to keep the crown solvent, and then they simply demanded it. This, as you can imagine, did more than ruffle a few feathers, and the irritation was compounded by Buckingham taking the money, using it to botch a naval assault in support of French Protestants besieged at La Rochelle, and losing half his men. But even still, given the circumstances, most people complied and paid what the crown said they owed. But a few resisted, citing any number of precedents in common law that what the king was doing was illegal. Charles responded by locking up those who refused to pay. The issue of forced loans came to a head the next year, when 5 knights imprisoned for their refusal to pay sued for a writ of habeas corpus. The subsequent case, creatively dubbed the 5 Knights case, wound up hinging not on the right of the king to issue forced loans, but on his right to imprison by his own special command. The judges found that Charles did indeed have wide discretion to imprison, but it was a Pyrrhic victory for the king. He got his extra parliamentary revenue, and he could lock up people as he saw fit, but his subjects were rapidly losing faith in him as a king they could trust. By 1628, it was clear that Parliament and the king were going to have to come to some sort of understanding. So Charles agreed to call another session and keep it sitting until it could complete its business, as long as they refrained from attacking Buckingham. The disgruntled MPs who assembled for Charles's third parliament did indeed refrain from attacking Buckingham, but they let fly on everything else that had been bugging them. Forced loans, forced billeting, arbitrary imprisonment, the Five Knights in particular, martial law in general. A back and forth with Charles over his conduct resulted in Parliament passing the famous Petition of Right. In form, the Petition of Right was a declaration not of new rights Parliament was inventing, but of rights Englishmen already enjoyed. Specifically, that non-parliamentary taxation was illegal, due process of law must always be observed, habeas corpus must always be granted, and soldiers could not be billeted without consent. Charles accepted the Petition of Right, with the proviso that he would observe it within the bounds of settled law. Settled law that, among other things, established that there were royal loopholes for everything. Parliament sighed and voted the king 5 subsidies. For the first time since Charles had become king, a session of Parliament was seen through to its conclusion. Charles was evidently satisfied enough by their conduct that he invited them back for a second session after the new year. In the meantime, however, one of the major sources of tension between king and Parliament was removed from the picture. In August 1628, the Duke of Buckingham was stabbed to death by a disgruntled officer, angry at being passed over for promotion. This, you would think, would mark the dawning of a new era of political peace. The king had a parliamentary-approved revenue stream, the Petition of Right had been accepted, the hated Buckingham was dead, but it was not to be. The next session of Parliament wound up being the last Charles would call for 11 years. The last he would have ever called if he had had his way, but, well, you probably shouldn't have tried to impose the Book of Common Prayer on the Scots then, huh? Instead of reconciliation, the assassination of Buckingham embittered Charles, while the emboldened MPs decided to press for further reforms. They decided to raise the old issue of tonnage and poundage, which they had still not officially granted, and denounced the imprisonment of merchants who refused to pay, as was their right. They also got back on the horse about encroaching Arminianism, and started for the first time making links between Charles's arbitrary taxes and his support for crypto-Catholics in the Church of England. Weary of the carping MPs, Charles decided to once again dissolve Parliament. But a group of agitated members decided that with Charles once again pulling the plug early, it was time for a demonstration. When the last session met, the Speaker took his place and was about to rise to formally dissolve the body, when he found himself literally held down in his chair until the House was able to officially register its disapproval of Charles's illegal collection of tonnage and poundage and the whole Arminian establishment that seemed to be destroying the Church of England. Charles was not amused, and when the Speaker was finally allowed to dissolve Parliament, the hostile MPs were locked up and then left to rot. Thus began the personal rule of King Charles I. Next week, we will delve into the era of personal rule and the running battle over the means of royal financing and the fate of the Church of England. We will also start rolling out some of the key figures who will dominate the coming showdown between King and Parliament. John Pym, John Hampden, the Earls of Bedford and Warwick, and, of course, Thomas Wentworth, the Earl of Strafford. Hello, and welcome to Revolutions. Episode 2, Personal Rule. So last time, we blazed through a lot of necessary background and followed King Charles through the first 4 years of his reign, culminating with his decision in March 1629 to dissolve Parliament and then, so help me God, never call another one. If Charles wanted to rule without Parliament, that was fine, but he was going to have to figure out a way to fund his administration without levying any taxes. This week, we are going to explore some of the admittedly creative, but ultimately self-defeating ways Charles raised money without having to raise a parliament. We're also going to grapple with the other big question that loomed over the era of personal rule. What will the religion of Britain be? These two threads, finance and religion, will both come to a head in 1637, at which point events start sloping dramatically downhill toward revolt, civil war, and revolution. The first thing Charles did after closing up shop on Parliament was close up shop on the wars he and Buckingham had pursued in the first years of his reign. As I said last week, the main reason a monarch needs Parliament is to fund their wars, so as long as the monarch avoids war, he has a shot at avoiding Parliament. So King Charles worked out a treaty with France in April 1629, and then concluded peace with Spain in November 1630. The trick, of course, would be staying out of future wars, which was not impossible, but with the 30 Years' War raging on the continent, it was not necessarily probable. The funny thing, though, is that while Charles managed to avoid getting dragged into the 30 Years' War, he wound up needlessly picking a fight with the Scots in 1637, which is what we're going to get into next week. With Parliament out of the picture, Charles governed his domains through a semi-formal group of councillors. Some of them sat on the more formal Privy Council, the standing body of peers who advised the king, but other councillors were men of lower rank who simply held positions within the royal household that put them in close proximity to Charles on a daily basis. Some of these advisors were dependable administrators, some flaky courtiers, but two men were by far the most talented in terms of intelligence, drive, and ambition. Bishop William Laud, who we met last week, and a tall Yorkshireman named Sir Thomas Wentworth. Wentworth was born in 1593 and inherited a baronet from his father in 1613. He sat in the first of Charles's parliaments, but famously distinguished himself as an outspoken member of the opposition, so much so that when the second parliament was called, Wentworth was one of the members appointed sheriff to keep troublemakers out of Westminster. When Charles issued the forced loans in 1627, Wentworth refused to pay, and he was locked up for 6 months. Which, so far, is, not exactly the early career arc of someone who is about to become so identified with the tyrannies of King Charles. But the break came when Buckingham was assassinated in 1628. Because unlike other members of Parliament who seemed to be using Buckingham as a proxy through which they could wedge wider political, economic, and religious reforms, Wentworth really just hated Buckingham, thought he was terrible for England, refused the forced loan because he thought Buckingham was going to embezzle half of it and blow the other half on embarrassing military boondoggles, which is pretty much what happened. When Buckingham was killed, Wentworth was satisfied. Charles was alerted to the fact that this smart, energetic, and capable member of the opposition could probably be had at the right price, so the king made Wentworth a viscount and appointed him Lord President of the North in 1628, the North being the northern county centered around York, which at the time formed its own administrative district. Wentworth whipped the North into shape and was named to the Privy Council in 1629. He probably would have risen even higher, even faster, but as talented as he was also harsh and despotic, and he alienated subordinates, colleagues, and superiors wherever he went. So some of those alienated rivals on the Privy Council convinced King Charles that Wentworth was the best man to run Ireland. Technically, being made Lord Lieutenant of Ireland in 1633 was a promotion, but it also meant being shipped off to Dublin, which is a long way from Whitehall, exactly where Wentworth's rivals wanted him. But still, he managed to stay in contact with the court, most especially through his friend Bishop Laud, because of course the two most friendless men in England would wind up becoming friends. Together, they hammered out what has become known to history as the Thorough Policy, which is basically a scheme to establish absolute monarchy in Britain. The religious aspects of this policy were spearheaded by Laud from his new position as Archbishop of Canterbury. As I mentioned last week, King Charles and his new archbishop were of one mind about religion. It should be formal, it should be ceremonial, it should be exalted, and most important, it should be uniform across all the king's domains. So with Charles's blessing, Laud launched an effort to bring some uniformity and order to the Church of England. No more of this turning a blind eye to local custom as had been the norm since the Elizabethan settlement. Through the 1630s, Laud slowly but surely started to establish a harder principle of one set of religious practices for everybody, no exceptions. First, he focused on small fish, congregations of expatriates living in Holland, for example, who had started adopting the practices of their Dutch neighbors. Then he focused on foreigners living in England, who had been allowed to maintain their own forms of worship. In a flurry of letters, he demanded that both follow the liturgy of the Church of England or face prosecution. This process then extended out to the various English counties, where Puritan-leaning congregations faced demands that altars be placed on the east end of the church and that they be railed in, that parishioners approach the minister for communion rather than taking it at their seats. Basically, a slew of ceremonial tweaks that the more Puritan congregations had ditched a long time ago because it all smacked of popery. The idea, like I said, was to bring some uniformity to religious worship in the king's domains. But to an awful lot of people, it came across as an attempt to undermine the Reformation and pave the way for a return to Catholicism. And it did not help at all that through this same period, Charles was busy indulging the Catholicism of his French-born wife, Queen Henrietta Maria. So on the one hand, you have godly Protestants being prosecuted for resisting Laud's popish innovations, and on the other, you have Catholics now practicing right out in the open. It did not look good, especially to the Puritan-leaning lords who were also getting pretty ticked off at Charles's batch of illegal fundraising schemes, and who would form the core of opposition when Charles was forced to call a new parliament in 1640 after trying to extend his policy of religious uniformity up to Scotland, which, yeah, he should not have done that. So who were these Puritan-leaning lords who formed the opposition? And is it even fair at this point to call them an opposition? Historian Conrad Russell, who knows of which he speaks, makes the point repeatedly that right now we should think of these guys as forming a faction within the ruling party rather than a distinct opposition party. Which is to say that they may have personally opposed the king's policies, but still dutifully carried them out back in the home counties. But subtleties of tension aside, in a few years there is going to be a civil war. So who formed the core of what became the parliamentary cause? In no particular order, we have, first of all, the Earl of Warwick, who was one of the largest landowners in England and whose great-grandfather had been one of the key figures in the English Reformation. After being raised to the peerage in 1619, Warwick had focused a great deal of his time and money on privateering expeditions against the hated Spanish and colonization projects in the New World. Then there was the Earl of Bedford, who had been a strong supporter of the Petition of Right, and stood as one of the main centers of gravity around which this network of dissenting Puritans swirled. Lord Brooke, for example, an up-and-coming young Puritan peer, married Bedford's daughter in 1631 and began working closely with his father-in-law on various commercial projects. Viscount Say and Seeley formed another center of gravity, and that's one guy, his name is Viscount Say and Seeley. He was a staunch Puritan and clever politician whose home at Broughton Castle became something of a home base for the godly dissidents. Say and Brooke were also both heavy investors in New World colonization, and if you've ever been to Old Saybrook, Connecticut, well, that's where the name comes from. Finally, I'll mention young Lord Mandeville, who married one of Warwick's daughters in 1626, and who we will get to know much better after he inherits his father's title in 1642 and becomes the second Earl of Manchester. As depressed as these lords were about the state of true religion in England, you'll notice that most of them looked to the Americas as a place where the godly could build communities untainted by heresy. And there was one colonization project in particular that kept them all tied together during the long years of personal rule: the Providence Island Company. The point of the company was to set up a community in the West Indies that would be run on strict godly principles and maybe engage in a little anti-Spanish piracy on the side. Most of the Puritan lords I've just mentioned were shareholders, and company business was, if not necessarily an excuse, then certainly a reason for them and their men of business to stay in regular contact. And if talk strayed into larger matters from time to time, well, things happen. Of the men of business who were brought into the dissident godly circle by the Providence Island Company, Two deserve special attention. The first is Oliver St. John, whose name when you read it is clearly Oliver St. John, but apparently it was pronounced Oliver St. John. St. John was brought in by Bedford to serve as a lawyer for the Providence Island Company, and he distinguished himself as a brilliant, if humorless, attorney. St. John is about to catapult to national fame when we get into the ship money case at the end of this episode. The other man of business we need to introduce is, of course, John Pym. John Pym. He is really important. Pym was born in 1584, so he's actually a little bit older than most of the guys I've just rattled off. He had been a member of all three of Charles's first parliaments, which would distinguish him from most of his colleagues in the short and long parliaments, the vast majority of whom were sitting for the first time. The Earl of Warwick took notice of Pym and hired him to serve as treasurer for the Providence Island Company through the 1630s, where he earned the trust and loyalty of the godly peers. So even though the attempt to establish a Puritan commonwealth in the Caribbean wound up a dismal failure, the company formed a critical link between the men who would emerge as the leaders of the parliamentary opposition in both the House of Commons and the House of Lords in the 1640s. So broadly speaking, when we talk about the opposition, what we're talking about is an informal network of like-minded men connected by marriage, religion, and commerce who complained bitterly about the direction Charles was taking the country. Besides their obvious beef with Archbishop Laud for giving Satan the keys to the Church of England, the other thing these men complained about when they got together at Broughton Castle or wherever was the obnoxious schemes Charles and his royal treasurers had dreamed up to fund the monarchy without Parliament. Because if there was some small technical royal prerogative that could be exploited for profit, the king was all for exploiting it. And while Charles slept peacefully at night, satisfied that he was well within his rights as king, his subjects grew deeply annoyed by what they considered a batch of unjust and illegal money grabs. So, for example, there were things like monopolies. Monopolies were royal grants giving a corporation exclusive rights to trade or manufacture something. You know, a monopoly. These monopolies could apply to practically anything: salt, coal, wine. There was a particularly hated one on soap that was particularly hated because the monopoly soap was vastly inferior to the soap made by independent craftsmen in Bristol. But Charles made money both selling the monopolies and then collecting portions of the profit. The soap monopoly alone brought in something like £30,000 a year, which was big money in those days. It also ticked off every merchant cut out of the loop because they didn't have the right connections at court. Besides the monopolies, Charles also revived long-dormant medieval laws and started applying them in pretty twisted ways. For example, once upon a time, gentry worth more than 40 shillings annually were supposed to be knighted so that they would be ready for service if, the Vikings invaded. If they skipped knighthood, the king levied a fine. The fine was supposed to prod the unwilling in the direction of doing their duty to the king. But when Charles revived the fine, it was not to prod men in the direction of their duty. Because the king didn't want the men to get knighted, he wanted them to stay unknighted so he could collect the fine every year. It was clever, but it was also annoying. Another example were fines levied for living in royal forests and building outside designated zones in London. With the demographic bloat of the previous century, restless squatters had taken root in various forests in the country, and urban dwellers had thrown up houses beyond the walls in the city. The king's advisors found ancient fines still on the books for both activities. These fines were meant to keep families from squatting in the forests or living outside the city walls, but Charles didn't want these people to move, you see. He wanted them to stay, so he could fine them for staying. The spirit of the law was being upended to service the lucrative letter of the law. It may have been technically legal, but it felt petty and unjust. Another major feudal holdover was the despised Court of Wards. In the subtedium of English property law, some estates were held by families through a grant from the king. But this grant had long since ceased to mean anything, except that if a family held one of these properties and the head of the household died and left only a minority heir, the land technically reverted to the crown, from whom the family then had to repurchase it. So Charles sent out royal agents to hunt around in county records, digging up properties that were technically royal grants, despite the fact that no one, not even the king, was actually aware of it anymore. Again, Charles was acting within the technical bounds of the law, and he was putting his regime on sound financial footing, but he was endearing himself to exactly no one. But of course, the most infamous of Charles's financial expedients was a thing called ship money. In theory, ship money worked like this. There was a national security crisis. The Spanish are on their way, that sort of thing. The king goes to the coastal counties and says, okay, we need to build a navy in a hurry, and there's no time to call a parliament. So you each owe me one ship. If you don't have the facilities to build a ship, then you owe me enough money to build one ship. And please do hurry, the Spanish are on their way. So the two key points here are, 1, it's an emergency, and 2, it applies to the coastal counties. In 1634, Charles revived ship money, and then in 1635, he started applying it to all counties, which struck everyone as a little crazy because 1, there's no emergency, and 2, I don't live anywhere near the coast, why am I paying ship money? But Charles was developing a pretty modern notion of the national interest, and reasoned that there was no difference between coastal counties and inland counties, we're all in this together. Which, yeah, okay, that's very progressive of you, but still, there's no emergency. We're not at war. Whereupon Charles, or more accurately Charles's lawyers, produced a nice body of precedents establishing that it was the king and the king alone who decided what did and did not constitute an emergency. So if he said emergency, it was an emergency, and that was that. So now everyone is rolling their eyes, but wow, okay, neat trick, here's your stupid ship money. But then ship money came back the next year, and now we have a problem. Because, as you'll recall, legally, only Parliament can levy a tax. So you can have your fines and your monopolies, you can even have your emergency ship money, but if you try to make it a regular annual thing, I'm sorry, it's a tax. I don't care how you dress it up, it's a tax, and it's illegal, and we're not going to pay it. In 1637, the two main sources of tension during personal rule came to a head. The religious tensions burst out into the open in June 1637, with the very public punishment of 3 radical Puritans who had been found guilty by the Archbishop Laud-controlled Star Chamber. The particular beliefs and crimes of William Prynne, Henry Burton, and John Bastick are not nearly as important as the sentence that was handed down on them. They were marched through the streets of London, surrounded by large sympathetic crowds, tossed into the stocks with pillories thrown across their necks. Then, after a couple of hours, the executioner came along and cut their ears off. Then Prynne, who had raised Laud's particular ire, had the letters SL for seditious libeler burnt into his cheeks. Then the 3 broken men were exiled to distant castles, the idea being that they would never be heard from again. The crowd roared its sympathy for the suffering of the 3 men, and underground circulars started getting passed around, wondering aloud what kind of kingdom England was becoming when Catholics walked free while godly men suffered such gruesome punishment. The political tensions burst into the open when John Hampden was brought to trial in November 1637 for refusing to pay ship money. Hampden was the son of a Puritan landowner, and he had inherited the family estates at the tender age of 2 when his father died. He, like Pym, served in all of Charles's initial parliaments, and had garnered a reputation as a man of both strong will and strong principle. He refused to pay the forced loans and was imprisoned, but was released on the eve of Charles's third parliament. He kept his head down through the 1630s, but when Charles rolled out ship money, Hampden decided to take a stand. Even though his share of ship money was 1 measly pound, he refused to pay. But this was not just some random point of pride. The network of dissident Puritans had been looking for someone to run a test case through, and Hampden, blameless, well-regarded, well-spoken John Hampden, seemed like the right guy for the job. Now Hampden was not the only one refusing. Viscount St. Sealy, for example, was also refusing in the hopes that the king would prosecute him, but Charles let it go because he didn't want to give Lord Say the spotlight, much to Say's great annoyance. So in November 1637, John Hampden was brought before the Court of Exchequer and tried for his refusal to pay. The case was a bona fide national sensation, and crowds in London thronged to hear the arguments of both sides and then waited impatiently for the verdict. Hampden was represented by a group of lawyers, but the most famous of them was Oliver St. John, whose eloquent and, let's face it, damn convincing argument that ship money was a tax and therefore illegal without parliamentary approval made the Puritan lawyer a legal rock star. On the other side, Hampden was prosecuted by the Attorney General himself. This case was a big deal. The 12 judges of the Exchequer listened carefully to both sides and then retired to consider how they would rule. In the weeks that followed, their decisions began to be published one by one, with the crowds of London hanging on every yea or nay. In the end, the court found 7-5 against Hampden, which was, yes, a win for the king, but only by the narrowest margin possible. It was another of Charles's Pyrrhic victories, and despite the legal triumph, the court of public opinion found decisively for Hampden. So, just as the king was reveling in the legal sanctioning of ship money, the number of men refusing to pay shot up dramatically. Charles had been doing a fine business with ship money receipts until he won the Hampden case. Then, revenue dropped off a cliff. The ironic part was that ship money was about to die due to massive popular resistance, right at the moment when England was actually facing a national emergency. Because in between the punishment of Prynne, Burton, and Bastick in June, and the ship money trial in November, Charles had gone and shot himself in the foot up in Scotland, shot himself in both feet, shot himself in the head, and then fired himself out of a cannon. Next week, we will see the attempt to establish religious uniformity head north, where the Scots and their beloved Presbyterianism had long been left to their own devices. But in July 1637, Charles and Laud would attempt to force the Scots to bend to the Church of England. It was an attempt as ill-conceived as it was ill-fated, and it would mark the beginning of the end for King Charles. Hello, and welcome to Revolutions. Episode 3, The Bishops' Wars. We left off last time with the growing resistance in England to the personal rule of King Charles, especially in matters of taxation and religion. This week, we are going to find out what happens when Charles and Archbishop Laud try to extend their dream of religious unity up to Scotland, and it is not going to be pretty. As I mentioned in the first episode, Scottish Presbyterianism was laced with a healthy distrust of the state, so even the most benign reforms were going to be met with some resistance. But the kind of wholesale revisions that Charles and Laud had in mind? Well, let's just say that the Scots went from zero to open rebellion in just about 6 months. The trigger for that open rebellion was the decision to introduce the Anglican Book of Common Prayer into the Scottish churches. The Book of Common Prayer was, well, it still is, the central collection of services and prayers for the Church of England. In theory, every parish is supposed to be using it and using it in the same way, although in reality, fights over how to use the Book of Common Prayer played a huge role in the running battles between Archbishop Laud and, well, practically everyone else. The Scots, of course, had their own version, called the Book of Common Order, and they were pretty attached to it. But as we discussed last week, Charles and Laud were convinced that the people of Britain should adhere to one uniform religion, and that one uniform religion was going to be based on the Anglican Book of Common Prayer. On Sunday, July 23, 1637, by order of the king, the Dean of St. Giles Cathedral in Edinburgh began to read from the Book of Common Prayer. As soon as he started to speak, the place went crazy. The ladies of the congregation took the lead, pelting the assembled nobles in the front row with anything that wasn't nailed down. Someone threw a chair at the dean's head, Bibles thudded against the wall, there was pushing, shoving, shouting. The crowd gathered in the streets then joined in the fun, beating on the doors of the church, chucking rocks at the windows, hurling insults at no one in particular. The Bishop of Edinburgh made a break for it, and he was stoned as he ran off. The terrified dean locked himself in the steeple. It is possible that King Charles underestimated how fiercely the Scots planned to defend their native religion. The riot at St. Giles was by no means an isolated incident. All across Scotland, parishioners were up in arms about the new services. Through the rest of the summer, petitions flooded in demanding the king leave the Scottish Church alone, to please not destroy the only true religion in all of Christendom. The king's own allies in Scotland begged him to reconsider what he was doing, but Charles refused to listen, and all he did to mollify the Scots was send back messages telling everyone to get on board. But the Scots were really not going to get on board with this. Riots periodically hit Edinburgh to the point where Charles ordered his ruling council out of the city, taking with them one of the key economic pillars of the capital, which led to yet another riot. By the winter, the Scots began to organize a formal nationwide resistance. In February 1638, the king's Lord High Treasurer for Scotland, the Earl of Traquair, told the king that if he wanted to persist in this policy, that it was going to take 40,000 soldiers to do it. This was probably supposed to mean, give it up, sir. But Charles heard, okay, well, let's raise an army of 40,000 soldiers. Never mind that this was basically impossible, which was Traquair's point. Just as the king was being told that it would require military occupation to impose the Book of Common Prayer, the Scots were busy organizing to prevent just such a military occupation. On February the 28th, 1638, the first batch of angry Scottish lords signed a document called the National Covenant, which was a pledge to uphold true religion in Scotland at all cost. The men who signed the covenant went out of their way to swear loyalty to the king, but it was pretty clear that the pledge promised a national rebellion if Charles persisted in his religious innovations. Throughout the spring of 1638, the covenant then circulated Scotland, and everyone, lords, gentry, laborers, signed it. Most because they believed in the cause, but a few because men who refused were targets of harassment, so best to just make your mark. Charles, as I mentioned, responded to all of this not by rethinking his strategy, but by following Traquair's advice and raising an army. But building an army takes time, especially if you're living in 17th century England and you don't have a standing army yet. So in May, Charles sent the Marquess of Hamilton up to Scotland to open negotiations with the Covenanters, which is what we now call these rebellious Scots. Not in the hopes of actually negotiating a settlement, mind you, just in the hopes that Hamilton would be able to buy the king some time. Hamilton was a Scottish lord who had been raised in England alongside Charles. He was absolutely loyal to the king, but as soon as he arrived, he got the sense that 40,000 soldiers might not be enough. 100,000 might not be enough. So, hopping back and forth between Edinburgh and London, Hamilton convinced the king to call a church assembly, to try to work through the issues peacefully. Calling an assembly served Charles's goal of keeping the Scots occupied until he was ready to deal with them, but Hamilton was hoping that maybe he could control the assembly and defuse the situation before it got out of hand. In late November 1638, the Glasgow Assembly, so called because it met in Glasgow, opened for business, but it immediately slipped out of Hamilton's control. First of all, the leading Covenanters, through a mixture of coercion and genuine popularity, secured practically every seat in the assembly for themselves. Then they barred the Scottish bishops, the one major group who actually supported Charles, from entering the hall. So Hamilton walked into the room and found himself facing a mob of overheated Scotsmen whipped into a frenzy by a mixture of national pride and religious zeal, with nary an ally in sight. Ignoring Hamilton's attempts to guide the proceedings, the Covenanters went far beyond simply repudiating Charles's recent innovations and started stripping out every reform made to their church since King James had emerged from his minority back in the 1580s, and that included tossing out the entire episcopal hierarchy. Hamilton had no choice but to admit that he had totally lost control, and after a week he marched in and announced that the Glasgow Assembly was hereby dissolved, which is when he found out just how totally he had lost control. The Assembly ignored the order and sat for another 3 weeks in express violation of a royal command to disperse, which was basically treason. When they finally adjourned in late December, everyone knew that come the spring, it was going to be war. Meanwhile, down in England, Charles was busy preparing for that war. But he was having a bit of trouble turning his royal decrees into a functional army. He had already settled for well short of the 40,000 Traquair had suggested, and the plan now called for an army of 20,000 to march north and meet the Covenanters head-on, while another 5,000 flanked them by sea. But Charles was discovering that just because a plan is written on paper, that doesn't mean it's going to just magically appear in reality. As it turned out, the English were pretty ambivalent about what Charles was doing in Scotland, and they weren't super eager to risk their lives for something they basically didn't care about. And that is to say nothing of the English Puritans, who were not merely ambivalent, they actively sympathized with the Scots. So while the Scottish spent the winter raising a passionate army absolutely ready to risk their lives, Charles spent the winter raising a sullen collection of vagabonds who were ready to desert the first chance they got. Despite all of these problems, however, Charles was still convinced in the spring of 1639 that victory would be his. And he wasn't totally crazy. The Scots had managed to put together an army of about 12,000 men, which meant that, despite their zeal, they were still outnumbered. Something their general, a career soldier named Alexander Leslie, who had risen to the rank of field marshal in the legendary army of King Gustav of Sweden, could plainly see. It was clear that invading England was out of the question, and that fighting period was probably a bad idea. Best to just use the saber rattling as a negotiating tactic, rather than actually pulling the sabers out and fighting, but King Charles had other ideas. The First Bishops' War, as it is now called because it was sort of about whether the abolition of episcopacy pushed through by the Glasgow Assembly was going to stick, got started in May 1639 when the Marquis of Hamilton attempted to land that English flanking force of 5,000 men. But as it turned out, A, Hamilton's men were untrained and unequipped, and B, well-trained and well-equipped Covenanters were sitting there at the Firth of Forth ready to meet them. Famously, Hamilton's own mother came out with a pistol and promised to shoot her son dead if he tried to land. So Hamilton did not try to land, which threw the whole English strategy into disarray. Charles decided that maybe now wasn't actually the best time for a fight, so he and the Scots got together at Berwick-upon-Tweed in June 1639 to talk truce. The resulting pacification of Berwick was no one's idea of a treaty. The Scottish commissioners made the unmeetable demand that the acts of the Glasgow Assembly be ratified, while Charles was once again negotiating not to negotiate, but to play for time. He agreed in principle that church assemblies ought to be the conduit for church reform, but said nothing about ratifying the specific decisions of the Glasgow Assembly. Instead, the king called for another church assembly to meet in August, and then a Scottish parliament to meet in September. If he could control those bodies and get them to repeal the work of the Glasgow Assembly, so much the better. But if not, well, this was about stringing the Scots along until he was strong enough to crush them in battle anyway, so whatever. The pacification of Berwick was signed June 18, and everyone got to work making sure that they were better prepared when the war inevitably started up again the next year. Ironically, the first bloodshed of the Bishops' Wars, and thus the first bloodshed of the whole series of revolts and civil wars that engulfed the British Isles over the next 20 years, took place the day after the pacification of Berwick was signed. Up in Aberdeen, a force of Scottish royalists, yes, they did exist, pushed the local Covenanters out of town for a little while, but on June 19, the Covenanters came back, and in a bloody skirmish, seized the nearby Bridge of Dee, paving the way for the retaking of Aberdeen. The skirmish at the Bridge of Dee is also notable because the Covenanter force was led by the Marquis of Montrose, a popular and eminently crafty Scottish lord who was about to become the king's best friend in Scotland. Eventually, we'll see him string together a series of victories in the Scottish theatre of the First Civil War that very nearly tipped the whole balance of the fight in the king's favour. But for now, he remained, like almost every patriotic Scotsman, a staunch Covenanter. Charles returned to London in July and set to work trying to raise, equip, and finance a better army. Of these three, his biggest problem now, by far, was financing. The king had been barely scraping by for the last decade or so, and he was only able to keep his head above water because he studiously avoided getting sucked into a war, but now he had gotten sucked into a war. Charles had managed to get through the skirmishes of 1639 by pushing his credit to the breaking point and securing loans from sympathetic nobles. Unfortunately, most of those willing to give also happened to be Catholics, which did nothing to ease anyone's fears that Charles was intent on undoing the Reformation in Britain. But with his first run at the Scots having gone nowhere, the money was all dried up. So if he wanted to keep the conflict going, he was going to have to call another parliament. There was no other way to get the money he needed. Back up in Scotland, events played out predictably enough over the summer and fall of 1639. The new Church Assembly met in August and simply ratified everything the Glasgow Assembly had ever done. The Scottish Parliament met shortly thereafter, and they started pushing through constitutional reforms to go with the religious reforms. They somehow managed to keep themselves in session through September and October, but were finally broken up by the king in November. Whatever thin hope remained that the war would not start again in the spring died when the Scottish Parliament disbanded. And so, after 11 years, Charles had to call an English Parliament. One of the primary advocates for calling a parliament was Sir Thomas Wentworth. It might seem odd that Wentworth would be begging the king to call a parliament, but it appears that he saw one thing very clearly and believed one other thing very much. The thing he saw clearly was that there was no way to fund an aggressive war against the Scots without parliamentary subsidies. It just couldn't be done. The thing he believed very much was that Parliament could be controlled. Wentworth, who is about to become the Earl of Strafford just to confuse everyone, had mastered the art of controlling the Irish parliaments, and he didn't see why an English parliament couldn't be just as easily manipulated. But he underestimated the anger that had grown up during the 11 years of personal rule, and then he overestimated Charles's willingness to even pretend like that anger was legitimate. But the king decided that he wanted a war with the Scots more than he didn't want to call another parliament, so call another parliament he did. On April 13, 1640, the first English parliament in 11 years met in Westminster. The attending MPs were filled with a mixture of excitement and suspicion. They were eager for the opportunity to get back in the game, but wary of the intentions of the king. But Charles needed money, and they had some issues they wanted addressed, so there was no reason they couldn't come to some sort of agreement, right? Right. From day one, literally, from the first day of Parliament, the two sides were at loggerheads. The opening session began with a speech delivered by the King's messenger, Lord Finch, which was a provocative enough act on its own, given that he had been the Speaker of the last Parliament. Remember? The guy who had been held down in his chair? Well, he bluntly informed the members that they had been called to vote the king money to prosecute a war against rebels in Scotland. Once they had voted that money, the king would hear their complaints. That is how this was going to run. But anyone with half a brain knew that as soon as they voted the money, Charles would be free to ignore those complaints. So the emerging parliamentary leadership responded that no, first we deal with our complaints, and then we vote the money. They backed this up by launching into a series of speeches, headlined by John Pym, who, as I said, was one of the few veteran parliamentarians returning from the sessions of the 1620s. He ticked off a laundry list of grievances: illegal taxation, unjust imprisonment, creeping popery, and demanded action. Because the members simply could not be expected to return home and say that after 11 years they had dealt with exactly none of the things their constituents had sent them to deal with. While the House of Commons was getting revved up, rumours trickled down from Scotland that shots had been fired, and that the war in the north was starting back up. Charles seized on the news to press Parliament to give him the money he needed and will deal with your petty business after the rebels had been subdued. But Pym and his colleagues remained unpersuaded by the king's arm-waving and held their ground. And not only were they unpersuaded, but harder-line elements in both the Commons and the House of Lords were actually engaged in some pretty treasonous correspondence with the Covenanters. They wanted the Scots to win, and so they were happy to deny Charles the means to fight them. But those hardliners were not a majority, and finally the Commons told the king that they would drop a few of their bigger complaints if the king would agree to drop his illegal taxes, most especially the hated ship money. The king, after much cajoling, agreed to the terms. Now it is likely that had Charles opened with this offer, "I'll drop ship money in exchange for subsidies," everything would have worked out. But his initial high-handedness had rubbed a lot of the members the wrong way. And so when the king told them how much money he required, an unprecedented 12 subsidies, they balked, even with the ship money deal in place. So instead of just voting Charles the money, as had been privately arranged, the Commons instead started debating whether or not to give him the money on May the 4th, and they wound up talking all day and adjourning for the night without coming to a decision. Charles, outraged at Parliament's dilly-dallying, apparently snapped at this point, called his Privy Council together on May the 5th, and told them that he planned to dissolve Parliament. The only pushback to this decision came from the Earl of Northumberland, who was about to have to lead the army the king was apparently giving up on funding properly, and the Earl of Strafford, who just a minute ago was Thomas Wentworth, but now he's the Earl of Strafford because those are the confusing naming conventions of British history. He thought the king was being short-sighted. I should mention at this point, too, that Strafford also said something at this meeting that was pretty innocuous, but that really came back to haunt him, and we will get into that next week. Charles, though, had made up his mind. On May the 5th, 1640, Parliament was dissolved after a session lasting just 3 weeks, and that's why we call this Parliament the Short Parliament. Having given up on parliamentary subsidies, Charles went right back to the illegal taxes he had so recently promised to abandon. Ship money was pursued with a new zeal, and thus resisted with an equally new zeal. Then the king compounded his PR problems by trying to arrange loans from the hated Spanish, while simultaneously ordering Strafford to organize an army in Ireland, composed mostly of Catholic levies. So here we have the king trying to take Catholic money to pay Catholic troops to go fight good, honest Protestants. More and more people were coming to believe that the greatest threat to England was not the Scottish rebels, but the king himself. In August, the English army mustered in York. But, like last time, it was hardly a functional army. The soldiers weren't being paid, there was no equipment, something like a third of the men didn't even have weapons. There were desertions and mutinies. It was a mess. And yet, happy in his bubble, Charles set off on August the 20th, somehow convinced that he was about to win this thing. That same day, the Scottish general Alexander Leslie, far more confident now that his army had swelled to 20,000 men, crossed the River Tweed and entered England, starting the Second Bishops' War. Leslie maintained strict discipline after the crossing, because he knew that in the end this was going to come down to a political settlement, so he strictly forbade any sacking or looting that might sour potential English allies. The English army that attempted to stop the Scots, as I said, was pretty hopeless. They had spent their limited time, energy, and resources fortifying Berwick, which they assumed the Scots were headed to first. But, get this, Leslie simply bypassed Berwick and headed straight for the relatively undefended Newcastle upon Tyne, which no one had bothered to fortify because who needs to worry about the critical Newcastle coal supply? But it's not like Leslie making for Newcastle is that big of a deal. The only spot he can cross the River Tyne is at a bridge that is in fact pretty well defended. I mean, sure, there's a ford just a few miles up from Newcastle at Newburn, but it's not like he's going to, oh crap, he's crossing at Newburn. There were only a couple thousand English troops available to try to stave off the crossing. But the fort at Newburn was something of a natural barrier, so the first push of Scottish cavalry was repulsed. As soon as Leslie got his guns set up, though, it was all over. He and his officers had mastered artillery while serving in the Continental Wars, and knew what was what when it came to shelling the enemy. Meanwhile, the raw English troop had probably never seen a cannon fired, let alone fired at them, so they did what comes natural when a cannon is fired at you, and they ran off as fast as they could. There were a few moments of valor for the English. For example, a certain Colonel Monk, who will play a huge role at the end of our series, kept his men together long enough to withdraw the English artillery pieces. But other than that, it was pretty much a rout. The Battle of Newburn was the first Scottish military victory on English soil since 1388. Leslie occupied Newcastle and its coal supply 2 days later. Just as Charles was being dealt this blow from without, he was being undermined from within by dissension in his own ranks. Specifically, dissension among the Puritan lords. Bedford, Warwick, Say and Seal, the guys we met last week. They were still ticked off with the short parliament being cancelled, and had dug up a precedent from the Middle Ages that said if the king refused to call a parliament, that 12 peers of the realm could get together and call one on their own authority. So they drew up a statement pointing this out to Charles, signed by, 12 peers of the realm. Their ultimatum was simple. Call another parliament, or we will call one under our own authority, which will precipitate a constitutional crisis and destroy any hope you have of winning this war. It looked like Charles was boxed in, until he pulled out an arcane medieval precedent of his own. Instead of calling a parliament, he could call a great council, that long-dead precursor to parliament, because Charles really didn't want to call another parliament. But of course, when that great council gathered in York in September 1640, they advised the king to, you guessed it, call a parliament. Well, first make a truce with the Scots, and then call a parliament. Charles could put off the inevitable no longer. In October, unable to do a damn thing about the Scottish army occupying northern England, the king and Covenanters agreed to the Treaty of Ripon. It stipulated that the king would pay for the Scottish occupation, calculated at £850 per day. The Scots, in return, would not plunder the countryside. To meet this demand, and as a precondition to every other demand the Scots might make, Charles had to immediately call a parliament. Next week, that parliament will indeed be summoned and hold its first session on November the 3rd, 1640. It would not be officially dissolved until March of 1660, which is why we call this parliament the Long Parliament. Hello, and welcome to Revolutions. Episode 4, The Long Parliament. If there is a moment when we can reasonably talk about a parliament fully united in opposition to the king, November 1640 is that moment. Except for a few die-hard royalists, the members who showed up for the opening session of the Long Parliament, though it was obviously not called that yet, were ready for a reckoning with the king. That unity, of course, could not withstand the enormous pressures that were about to force everyone to take sides in a civil war, but in November 1640, the 450-odd MPs who came together in Westminster were fairly united in purpose and fairly represented the collective will of the voters. The third of adult males that could vote, anyway. As had been the case in the Short Parliament, the first order of business for the Long Parliament was venting frustrations about the last 11 years, most especially about religious innovation and unconstitutional taxation. It is actually quite a debate among modern historians which of these two agitated the populace more, but whichever it was, in the opening days of the Long Parliament, the two issues were linked by a central theme. The king had been led astray by evil councillors, specifically Archbishop William Laud and Thomas Wentworth, the Earl of Strafford. The time had come for them to go. After being summoned back to England by King Charles, Strafford was impeached by Parliament on November the 11th. 2 weeks later, he was formally charged with traitorously endeavouring to subvert the fundamental laws and government of the realms of England and Ireland, and instead thereof to introduce an arbitrary and tyrannical government against law. Archbishop Laud was impeached on December the 18th for subverting true religion, assuming tyrannical powers, and causing the war with the Scots. With those Scots occupying the north, there was nothing Charles could do to prevent these bold attacks on his most trusted councillors. All he could hope for is that they would find a way to beat the rap. Now, as I just mentioned, the early sessions of the Long Parliament were absorbed in a lot of negativity, accusing royal councillors of treason, declaring ship money unlawful, that sort of thing. But there was a positive agenda buried in the mix that really started to take form once all the preliminary complaining was out of the way. For the dissident Puritans, Bedford, Warwick, Say and Seal in the Lords, and guys like John Pym and Oliver St. John in the Commons, the positive agenda was to force Charles to cede power to them. And to this end, they had two central demands. First, Parliament must meet at regular intervals, whether the king called for them or not. And second, Parliament was going to have veto power over who the king selected as royal councillors. Both carved deeply into Charles's prerogative powers, and there was no way he was just going to give them what they wanted. But that's where things like the impeachment of Strafford came in. It was all about leverage. Trapped between an English parliament he couldn't control and a Scottish army he couldn't beat, King Charles was forced to start doing the one thing he appears to have hated doing more than just about anything else, and that is giving in to other people's demands. In February 1641, he accepted the Triennial Bill, which was an enormous constitutional concession. The bill stated that if 3 years passed without the king calling a parliament, elections would just be held anyway. In return for this enormous concession, the leaders in Parliament promised to vote Charles for subsidies, bury radical Presbyterian church reforms that were starting to gain traction, and consider leniency for the Earl of Strafford. John Pym, who had by now established himself as an effective parliamentary leader, delivered on the first two promises in the Commons. But the third promise, leniency for Strafford, exposed a split among the Puritan lords. The moderate faction was led by the Earl of Bedford, and they were absolutely willing to spare Strafford's life if Charles gave in to their demands. For them, the looming impeachment trial was simply a means to an end. But a harder-line faction led by the Earl of Warwick were adamant that Strafford must die. So, why must Strafford die? In The Noble Revolt, John Adamson's insanely detailed history of the 18 months between the closing of the Short Parliament in May 1640 and the evacuation of Charles from London in January 1642, he floats a theory that the drive to kill Strafford was about something I hinted at last week. The Puritan lords had been in continuous contact with the Scottish Covenanters throughout the Bishops' Wars, and there is good evidence that they had invited the Scots to invade, which was, treason. Warwick and his faction believed that Strafford knew all about it, was gathering evidence to prove it, and as soon as the evidence was in hand, he was going to take the heads off of every last one of them. So for Warwick and his group, killing Strafford was not just about leverage, it was about self-preservation. The trial of the Earl of Strafford was the climax of the first phase of the Long Parliament. It was also a complete joke. When Strafford was finally presented with the 28 articles of impeachment against him in February 1641, He breathed a sigh of relief because it was obvious that his enemies in Parliament had nothing on him. It was just a bunch of petty complaints cobbled together that were somehow supposed to add up to treason. So rather than approaching his defense with a sense of foreboding, Strafford set to work with relish. He was going to slaughter his accusers in court. And there's absolutely no question that when his trial started, that's exactly what happened. The procedure for impeachment was that the House of Commons would prosecute the defendant, and the House of Lords would act as judges. Pym and his colleagues ensured that the trial was turned into as huge a spectacle as possible, and the proceedings were thrown open to the public, and risers were set up to accommodate as large an audience as possible. I've posted a contemporary engraving of the trial at revolutionspodcast.com to give you a sense of what this all looked like. The idea was to demonstrate to as many people as possible that Strafford was evil, and through him, prove that the whole reign of King Charles up to this point had been one terrible injustice after another. But as the prosecution got started, it became clear that their case was, well, it wasn't clear what their case was. Their accusations were met at every turn by the quick-witted Strafford, who appeared to have total mastery over the facts, despite the fact that he wasn't even working from notes. Pretty soon the audience, invited to bear witness to Strafford's guilt, was eating out of his hands. The Lords, meanwhile, started shifting uncomfortably in their seats. Why had this impeachment been called again? Then came the supposed coup de grace. As I mentioned last week, at the fateful May 5th meeting of the King's Privy Council, the meeting where it was decided to bust up the short Parliament, Strafford had allegedly said to the King, quote, "You have an army in Ireland that you may employ here to reduce this kingdom." End quote. It was obvious from the context that Strafford was talking about using the Irish forces he had raised against the Scots, because that's what the Privy Council had been discussing at the time. But the prosecution launched into an utterly contrived attempt to convince everyone that Strafford was talking about this kingdom, England, that Strafford had advised the king to use a foreign army against his own people. Therefore, he was guilty of treason. Case closed. But the only evidence for this accusation was the memory of Sir Henry Vane, and as soon as he was put on the stand, he started backpedaling. Then no other Privy Councillor called to testify could recall Strafford ever suggesting the Irish army be deployed against English subjects. According to accepted jurisprudence, proving treason required at least 2 witnesses. The prosecution only had one, and not a very good one at that. The defense, meanwhile, had a half-dozen witnesses who said he never said it. And with that, the case against Strafford disintegrated. The king was jubilant. It was only a matter of time now before an acquittal came through. But then, things took an ugly turn. As I mentioned, Strafford's enemies in Parliament feared reprisals if Strafford was let off, so they changed tactics in midstream, and presented to the Commons a Bill of Attainder. A Bill of Attainder is basically one of the scariest things you've probably never heard of. It is a legislature declaring you guilty of some crime by a straight majority vote. No rules of evidence, no beyond a reasonable doubt, just we took a vote and find you guilty. Bills of attainder are so scary that the U.S. Constitution explicitly forbids them in not one but 2 separate places. But with the legal prosecution of Strafford in shambles, a bill of attainder was introduced into the Commons to simply declare him guilty of treason. But at this point, it still kind of looks like the bill of attainder was just a way to make sure that the pressure on Charles didn't let up. But in early May 1641, 2 things happened that sealed Strafford's fate. The first was a bungled attempt by Charles to rescue Strafford from the Tower of London, where he was being held for the duration of his trial. And before you ask, the answer is no. The king did not have the authority to just tell the guards to stand down and let Strafford out. It was way more complicated than that. Anyway, the half-baked rescue plot came to nothing, but it alienated moderate members of the Commons, just as they were starting to think that maybe the hardcore anti-Strafford types were getting out of hand. The second thing that happened is on May the 9th, the Earl of Bedford suddenly died. he had been the great weight keeping the extremists in check and keeping the king at the negotiating table. It looks like he was on the verge of trading Strafford's life in exchange for real power within the Privy Council for him and his allies. But his death let Warwick and his faction, who did not trust the king like Bedford did, move forward unimpeded. The Bill of Attainder was passed, and all that was left was for Charles to sign the death warrant. Until the very end, Charles remained adamant that whatever the outcome, he was going to pardon his loyal advisor. But after the revelation of the army plot, which is what we call the attempt to break Strafford out of jail, the mobs of London turned on the king and started demanding Strafford's head. Almost certainly these mobs were organized by Warwick and his allies, but Charles was now generally fearful for the safety of his family in the borderline riotous capital. So he gave in and signed the execution order. On May 12th, the Earl of Strafford was executed on Tower Hill. Charles never forgave himself, and came to believe that the horror of the coming civil wars was divine retribution for Strafford's death. In the aftermath of the execution, the relationship between king and parliament was so strained that Charles decided to suddenly change political trajectory. Thus far, the king had been trying to get Parliament to align with him against the Scots. But what happened was that Parliament had aligned itself with the Scots against the king. So, beyond furious with the parliamentary leadership, Charles turned on a dime in the summer of 1641 and announced that he was headed to Scotland. If he couldn't get Parliament to help him defeat the Scots, then maybe he could get the Scots to help him defeat Parliament. The official reason for the trip was to finalize the details of the Treaty of London, signed between the king and Covenanters in August. Charles, in pursuit of his new political strategy, had hastily given in to most of the Scottish demands, paving the way for their immediate withdrawal from English soil. But it is doubtful Charles planned to bind himself to the terms of the treaty because Charles, like always, was convinced he was about to get the upper hand on everyone. And once he had the upper hand, he could do whatever he liked. So he and his royal entourage headed north to get the upper hand in August 1641, which again, like always, just isn't going to happen. The key to Charles's strategy in Scotland was the Earl of Argyll, specifically detaching him from the Covenanter cause. Argyll was a young man, still in his early 30s, but he was by far the largest landowner in Scotland, and the leader of the powerful Clan Campbell. He had aligned himself with Covenanters, but according to the king's sources, he was not a true believer. So breaking Argyll away would deprive the Covenanters of a powerful ally, and simultaneously give the king a native force strong enough to protect his interests in Scotland. So Charles launched a charm offensive, promoted Argyll to Marquess, and started hinting that more was on the way if Argyll abandoned the Covenanters. But then the damnedest thing happened, something that has become known as simply the incident. The incident was the attempted kidnapping of Argyll by royalist Scotsmen. That's right, royalists are about to try to kidnap Argyll. And not just Argyll, but also the Marquess of Hamilton, the king's point man in Scotland. So, what? Behind the plot, we find the Marquess of Montrose, who popped up briefly last week as the Covenanter leader who retook Aberdeen. Since the Bishops' Wars, Montrose had moved decisively, if secretly, over to Charles. There are a couple of reasons for this, but the one we should note for the moment is that he and Argyll were bitter rivals, and Argyll had emerged as a leader of the Covenanters, so Montrose switched sides. The kidnapping plot was supposed to be about Montrose exposing a secret alliance between Argyll and Hamilton against the king, but the plot was betrayed just as it was about to be carried out, so Argyll and Hamilton got away. Unfortunately for Charles, this incident, the incident, destroyed his credibility with the Scots. But before you feel too bad for Charles, just know that Montrose was working closely with one of the king's most trusted secretaries. So the idea that Charles didn't know something was up is pretty far-fetched. This means that the king had been busy pursuing two contradictory strategies in Scotland, one made of honey, the other vinegar, and when the one made of vinegar was exposed, the one made of honey was ruined. Charles left Scotland in November 1641, having achieved nothing. Well, he did achieve one thing. He ensured that the most powerful man in Scotland remained his enemy. In his foundational 6-volume series on the English Civil Wars, S.R. Gardner writes that the period of united Parliament that I mentioned at the top of the show pretty much ended around the time Charles went to Scotland, and that when Parliament returned from its recess in the autumn of 1641, half the Commons was ready to resume their attacks on the king, while the other half thought the work was done, and it was time for reapproachment. Gardner notes that when the Restoration Settlement comes along in 1660, it will be based on the work the Long Parliament had accomplished up to about August 1641. Everything that came after will wind up swept away, and only regained, if regained at all, by later generations. The fight over the Grand Remonstrance demonstrates this breakdown of parliamentary unity. The Grand Remonstrance was to be a tally of every single grievance anyone had ever had against Charles. John Pym and his allies planned to write it up and then use it as the basis for extracting further concessions from the king. It was supposed to be introduced to the Commons on October 30, but that same day news came that changed everything. News that temporarily shelved debate over the Remonstrance and swerved everyone's attention, including our own, over to Ireland. Because on October the 23rd, a rebellion had erupted in Ireland. If the Bishops' Wars were the big picture trigger for the English Civil Wars, given that they forced Charles to recall Parliament and all, the Irish Rebellion is the more direct trigger, because it was the question about what to do with Ireland that finally broke the government in half. The rebellion was initially launched by old Irish landowners centered around the province of Ulster. Ulster had a history of being pretty staunchly anti-English, and so had become a major target of Protestant colonization projects organized by, for example, the late Earl of Strafford. With the king bogged down in a conflict with both the Scots and his own parliament, old Irish leaders hatched a plot to simultaneously seize both Dublin and major northern forts, hopefully securing everything before the English knew what hit them. Then the king and English parliament would really be in a bind, and hopefully maybe decide that Ireland wasn't worth the trouble. But, apparently like all secret plots these days, the planned rebellion was exposed literally the night before it was set to launch, and the English leaders had just enough time to prepare, so Dublin held out. For the rest of the year, stories trickled over from Ireland, carried mostly by English refugees, of the atrocities committed by Irish rebels, up to and including the murder of babies, which that didn't actually happen. But given English prejudice against Catholics in general, and the Irish in particular, everyone was ready to believe the worst. So something had to be done. Reinforcements had to be sent. But with the king and parliament locked in a power struggle, really important questions were now being opened up that had no real answer. On whose authority would these troops be raised? And who would pay them? And who would they answer to? And who would appoint the officers? And what if the king and parliament both started raising separate armies and claiming the other side's army is illegitimate? These are the kind of questions that lead directly to civil war. Compounding the animosity between king and parliament, reports started coming over that the Irish rebels were claiming to be acting on the king's instructions. A lot of the rebels were drawn from the idle ranks of the army Strafford had built to go fight in Scotland, and so, as ready as the parliamentary leadership was to believe tales of Irish butchery, they were also ready to believe that Charles was somehow behind it. That he was finally coming clean about his closet popery and launching the final assault on Protestantism in Britain. So, as the Irish Rebellion heated up, so too did parliamentary anger at Charles. Though it is critical to note that as the temperature of Parliament rose, the heat was coming from fewer and fewer sources. Instead of closing ranks with the king to put down the revolt in Ireland, those fewer and fewer sources, led by John Pym, returned instead to the Grand Remonstrance. This turned back to the cataloging of grievances, struck more moderate and increasingly royalist members of the Commons as pointless, off-topic, and not a little bit dangerous given what's going on in Ireland. But Pym and his increasingly parliamentary allies were looking to keep Charles's feet to the fire. Now, a remonstrance is technically a private letter from Parliament to the king, but Pym had much grander plans for the document. He wanted it printed and circulated and stirring up trouble. He didn't want the public to forget why Charles was so bad, just as he and his allies were getting ready for the next move, seizing control of the armed forces. The remonstrance was narrowly passed on November the 23rd, but showing the now sharp divide in the Commons, the vote to publish the document went against Pym. This was a setback, as publishing the remonstrance was kind of the point of the whole exercise, but not to worry, a few careful leaks and it was off to the underground presses, which further offended moderates, who started to think that this was all getting out of hand, and look, at the end of the day, we owe our loyalty to the king, even if we don't like him, and now you're not even playing by your own rules anymore. But Pym and his circle quickly regained their balance when Charles once again shot himself in the foot. On January the 4th, 1642, King Charles paid an extremely ill-advised visit to the House of Commons. The king was fed up, and decided that if he couldn't dissolve Parliament, his best play would be to just lock up the opposition leaders. So he ordered the arrest of 5 MPs and 1 peer. The 5 members were John Pym, of course, John Hampden, of course, because of the ship money business, but then there were also these 3 other guys, Arthur Hazelrig, Denzil Halls, and William Strode. The latter 2 had been among those who had held the Speaker down at the end of the last Parliament before personal rule, leading some historians to argue that Charles was maybe not super plugged into what was going on in Parliament, and was just falling back on names he recognized. The 1 peer was Lord Mandeville, again an opponent of the king, but hardly the ringleader. Locking up MPs is a pretty provocative business, and at first the arrest order was resisted. So Charles decided to march into the Commons and arrest the members personally. Never mind that no English king had ever set foot in the House of Commons, ever, let alone to drag members out by the ear. Unfortunately for Charles, the secret plan to arrest the 5 members, I don't even know why people try to keep plans secret these days, was revealed to Pym the night before. So when the king, backed by 400 armed soldiers, dramatically burst into the chamber to arrest them, they were not there. Charles demanded they come forward. Cue chirping crickets. Charles demanded the Speaker tell him where they had gone, whereupon the Speaker famously replied, "May it please your Majesty, I have neither eyes to see nor tongue to speak in this place, but as the House is pleased to direct me, whose servant I am here." So now the king is just standing there, in a room he really shouldn't be standing in, trying to do something he really shouldn't be doing. And then he had to leave, empty-handed, his power visibly rejected. On January the 10th, 1642, an embittered King Charles, once again afraid that he and his family were about to be engulfed by the parliamentary-directed mobs of London, incensed over the attempt on the 5 members, left the city for Hampden Court. 3 days later, they moved on to the more defensible Windsor Castle. Now is the point where I mention that Charles will not return to his capital until 1649, and only then to stand trial for treason. Next week, we will take the final plunge into civil war. With the king unwilling to make any further concessions to a parliamentary faction that was itself unwilling to back down, armed conflict started to seem like the only solution. Neither side wanted it. Neither side expected it to actually happen because both sides thought the other side was going to blink. But then nobody blinked, and everyone got sucked into the First English Civil War. Hello, and welcome to Revolutions. Episode 5, Cavaliers and Roundheads. Last time, we left off with Charles's failed attempt to arrest the leaders of the parliamentary opposition. The attempt sparked an angry reaction from the parliamentary-inclined mobs of London, forcing Charles to flee the city in January 1642. This week, we are going to plunge into the chaotic mess that is the First English Civil War, and it really was a chaotic mess. Aside from a few intrepid adventurers who had privately volunteered for service on the continent, the generation that waged the English Civil Wars had no military experience to speak of, and it will show. Caesar and Pompey, they were not. The early months of 1642 were tied up in an acrimonious exchange of letters between the king and Parliament, full of unreasonable demands and barely concealed paranoia about the intentions of the other side. Then, the king made a tactical blunder by summoning the lords to attend to him personally. He was trying to shift the center of political gravity away from London, but of course the only peers who responded were his allies, which meant that the only resulting shift in political gravity occurred in the House of Lords, which now skewed decisively radical. As we discussed last week, the Irish Rebellion still loomed over all of this. But Parliament was now firmly convinced that any army the king raised would be used against them first, and half of them actually believed that the rebellion had been orchestrated by Charles to justify raising an army to crush them. So in March, Parliament unilaterally attempted to take control of the situation by passing the Militia Ordinance. The ordinance authorized Parliament, on its own authority, to raise an army, pay for it, and appoint its commanders. Now, you legal scholars out there might be thinking, hey, doesn't the king have to sign a bill before it can become a law? And the answer is, of course, he does. Which is why the Militia Ordinance was merely an ordinance and not the militia law, because an ordinance does not require royal approval. And so, yes, we are getting into pretty murky constitutional waters here, but desperate times do call for desperate measures. By mid-March, the king had moved up north to York, where he planned to regroup and launch his triumphant return to London. And though he didn't move on it right away, the key to this triumphant return would be controlling the arsenal in the northern port city of Hull. There were only a few of these major powder and weapons caches scattered across England, so making sure the whole arsenal was firmly in hand was pretty important. But the king was still affecting a conciliatory posture, so he didn't attempt to lock down Hull until mid-April. But when the king did make his move, the parliamentary leaders were tipped off that the king was leaving York, and so they ordered Sir John Hotham to ride north as fast as he could and lock the gates to the city. When the king arrived on April the 23rd, he discovered, much to his consternation, that the drawbridge was raised. This led to an absurd exchange where Hotham told the king he couldn't open the door without an order from the king, so the king ordered him to open the door, and Hotham said, no, I mean an order from the sovereign authority of the king, which is ultimately vested in Parliament. Flummoxed by this novel political theory that the king and the king were not necessarily the same thing, Charles was forced to withdraw. But all this public posturing was really about trying to win the propaganda war. So as Charles headed back to York, he was able to argue that he was an aggrieved victim, while Parliament was able to argue that the king was trying to make war on his own people. The flurry of public letters and pamphlets and declarations reached its peak in early June, when Charles asked Parliament to send him a list of final demands, and Parliament responded by drawing up the 19 propositions. But the 19 propositions, which included things like approval of privy councillors and the right to appoint tutors for the king's children to keep them from being brought up Catholic, were not the basis for negotiation. Because we're pretty much at the point now where both sides are trying to make sure the other side gets blamed when armed conflict inevitably breaks out. This is also the point when the so-called constitutional royalists in the House of Commons, the guys who had initially supported clipping the king's wings, but who had been alienated by things like the Grand Remonstrance and the proposals to radically reform the Church of England, started slipping out of London and physically joining the king's side. The king, of course, welcomed these defections, but unfortunately, as when he had summoned the lords, The withdrawal of the constitutional royalists only made the House of Commons a more extreme body, further polarizing the political struggle and pushing a peaceful settlement off the table. With these two opposing sides coalescing, this makes for a nice opportunity to introduce the traditional names we use for each of them: Cavaliers and Roundheads. First, let's note that this is not what they called themselves. These were derogatory names supplied by the other side. The stereotypical royalist cavalier had long flowing hair, fancy clothes, a plumed hat, and a carefree aristocratic manner, which is to say a total disregard for commoners. He was also portrayed as a hard-drinking, frivolous atheist, a corrupt dilettante who hated God almost as much as he hated the poor. The stereotypical Roundhead, meanwhile, was an upstanding Puritan defending the rights of freeborn Englishmen, unless you talk to a royalist, in which case said Roundhead is mocked for his ridiculously short-cropped hair, hence the name, his joyless Puritanism, and his unconscionable desire to undo the natural order of things and put the kingdom of England in the hands of low-born religious fanatics. Both stereotypes only occasionally fit an extreme royalist on one side or an extreme Puritan on the other, but the names have stuck, and I might from time to time deploy them if I get sick of saying royalist or parliamentary. The drift to war picked up through June. When the king appointed a new Lord Admiral of the English Navy, Parliament countered by appointing the Earl of Warwick to the same post. Warwick, an old sea dog popular with the sailors, quickly secured their support, and just like that, the king had lost control of his own navy. Charles then issued something called the Commissions of Array, an old medieval statute that allowed the king to raise forces without the approval of Parliament, just as the militia ordinance was allowing Parliament to raise forces without approval from the king. These contradictory declarations then circulated through the country, and everyone had to decide for themselves whether to follow the militia ordinance or the Commissions of Array, whether to become a Roundhead or a Cavalier. Both of these troop levies were legally dubious, but they were also being carried around by men with pikes and guns. In July, Parliament established a Committee of Safety, which formally resolved to raise the army it was already raising. The choice to lead this army, by unanimous acclamation, was Robert Devereux, the Earl of Essex. Essex had long been alienated from the royal court. His father had been executed for launching a rather quixotic rebellion against an aging Queen Elizabeth in 1601, and then his first marriage had been annulled by King James in 1613 for the very public and very humiliating reason of impotence. He spent the 1620s serving as a volunteer in the Dutch armies, making him one of those few Englishmen with any military experience, which is one of the main reasons he was selected as Major General by Parliament in the first place. The other reason is that he was one of those hardline lords in the Warwick camp who had demanded Strafford's head, no ifs, ands, or buts. So the parliamentary leadership could be assured that they were putting troops in the hands of a man who both knew how to fight and who was willing to fight. But on both counts they would find themselves disappointed. Now, just so we don't forget about them, remember that as the militia ordinance and commissions of array are circulating the countryside, the English forces over in Ireland are still desperate for reinforcements. But the king and Parliament have more or less forgotten why they had started caring about who gets to raise an army. They were now so completely locked in on each other that for the time being the Irish garrisons are just going to have to fend for themselves, which, awesome, thank you. Hey, did we mention the Catholic Old English have decided to make common cause with the Old Irish for the first time in history? Because they have. Okay, we'll just be here, waiting for reinforcements. On August 22, 1642, King Charles formally raised his banner at Nottingham. This was merely a symbolic act at this point, but it was the king's official declaration that he was at war with the enemies of England, and everybody needed to rally to his colors. Except that after he raised the banner, no one showed up. The turnout was pathetic. The commissions of array were turning out to be a dismal failure. Parliament, meanwhile, was quickly putting together an army that numbered some 15,000 men by early September. So Charles had to quickly shift gears and start granting individual commissions, allowing lords to raise troops on their own authority, and thus follow old client-patron lines, rather than the impersonal commissions of a ray. Duty to your local lord, after all, is easier to understand and easier to enforce than some abstract duty to a faraway king. Once he had enough troops, though, Charles's plan was to march on London and retake the capital. On September 9th, the Earl of Essex marched out of London with his 15,000 men and went looking for the king. The first real action of the war took place on September the 23rd at Powick Bridge, where an advance guard of parliamentary cavalry met an advance guard of royalist cavalry, and in the ensuing skirmish the parliamentary force was quickly broken and driven off. It was a minor royalist victory, but it does present a nice opportunity to introduce Prince Rupert. Ah, Prince Rupert, the archetypical cavalier. Just 22 years old when the war broke out, he was the third son of Charles's older sister Elizabeth. He had spent his life in exile along with the rest of his family after his father Frederick V had failed to gain the throne of Bohemia in 1620, basically starting the 30 Years' War. Living in Holland, Rupert embraced the military as a way of life and went on his first campaign with the Dutch Prince of Orange at the age of 14. 5 years later, he was captured by the Holy Roman Empire and held as a prisoner for 3 years, finally being released in late 1641, largely due to the diplomatic intervention of his uncle, King Charles. The grateful Rupert hopped over to England just in time to join the royalist side the night before Charles raised his standard in Nottingham. As we will see, Rupert was probably the most talented cavalry officer of the war, at least until Cromwell shows up, usually on the side of good sense when it comes to big-picture strategic decisions, but maddeningly undisciplined in the field, as we are about to see. On October 13th, the king finally felt like he had enough men to move on London. As he marched, he picked up further reinforcements, swelling his ranks to about 14,000 men, putting him basically on equal terms with the parliamentary army. As Charles moved southeast, Essex headed northwest to intercept him, but displaying the downright unprofessional soldiering that was the hallmark of the early fighting, neither side sent out advanced scouts, so neither side knew where the other side was until they were right on top of each other. And even then, when the two armies realized they were right on top of each other and so it's time to fight, Charles wound up lining up between Essex and London, even though Essex was supposed to be the one blocking the king's path back to the capital. Everyone's big assumption heading into the Battle of Edgehill is that this was going to be it. The two sides would have one big decisive battle and let the chips fall where they may. And it almost worked out that way, except that Prince Rupert never came back. For a brief moment, it did look like Edgehill was going to be decisive. As the two ranks of pikemen in the middle advanced on each other, Prince Rupert's cavalry barreled forward and broke the parliamentary horse. But as their beaten enemy fled in disarray, Rupert and his men, flush with the glory of the whole thing, chased after them, and kept chasing after them, and never came back. Meanwhile, back at Edgehill, the parliamentary infantry was steadily pushing the royalist infantry, until evening forced both sides to call off the fight. Had Rupert simply wheeled around and come charging into the rear of the parliamentary line, we probably wouldn't be talking about the First English Civil War right now. We'd be talking about the Battle of Edgehill, and how it marked the end of an obscure parliamentary revolt in the 1640s. After the fighting, both sides were pretty well battered. The parliamentary army, even after being bolstered by a force led by John Hampden, was only half of what it had been the day before. And the king was no better off. Rupert offered to make a run for London with his triumphant cavalry, who had finally come back when the sun went down, but the king chose the more cautious strategy of keeping what remained of his army together, which meant that the march to London was painfully slow, which of course meant that Parliament had time to organize a defense. By the time the Royalist army neared London on November 13th, a massive army of 24,000 stood at Turnham Green ready to stop them. Well, it wasn't really an army. It was more like a hastily raised mob of London apprentices backed up by the trained bands, but still, 24,000. That's enough to spook anyone. And it spooked Charles, so he withdrew his force to Oxford, where he planned to spend the winter. If you're thinking that the break in fighting brought on by winter would be a perfect time to negotiate a peace before things get any worse, you're both right and wrong. Parliamentary envoys did come to Oxford over the winter, and the two sides did start negotiating, but it quickly became apparent that the recent fighting had only made everyone dig in even harder. Both sides made ridiculous demands, because neither side was ready to concede a thing. This was going to be settled on the battlefield. Come the spring of 1643, the war really got going in earnest. So from here on out, we're not going to be talking about two armies dancing around each other. We're going to be talking about fighting in three separate but interconnected theaters. The Northern Theatre was defined by a rivalry between the Royalist Earl of Newcastle and the Parliamentary Lord Fairfax, and of course his son, Sir Thomas Fairfax. Sir Thomas Fairfax, you're going to want to write that down. In the middle, we'll have the on-again, off-again maneuvering between Charles and Essex, and in the quote-unquote West, we have a host of commanders duking it out, but, at least for now, the really interesting campaign pits the Royalist Sir Ralph Hopton against his old friend and comrade in arms, Sir William Waller. There is no way I am going to cover every skirmish, battle, and siege of the First Civil War, but we are going to hit the big stuff. I posted a map of all this to help keep things straight, so here we go. We'll start up in the north, where the Earl of Newcastle had been commissioned to lead the Royalist forces. Newcastle was a rich and influential northern magnate who had actively supported Charles during the Bishops' Wars with men and money, and been rewarded with a seat on the Privy Council in 1639. As the Civil War got going, he had managed to raise an army of 8,000 men in short order. But perhaps even more important than that, he recruited some of the most capable officers to fight on either side of the war, including Continental veteran Sir George Goring and Sir Marmaduke Langdale. Newcastle was opposed by Ferdinando Fairfax, who had also fought for the king during the Bishops' Wars, but who had switched sides when the Long Parliament convened. Fairfax was ably supported by his 30-year-old son Sir Thomas. Have you written his name down yet? Sir Thomas Fairfax? Okay, good. During the summer of 1642, while Essex and Charles were dancing around each other down south, Newcastle and the Fairfaxes had signed a local neutrality agreement, obviously in the hopes that the war would be over before they had to fight each other. But come the spring of 1643, there was no putting off hostilities. Newcastle advanced on York and forced the small parliamentary army of 3,000 or 4,000 to withdraw to Leeds. From there, the Fairfaxes were forced to move on to the city of Bradford. Knowing they would be unable to withstand a siege, father and son launched a daring surprise attack on Newcastle's army of now 10,000 men at Walton Moor on June the 30th. They nearly pulled the rabbit out of their hat, but the Royalists regrouped and turned the parliamentary flank, forcing the Fairfaxes to fall back to Hull, ceding the Royalist control of all Yorkshire. So basically, it was a terrible opening round for Parliament in the north. Meanwhile, down in the west, the war started no better for Parliament. As I just mentioned, there were a couple of different forces running around, but the key armies were led by William Waller and Ralph Hopton. Waller was a staunch parliamentarian, despite not having any sympathy for radical Puritans. He had fought at Edgehill, but had been among the cavalry scattered by Rupert at the outset of the battle. Hopton, meanwhile, had joined the Royalist cause despite supporting the impeachment of Strafford, and being a member of the delegation that had formally presented the Grand Remonstrance to Charles in December 1641. Waller and Hopton had also served together on the continent as volunteers in the Lifeguard of Elizabeth of Bohemia, aka King Charles's older sister and Prince Rupert's mother. They were friends, they were neighbors, but now they found themselves on opposite sides in a civil war they both clearly had mixed feelings about. In fact, after they had spent some time fighting and skirmishing around each other in early 1643, Hopton sent Waller a letter asking if there wasn't some way for them to just settle things and take no further part in the war. Waller replied in a letter that has become part of the lore of the English Civil Wars. In the most famous passage he writes, "The great God who is the searcher of my heart knows with what a sad sense I go upon this service, and with what a perfect hatred I detest this war without an enemy. But I look upon it as sent from God, and that is enough to silence all passion in me. We are both upon the stage, and must act such parts as are assigned us in this tragedy. Let us do it in a way of honor and without personal animosities. Whatever the issue be, I shall never willingly relinquish the dear title of your most affectionate friend and humble servant. And then they went back to trying to kill each other. After barely winning a difficult fight at Lansdowne Hill on July 5th, Hopton was badly injured when a powder keg exploded as his army was preparing to withdraw the next morning. Waller took advantage of his friend's misfortune and boxed the Royalist army in a few days later. But a blind and half-paralyzed Hopton ordered his cavalry to break for the king at Oxford and beg for reinforcements, and they managed to slip away before Waller could completely seal his lines. Amazingly, the king responded quickly, and overnight 1,800 horse were riding out of Oxford. Waller's army numbered 2,500 foot and about 2,000 horse, but with the arrival of the Royalist reinforcements, he found himself pressed between Hopton's besieged 2,000 infantrymen on one side and the 1,800 cavalry troopers on the other, so he pulled his forces up to a defensive position at Roundway Down on July 13th. But the Royalist cavalry, who had been riding all night, basically just kept right on riding until they hit Waller's army. After intense fighting, the parliamentary cavalry was scattered, but they accidentally retreated over a concealed cliff, ending up, as John Kenyon writes in the Civil Wars of England, a shattered tangle of flesh and bone, equine and human, at the bottom of what is still known as Bloody Ditch. Gross. Meanwhile, Hopton's Royalist infantry, who had been slow to mobilize because they had not expected help to come so quickly, finally got moving, and Waller's infantry was helpless now before the oncoming pincer. A few died where they stood, most surrendered, and a bunch more ran off. Waller managed to get away, but his army, the parliamentary army in the west, was destroyed. So by midsummer 1643, Royalists controlled the north and the west, and then, just to compound things, Prince Rupert rode off and seized the supposedly impregnable city of Bristol on July 26th, after convincing the parliamentary garrison commander to surrender without a fight. So as the autumn of 1643 approached, Parliament was in it in a bad way. But all was not lost. Parliament still had money to draw on from the London merchants, and fertile recruiting grounds in the eastern counties, where Royalists dared not tread. Indeed, when Waller made it back to London in early August, he was greeted as a hero despite the thrashing at Roundway Down, and Parliament immediately voted to raise him an army of 11,000 that he could use to defend London. A few days later, they voted to grant our old friend Lord Mandeville, who had become the second Earl of Manchester when his father died the previous November, a commission to raise 20,000 men to form a new Eastern Association army. With everything going so well for the Royalists, though, Charles decided to once again shoot himself in the foot when he made the inexplicable decision to besiege Gloucester in late July. Had Charles consolidated his forces in the middle and west, it is likely he could have ended the war before Parliament could regroup, but instead he bogged himself down pointlessly besieging a strategically unnecessary city. Before the king came to his senses, Essex took off with an army that once again numbered about 15,000 to lift the siege. They ran Charles out of Gloucester on September 4, but then, like the year before, the two armies just sort of wandered around until they bumped into each other at Newbury 2 weeks later. Once again, the king wound up standing between Essex and London. As with Edgehill, everyone hoped that the First Battle of Newbury would be decisive enough to end the war. That we call it the First Battle of Newbury should tell you everything you need to know about that. On the morning of September 20th, the two sides lined up on a north-south axis. The north end was bounded by a river, the south end by a flat area called the Wash Common, and the middle was a mess of hedgerows and rough terrain surrounded by a high point called Round Hill, which the Royalists, despite having arrived first, just didn't occupy for some reason, allowing the parliamentary forces to waltz in and take it. When the battle started, the north degenerated into a bloody stalemate. The middle turned into a vicious fight over Round Hill when the Royalists suddenly realized, oh yeah, we need that. And the south saw a fierce back and forth between Prince Rupert's horse and a this time not totally overmatched parliamentary cavalry. The south end of the fight then turned into a wicked artillery duel that saw the London trained bands, who were supposed to be the weak link of Essex's army, for some reason decide to hold their ground in the face of alternating artillery bombardments and cavalry attacks. When night fell, Newbury turned out to have been just as bloody and just as indecisive as Edgehill had been. Both sides were preparing to get back to it the next day, but Charles decided to withdraw after taking stock of his gunpowder stores and realizing he didn't have any more. With the Civil War approaching its second winter, the parliamentary cause was reeling, but the moderately positive end to the First Battle of Newbury gave them a shred of hope that they could still pull this thing off. But they would not be able to do it without help. Next week, it will be time to call the Scots back onto the field of play. It will also be time to officially meet a man who has been skulking around on the sidelines since the Parliament of 1628, but who has until now been neither important enough nor influential enough to merit a second glance. A man who is about to command the attention not just of his fellow Englishmen, but of the entire world. Oliver Cromwell. Hello, and welcome to Revolutions. Supplemental: The Armies. So this section was originally supposed to be a part of Episode 5, Cavaliers and Roundheads, but it just kept growing, started to sidetrack the narrative, and had I let it go on like that, we never would have gotten anywhere, so I pulled it out and created this little standalone supplemental. If you're not super interested in the composition of the armies that are about to fight the English Civil Wars, then by all means skip on ahead. When you get to the battles, just imagine some guys with long spears, some other guys with muskets, some guys up on horseback, and a few cannons blasting away in the background, and you've pretty much got the gist of it. If you want something a little more detailed, then stick around. Still here? Okay, good. At the outset of the English Civil Wars, which are going to consume the remainder of the 1640s, England was the one major power in Europe that did not have a standing professional army. The only thing resembling a standing army were the so-called trained bands. The trained bands were local militia groups that met once a month or so to drill, or maybe didn't even meet that often because the local lords hadn't bothered to equip them. When the Civil War started, though, the trained band units were really the only thing that had any kind of military structure to it, so both sides tried to fold these local militia groups into their field armies. Except that there was one almost universal fact about the trained bands. They were not at all interested in leaving their home counties. The whole point of the militia was to defend their homes, and you can't very well do that if you're marching me halfway to Scotland. Sometimes you could coax them out for a short campaign, but they got itchy feet pretty quickly and could turn mutinous in a hurry if you didn't let them go home. So relying on the trained bands was no good, which meant that both royalist and parliamentarians had to raise armies from scratch. So, what was the composition of those armies? Starting at the bottom, we have first of all the infantry. These are the poor saps who got drafted into service, usually under pressure from their local lord. Maybe they were committed to the cause, whichever cause that happened to be, but given the number of soldiers who will just immediately switch sides upon being captured, I'm not sure ideological passion is really the motivating force for the average infantryman. The infantry was divided into two main groups, pikemen and musketeers. Pikemen were armed with pikes, musketeers were armed with muskets, or maybe that was obvious. These guys lined up to fight as a battalion, usually made up of 2 to 3 regiments, which were themselves made up of 10 to 15 companies. Theoretically, a company was supposed to be 100 men, and 10 companies were supposed to make up a regiment. But no one ever came close to this theoretical ideal, and the average company during the Civil Wars was more like 30 guys and a captain. Now what's weird is that at least at first a regiment was composed of both pikeman companies and musketeer companies, but in battle pikemen and musketeers were deployed separately. So as the soldiers lined up, each regiment was, at a minimum, immediately divided in half and then sent off in different directions. It took everyone a while to realize how silly this was and align the logistical regiment with the tactical regiment, but they got there eventually. The pikemen were usually bunched at the center of the battle line and operated much like an old Greek phalanx. They would line up 6 deep, carrying 15 to 18-foot pikes, and march forward until they hit the line of enemy pikemen. They were all supposed to be outfitted with a metal breastplate, but they were usually issued only a leather buff coat, which you would think would make all of this a very messy and very stabby business, but in reality being run through with a pike was actually a pretty rare thing. The goal was simply to win the contest known as the push of pike, which is exactly what it sounds like. You were trying to shove, push, and knock off balance the other side until their ranks broke and ran off. Sometimes the push of pike was a hell of a contest, but often one side or the other just wasn't that into it, and after a perfunctory showing would break and run. Then there were my favorite times when neither side was into it, and they would just kind of stand there and wave their pikes around to make it look like they were fighting, occasionally looking over their shoulders and hoping the generals way in the back were buying it. The musketeers, meanwhile, would be deployed on the flanks, and their job was to blast the other side until they ran out of ammunition, and then charge in with swords, or, more often than not, simply the butt end of their muskets. The musketeers were usually outfitted with a matchlock rifle, which had the benefit of being both cheap and reliable. The downside of the matchlock was that the priming charge had to be lit by a slow-burning match that every musketeer had to keep on hand and permanently lit. Not only did it take a little practice to get the timing right, but God help you if anything ever got wet. As the war went on, flintlock muskets started showing up, which didn't need the slow-burning match, but they were more expensive and less reliable, so usually only went to sentries or scouts who needed to be ready to shoot at a moment's notice and couldn't just wander around with lit matches all the time. In battle, the musketeers were lined up 6 deep, like the pikemen, and each soldier could fire and reload about once every minute or so. So they would just cycle through the ranks. You'd fire, go to the back, load your gun while slowly shuffling forward, and then firing again. This is where timing the light gets a little tricky. So what this means is that battle is not bang, wait for a minute, bang. It's bang, wait 10 seconds, bang, wait 10 seconds, bang. Sometimes, and this really becomes a royalist trademark because they were always having ammunition issues, you'd get 3 ranks to bunch together and fire all at once in a mass volley, and then charge in and fight it out with the sword, or the butt end of a musket. Moving up from the infantry, we then have the cavalry. Theoretically, there were 2 types of cavalry, heavy cavalry and light cavalry. Heavy cavalry wears armor, which is heavy. Light cavalry doesn't, so they're light. Get it? But in the English Civil Wars, heavy cavalry is pretty much not a thing. Almost everyone is some variation of light cavalry, minimally armored and carrying pistols and swords. They were organized into troops, which is why cavalrymen are often referred to as troopers, which had anywhere from 30 to 100 guys led by a captain, and a field regiment was ideally composed of 6 of these troops. Now, without any heavy cavalry around, battle tactics became confused, and this confusion is at the heart of why the Royalist cavalry is going to keep kicking the crap out of the parliamentary cavalry at the beginning of the war. The traditional division of labor was for the heavy cavalry to lock knees and ride full speed into the enemy, trying to mow them over, and the light cavalry, armed with guns, covering the flanks of this steamroller. But when the heavy cavalry didn't show up for the English Civil War, the commanders on both sides had to adapt. Or not. The parliamentary commanders kept sending out their cavalry to fight the way they had always fought, ride around with their guns trying to win a firefight. But when Prince Rupert, we'll get to him in episode 5, showed up in Charles's camp, he brought the latest continental military theories with him. And those theories said, Who cares if the light cavalry isn't fully armored? Riding full speed into the enemy is still super effective, so just keep doing it. So the Royalist cavalry just kept doing it, blasting into their parliamentary counterparts at full speed, waiting until the last possible moment to fire their pistols at point-blank range. In the early campaigning, the Royalist cavalry was basically invincible, because the parliamentary cavalry just wasn't prepared to deal with these kinds of shock tactics. In between the infantry and the cavalry, with a foot in each camp, were the dragoons. Dragoons were basically mounted infantry. They lined up for battle mounted on horses, but their job was to ride off to some trouble spot or golden opportunity, dismount, and then provide some timely additional firepower. In the early going, the dragoons were grouped together, but as the war progressed, they started being split up and deployed with cavalry units to provide ground cover for their permanently mounted comrades. Then, as the war kept going, the dragoons pretty much stopped dismounting altogether, mostly because, as Stuart Reed points out in All the King's Armies, once you got on horseback, you really didn't want to get off again. Because you know who dies in battle? Infantrymen. You know who rides off and lives? Cavalrymen. So I would just as soon stay on my horse, thank you very much. Finally, we come to the artillery. Artillery is not going to play a huge role in our story, because it was rarely decisive out in the field. And since I am not going to get sidetracked by the many and prolonged sieges of the war, where artillery did play a major role, there is no need to dwell on it too much. But just so you know, there were 3 types. Siege artillery, firing huge shot. The Cannon Royal fired a 63-pound ball. These were used to batter medieval castle walls, sometimes over the course of years. The various mobile armies, meanwhile, carried the other 2 types, heavy field artillery and light field artillery. The heavy stuff, fired shot up to 20 pounds, would be positioned prior to the battle and used to bombard the enemy before fighting commenced. The light artillery usually fired 4 to 6 pound shot and could be moved around during the battle. The one major role artillery does play is how damn heavy it all was and how crappy all the roads were. Moving the pieces around took a lot of men and a lot of horses and a lot of carts, and it was slow going, a total drag on the rest of the army that limited everyone's mobility for not much value once the fighting got started. One field report noted that moving one 12-pound gun with 50 rounds and one brass mortar with 24 rounds required 67 horses and a whole host of gunners, fireworkers, conductors, and workmen to keep everything running, to say nothing of the sentries who had to guard it all. So in the end, artillery was way more trouble than it was worth, but no one wanted to give it up because look how big those guns are. So hopefully, you now have a better idea of what everyone is doing once these battles get going. Pikemen will be jabbing away at each other trying to convince the generals that they're actually fighting. Musketeers will be lined up blasting away at each other until they run out of ammo, whereupon they will start hitting each other over the head with their guns. The Royalist cavalry will be charging into the parliamentary cavalry, and then the parliamentary cavalry will be riding off in disarray. And the dragoons will be trying to convince their officers to let us stay on our horses, please. The artillery is stuck in a bog somewhere. If you want even more detail, I recommend The Civil Wars of England by John Kenyon and All the King's Armies by Stuart Reed, both of which focus exclusively on the military aspects of the war. Okay, so with that out of the way, let's get back to our regularly scheduled program. Hello, and welcome to Revolutions. Episode 6, the Solemn League and Covenant. In the autumn of 1643, the course of the First Civil War was running very much in the king's favor. Royalists controlled the north and had wiped out the parliamentary army in the west. But the two main battles so far, at Edgehill and Newbury, had essentially been draws, so Parliament was by no means begging for mercy, especially because they had an ace up their sleeve that they were about to wriggle out onto the table. But before we get into that, I want to circle back around to Ireland. When last we left it, the Old English had just joined in the rebellion launched by the Old Irish, knocking the royal administrators pretty far back on their heels. A couple thousand English troops had been sent over as Charles and Parliament were getting ready to declare war on each other, but after that, men and material were obviously being diverted to the brewing conflict in England. But the devoutly Protestant MPs left in Westminster were not just giving up on the idea of putting down the Catholic rebellion in Ireland. Plus, the Old English had joined the Old Irish on the condition that the rebels swear loyalty to the king, even as they revolted against his administrators, which meant that Parliament was now concerned Charles would be able to turn these rabid Catholics into an army he could use against them in England. I should note, though, that the king was considering no such thing. He had wanted to halt the rebellion to free up the English troops stationed in Ireland to come over and fight for him, not the Irish rebels. Complicating this already enormously complicated picture, and giving Parliament a way out of their dilemma, which was, do we either put down the Irish rebellion and lose to the king, or put down the king and lose Ireland, was the Scots. I almost talked about this in episode 1, but dropped it because I didn't want to make things too confusing right out of the gates, but something like 2/3 to 4/5 of the settlers in Ulster were actually Scottish Presbyterians. So when the rebellion initially broke out and the rebels started killing people, a lot of them, most of them, were Scots. I was probably too flippant about this in the last episode because I was trying to convey how quickly tales of atrocities were exaggerated, but there is totally a thing called the Ulster Massacre, where something like 4,000 people were killed right away, and another 10,000 to 12,000 died after being expelled from their homes in the winter of 1641. Anyway, as you can imagine, the Scottish Covenanters were pretty righteously pissed off about Catholics slaughtering their brethren in Northern Ireland, so over the course of 1642, as the English got their civil war going, Parliament was simultaneously raising money to fund a Scottish expedition against the Irish. The Scots wound up sending an army of 10,000 over to Ulster to protect/avenge their people, and they were pretty brutal themselves when they got there. Through 1643, the rebellion in Ireland then transformed into more of a stalemate between three interconnected parties: the rebels, Catholic Old English and Old Irish, the English royalist garrison still holding on to their eastern strongholds like Dublin, and then this invading Scottish army. Meanwhile, back in Britain, both the Scottish Covenanters and the English Parliament were constantly worried Charles was going to cut a deal with the rebels and bring them over en masse to fight his war for him. In September of 1643, all these threads joined together right around the time Charles and Essex were having it out at Newbury. On September the 15th, 5 days before Newbury, the English royal forces in Ireland signed a one-year truce with the rebels called the Cessation, which would allow the English forces to head home and fight for the king, because as I mentioned, that was Charles's plan. Then on September the 25th, 5 days after Newbury, the Covenanters and Parliament finally swore to something called the Solemn League and Covenant, which had been in negotiation since the summer. What the Scots got was a pledge from Parliament that the religions of Scotland and England would be unified under their Presbyterian system, which, let's face it, is basically what Charles had been trying to do when this whole mess got started, only in reverse. What Parliament got was the 21,000-man army the Scots were able to dangle as an incentive to agree to said religious unification. Some language fudging in the final draft allowed everyone to read what they wanted to into the Solemn League and Covenant, but the immediate effects were clear. The Scots were officially going to join the war against Charles. That was quite an ace for Parliament to drop on the table. However, as the parliamentary cause was being so bolstered, it was also starting to fracture internally, and no doubt a big cause of this internal fracturing was the supremely ill-timed death of John Pym. He had been dragged down all year by cancer, and though he lived long enough to seal the deal with the Scots, he finally lost his fight with the tumor on December 8, 1643. His death compounded a problem brought on by another death that I skipped over last week, because on June the 8th, 1643, John Hampden died from wounds he had suffered during an insignificant skirmish at Chalgrove Field the week before. The deaths of Pym and Hampden were by no means the cause of the coming parliamentary division, but they were two of the most respected, most capable, and most diligent parliamentary leaders, and they stood firmly in the middle, in between what we will soon be calling the Peace Party and the War Party. These two parliamentary factions will duke it out for control of their war effort inside of the new governing body established under the Solemn League and Covenant. Superseding the Committee of Safety, which had been running under Pym's leadership since the beginning of the war, the Committee of Both Kingdoms was composed of 14 select MPs and 4 Scottish commissioners, and they took over in February 1644. With Pym dead, the Committee of Both Kingdoms was shepherded into being by Oliver St. John, who was basically left to tend the centrist fires all by his lonesome. Meanwhile, everyone else seemed to be lining up into the peace camp, led by men like Essex and Warwick and Manchester, who thought all of this fighting was simply a means to force Charles to negotiate a settlement, and the war camp, led by men like William Waller and Oliver Cromwell, who we'll get to in a second, who were now firmly convinced that Charles could only be dealt with after he had been beaten militarily. While the details of the new governing committee were being worked out, the Scots crossed the River Tweed with their 20,000-plus man army in January 1644, once again led by Alexander Leslie, who, you'll recall, had commanded the Covenanters during the Bishops' Wars. Unfortunately for you, Leslie has since become the Earl of Leven, so now we have to call him the Earl of Leven. I'm sorry, I didn't make up these rules, but I am starting to regret following them. The parliamentary hope was that the arrival of Leven and the Scots would turn the tide in the north, and that's pretty much what happened. As spring approached, Parliament then also put the finishing touches on William Waller's new Western Army, and a greatly expanded Eastern Association Army commanded by the Earl of Manchester. So Parliament was feeling pretty good about their chances, and the only person who seemed put off by all of this was the Earl of Essex. Essex saw himself as practically the vice-regent of the parliamentary cause, and he had just spent the winter watching men, money, and arms that should have been his being siphoned off to Waller and Manchester, neither of whom he personally got along with, particularly Waller. But the Committee of Both Kingdoms was adamant that Essex's army not be the only army in the field, especially since some of them believed that Essex wasn't really pursuing this war with exactly the right amount of zeal, because he was angling for a major role in a post-settlement royal administration. As part of the finishing touches on the Eastern Association Army, Parliament gave the Earl of Manchester a new second-in-command and general of the cavalry, a man who we can put off no longer, Oliver Cromwell. Oliver Cromwell was born in April 1599. The Cromwell family owned extensive property around Huntingdon, but because his father had been a younger son, the estates that Oliver inherited in 1617 qualified him for the lesser gentry, but not much more than that. But the Cromwells were historically connected to the Montague family, that is, the Earls of Manchester, a connection which landed Cromwell in the Parliament of 1628 as a minor backbencher, albeit one loyal to the opposition. At some point here in the late 1620s, Cromwell apparently went through a particularly dark night of the soul, manifested by depression and illness. And though it's tough to tell exactly what effect this had on him, by the early 1630s we find him a passionate and godly Puritan. He struggled for 5 years after being forced to move out of Huntingdon in 1631, but in 1636 his rich, childless uncle died, and Oliver Cromwell suddenly found himself running a pretty decent-sized estate near Cambridge. When the short and long parliaments convened, he was elected MP for Cambridge and was an outspoken, if still minor, member of the opposition. But the fact that his cousin was John Hampden strengthened his ties to the inner circle of the Puritan dissidents. When the war broke out, he immediately started recruiting a cavalry force for Parliament, and fought at Edgehill, where he was taught a valuable lesson in the importance of well-disciplined cavalry, both from Parliament's terrible showing and from Rupert's failure to turn and win the war right then and there. He then went back home and spent the summer of 1643 as governor of Ely and a colonel in the original incarnation of the Eastern Association Army. Anytime he got the chance to fight, he proved himself as an eminently capable cavalry officer, and when it came time to name a Master of the Horse for the expanded Eastern Association Army in early 1644, Cromwell got the job, no doubt in part because of his connection to its new commander, the Earl of Manchester. That said, as we will see next week, that connection did not prevent Cromwell from pretty quickly growing dissatisfied, and vocally so, with his patron's generalship. So up to this point, Cromwell has been minor gentry, a backbench MP, and just another cavalry colonel in a war full of cavalry colonels. From this point on, however, his star is about to start blinding everyone, and in about 5 years, he'll be the King of England in all but name. When the war started up again in the spring of 1644, the various campaigns collectively tilted Parliament's way, but they almost had as many setbacks as they did victories, and by the end of the year, the growing war party was convinced that they needed to completely overhaul their strategy if they were actually going to win this thing. We'll start this week out in the west, where William Waller marched off to at the head of 5,000 infantry and 3,000 cavalry in March. His friend and rival Sir Ralph Hopton, now recovered from the injuries he had suffered the year before, had been reinforced, but he still only commanded an inferior army of 3,200 infantry and 3,800 cavalry. This royalist army was slowly moving east to try to come up on London from the south. Waller's job was to stop them. In late March, the two armies made contact and started maneuvering around each other, but Waller finally got sick of being spun around and decided to stand and fight at Cheriton on March 29th. In the ensuing battle, the Royalists waged a mostly defensive fight, but at a critical moment one of their infantry regiments advanced too far forward, and Sir Arthur Hazelrig, one of the 5 members Charles had tried to arrest, exploited the hole with the help of his cavalry brigade, nicknamed the Lobsters, because they were one of the very few armored cavalry units of the war. The tide then turned decisively against the Royalists. But despite the defeat, Hopton was able to withdraw his guns and keep what was left of his infantry intact. His advance halted, though. Hopton was ordered to bring his remaining Royalist forces up to Oxford to reinforce the King's main army. So the Battle of Cheriton was the first out-and-out victory for Parliament in the war. Meanwhile, up in the north, things were about to go even better for Parliament. With the Scots entering the war, the Fairfaxes were able to go back on the offensive, and over the winter they routed the first contingent of forces sailing over from Ireland following the signing of the cessation. After the Scots laid siege to Newcastle for 2 months, Leven met up with the Fairfaxes in mid-April, and together they planned their next move. Now on the defensive, the Earl of Newcastle, the commander of Northern Royalist forces, remember, pulled 6,000 infantry and 5,000 horse together into York. But when he discovered that the plan Leven and the Fairfaxes had come up with was to besiege York, he ordered his cavalry out of the city so they wouldn't get trapped. As the parliamentary forces closed in on York, Prince Rupert was over in Shrewsbury, or Shrewsbury depending on who you talk to, with 8,000 men. In late April, he started marching northish, there's a map at revolutionspodcast.com, gathering additional forces along the way, including eventually the Earl of Newcastle's cavalry. But no one knew exactly what his intentions were at this point. Was he going to turn northeast and relieve York, or was he going to turn south and reinforce the king? Because at that same moment, Charles is, really, facing total destruction. After the victory at Cheriton, the committee of both kingdoms smelled blood in the water, and decided to order all their forces, that is, the armies of Waller, Essex, and Manchester, to march on Oxford and hopefully bring the king to a final battle. But with Rupert on the move, and York tantalizingly close to falling, the committee decided to break off the Eastern Association and send them up to guarantee victory in the north, which left Essex and Waller to coordinate a campaign against Charles. And as I mentioned, Essex and Waller pretty much hated each other's guts at this point. Charles was getting reports through May that two parliamentary armies were gunning for him, Waller from the southwest and Essex from the southeast, and he scrambled to draw in every available company he could find to reinforce his position. On May the 30th, though, the king was nearly surrounded. But then Parliament blundered away the advantage. The committee, you see, had received two pieces of information. One was that the parliamentary-held city of Lyme was under siege and near falling, which was true. The other was that Charles had finally seen the light and was about to come to London to negotiate an end to the war. That was total nonsense. But it was nonsense the committee was eager to believe. So they snatched defeat from the jaws of victory by ordering Essex to send part of his army to relieve Lyme, while they themselves prepared to greet the king. Charles, of course, had no intention of going to London and negotiating, but that did not mean he didn't want to get out of Oxford and fast. So at the beginning of June, he marched south at the head of 2,500 foot and 3,000 horse, and kept marching south just long enough for Waller to buy it. When Waller bought it and started marching east to intercept, Charles immediately wheeled around and raced northwest towards Worcester. It didn't take long for Waller to realize he had fallen for a head fake, and he took off after the king, only 1 day's march behind. Essex, meanwhile, was only 2 days behind the king. If they ran Charles down, outnumbering him as they did, June of 44, king captured, end of war. But then Essex did something super lame. On June the 6th, he and Waller met to coordinate the next move. At this meeting, Essex announced that he was breaking off pursuit to march down and relieve Lyme. Waller was dumbfounded. Essex then went on to say that Waller should keep going, but wait until he had met up with approaching reinforcements before bringing the king to battle. Waller protested, but Essex pulled rank. Then he just marched off toward Lyme. There is a reason that Essex is accused of not really being super interested in defeating the king. Waller immediately sent an angry letter to the Committee of Both Kingdoms outlining all of this. The committee was horrified and dashed off orders to Essex. We said a contingent of your army to Lyme, a contingent, not your whole army. But Essex ignored them and just kept marching. By now, of course, Charles had reached the temporary safety of Worcester. As all of this was unfolding, Rupert was still marching along, picking up troops and seizing every town he passed. As the march progressed, it took on an increasingly brutal tone. Towns that held out were sacked mercilessly. Defenders who did not immediately surrender were offered no quarter. But the ultimate objective of the march was still unclear, as Rupert remained in a position to either head south and relieve the king, or head north and relieve York. When the king got to Worcester, though, he sent off orders to Rupert that York was to be the objective. But the orders were ambiguously worded, and apparently Rupert kept them in his pocket for the rest of his life, so he could produce them any time someone started giving him crap about what's about to happen at Marston Moor. The orders commanded Rupert to march on York, and only come back down south if A, he found York already captured, or B, the area free of enemy troops. But what about the most likely scenario? C, that York is still holding out, and there is a big enemy army in the area. In that case, the orders clearly implied that Rupert was to attack. So, that's what Rupert is about to do. And he's got the orders to prove it if you want to start giving him crap about what happened at Marston Moor. Meanwhile, the king was sizing up his options, and decided that his best play would be to head back to Oxford and try to rejoin the infantry and artillery he had been forced to leave behind when he fled. With only Waller's army now to contend with, he could risk the trip back, and if he was able to link up with his Oxford troops before Waller engaged him, the king might be able to turn the tables on his enemy. He left Worcester heading northwest, once again head-faking Waller, who thought the king might be trying to link up with Rupert, not knowing, of course, that the king had ordered Rupert off to York. When Waller rushed north to block this imagined move, the king doubled back and sped for Oxford. Waller then doubled back himself and the two armies maneuvered around each other for a few days until they finally met at Cropredy Bridge on June 29th. Both armies fielded 5,000 cavalry apiece, but Waller held a slight infantry advantage. The ensuing battle was really more of a draw in that as night fell, both armies were still facing each other, but in the fighting, Waller had lost 700 men and 11 guns, while the king had suffered almost no casualties at all. The Royalists, though, decided to withdraw that night, fearing approaching parliamentary reinforcements. But they really didn't have much to fear, because Waller's army was utterly demoralized by the fight, and that's what turns Cropredy Bridge from an arguable draw into a clear Royalist victory. The next day, regiments from the Midlands and the London train bands demanded to go home. By the time Waller started releasing these increasingly mutinous troops, heavy desertions had already devastated his ranks. The parliamentary army was now half what it had been, and Waller was now firmly convinced that local militias and part-time soldiers were never going to win the war. Parliament needed a professional standing army, or it was going to lose. Back up in the north, Rupert was approaching York. The combined parliamentary forces circling the city, that is, the Scots led by Leven, the Northern Army led by the Fairfaxes, and the Eastern Association troops led by Manchester and Cromwell, numbered some 28,000 men, the largest force we've seen in the war to date. But they weren't going to be able to fight the approaching Rupert pinned against York, so on June 29th, as Charles and Waller were fighting at Cropredy, the parliamentary forces re-mustered 7 miles west of York, on the broad expanse of Marston Moor. They thought they were blocking Rupert's path, but the prince doubled back and swung above them, coming into York from the north, allowing him to link up with the Earl of Newcastle and his York garrison, which was critical because even with the addition of the York garrison, Rupert was only going to have 18,000 troops at his disposal to face 28,000 Roundheads. When he went off to fight the battle he thought he had been ordered to fight. The parliamentary commanders, for their part, were actually convinced Rupert's plan was to continue sweeping south, and thus relieve York by forcing them to chase after him. But as the parliamentary army started to march on July the 2nd to prevent Rupert's plunge into the Midlands, someone looked up and noticed that the prince was actually gathering up his whole army on Marston Moor, and was looking for all the world like he wanted a battle. Even though Rupert was lined up with his men by 9 a.m., the all-important York garrison didn't actually show up until mid-afternoon, because their infantry commander, get this, held a grudge against Rupert for something that had happened years earlier on the continent, and was actually trying to obstruct the prince's war effort. But the parliamentary forces couldn't take advantage of this delay, because their lines were strung out across 8 miles and they were scrambling to get back into fighting position. So it wasn't until evening that everyone was actually in place, and even then, they just stared at each other over a shallow valley for a few hours. Neither side wanted to move first, because it meant that they would soon be marching uphill at the enemy, and that is just a bad way to fight a battle. As 7 o'clock neared and a storm approached, Rupert huddled with Newcastle and they decided battle would wait until the morning. Newcastle retired to his coach for a smoke, it started to rain, and that's when the parliamentary army started to move. Cromwell commanded the parliamentary horse on the left, and immediately dominated his side of the battle, at least until Rupert rode in with his own regiment and steadied the line. On the other side of the battle, though, Sir Thomas Fairfax's cavalry was being routed by Sir George Goring's royalist horse. With Fairfax in retreat, Goring was able to then turn and take a devastating plunge into the flank of the Scottish infantry. At this point, all 3 of the parliamentary generals thought that they had made a huge mistake by ordering an attack. But when Cromwell re-beat the royalist cavalry on his side of the battle, he did not go chasing after his defeated opponents. Instead, he held up and took stock of the situation. And that's when Thomas Fairfax came riding around the back of the royalist line. When his cavalry had broken, Fairfax wound up charging forward rather than retreating, and then had swung around the battle to warn Cromwell that Parliament was losing badly on the right flank. So, together, they led Cromwell's cavalry the way Fairfax had just come, around the back of the royalist lines to see if they couldn't turn the tide. Sir George Goring was still having his way with the Scottish infantry when Cromwell and Fairfax came charging in from the direction of his own lines, which is not at all where he was expecting any attack to come from. Blindsided, Goring's cavalry was driven off, and the parliamentary infantry was able to regroup. With both Royalist cavalry wings now gone, the already outnumbered Royalist infantry just started getting annihilated. Most of them tried to surrender, but the Earl of Newcastle's personal regiment, the famous Whitecoats, refused quarter and kept fighting for a whole nother hour until there were only like 30 of them left. In all, upwards of 5,000 Royalist troops now lay dead. The Battle of Marston Moor, the biggest battle of the war so far, turned out to be a smashing parliamentary victory. The next morning, Prince Rupert blasted out of York with his 6,000 remaining troops, telling the Earl of Newcastle to raise another garrison and try to hold the city. But for Newcastle, the war was over. Claiming he couldn't stand the idea of being a laughingstock back at court, he slipped away and sailed for the continent. 2 weeks later, the remaining troops in York surrendered under generous terms offered by Lord Fairfax. Parliament now controlled the north, and they would never give it up. Marston Moor closed that theater of the war. But down south, things were about to follow a different course. And next week, we will see the Earl of Essex completely screw things up in the west, and the Earl of Manchester refuse to vigorously prosecute a campaign against Charles in the middle, leading the increasingly vocal War Party in Parliament to demand the wholesale reorganization of the parliamentary military structure, which led to the formation of the new model army. Hello, and welcome to Revolutions. Episode 7, The New Model Army. After their great victory at Marston Moor, the momentum of the First Civil War finally seemed to be running in Parliament's favor. But unfortunately, they failed to capitalize on the moment. Lord Fairfax and the Earl of Leven assumed Charles would soon be suing for peace, and so were slow to remobilize their army. The Earl of Manchester, meanwhile, would neither march his Eastern Association army south, as Parliament wanted, nor would he attack Newark, as his senior officers wanted, electing instead to studiously avoid activity at all cost. And then there was the Earl of Essex. Whatever happened to the Earl of Essex? As the king was beating Waller at Cropredy Bridge, and Rupert was getting trounced at Marston Moor, the Earl of Essex was having a fine time down in the west. He relieved Lyme easily, and then embarked on a general campaign to conquer the area. In mid-June 1644, his army was threatening Exeter, where Queen Henrietta Maria had recently given birth to a daughter. Essex had dreams of capturing the queen and holding her for ransom, but she managed to slip away to France. The main upshot of this gambit was that it prompted Charles to come to his wife's rescue in mid-July, not knowing that she had gotten away. Too late did Essex realize a royalist army 16,000 strong was bearing down on his own 10,000-man army. His response was to drive further west, into Cornwall, which was basically as royalist a territory as it gets. Charles pursued Essex through August until the parliamentary army found itself trapped at Lostwithiel. A map, as will hopefully be usual, but I make no promises, is posted at revolutionspodcast.com. On the night of August 31st, Essex ordered his cavalry to escape under cover of darkness, and then he himself slipped away in a small fishing boat, leaving behind 6,000 infantry to surrender under the best terms they could get. Essex had planned to conquer the west, maybe capture the Queen along the way, and then get himself appointed Lord High Constable in the post-settlement kingdom, the one where Charles is a figurehead and Essex is the real power. But that dream pretty much dies at Lostwithiel. Charles then spent September vainly trying to retake Plymouth, before giving up and trying his luck further east. And though he was not planning to attack London just yet, by mid-October his 9,000-man army was just 50 miles from the capital, forcing the Earl of Manchester to abandon his dedicated campaign of inactivity. The Eastern Association met up with the remainder of William Waller's army, and soon 18,000 men were marching towards the king. Is it time for the decisive blow yet? No, but it is time for the Second Battle of Newbury. On October the 26th, the Royalists were dug in at Newbury, though in a different part of town than first Newbury, preparing to face an army twice their size. But then Manchester decided to overthink and underdeliver, devising a goofy strategy that involved sending Waller and 12,000 troops on a 13-mile night march. Once Waller was in place on the morning of the 27th, the two forces were supposed to launch a simultaneous pincer move, but the whole thing fell apart because Manchester himself didn't get going fast enough. With the pincer broken, the day wound up a stalemate, and that night Charles withdrew as fast as he could. Cromwell and Waller begged Manchester to take up pursuit, but Manchester declined. Cromwell was finally allowed to lead his cavalry out after intense pleading, but Charles was able to make it back to Oxford. The Second Battle of Newbury could have ended the war. Instead, it simply widened the rift in the Parliamentary alliance. Especially when a reinforced Charles reappeared at Newbury on November 9th, but Manchester refused to fight, telling an utterly confounded Cromwell, "The king cares not how oft he fights, but it concerns us to be wary, for in fighting we venture all to nothing. If we beat the king 99 times, yet he is king still, and so will his posterity be after him. But if the king beats us once, we shall be all hanged, and our posterity be made slaves." To which Cromwell replied, "If this be so, then why did we take up arms at first? This is against fighting hereafter." But Manchester stood firm. So, there is no third Battle of Newbury. As this parliamentary division between the war camp and the peace camp widened, it also morphed into the division that will help define the parliamentary cause for the next few years, between the Presbyterians and the Independents. Now technically, these are religious labels, but you must understand that they are not going to be applied in strictly religious ways. So let's walk through it. You'll recall that the big get for the Scots in the Solemn League and Covenant was an agreement that the English Church would align itself with Scottish Presbyterianism. But as it turned out, there was a growing core of MPs who wanted nothing to do with Scottish Presbyterianism, nor with any kind of forced religious unity. What they wanted was something kind of mind-blowing: religious freedom. Using state power to enforce Archbishop Laud's controversial innovations had pretty much gotten everyone into this mess, so wouldn't it be better if men were just left to their own religious devices? We should find a way to accommodate dissenting sects rather than trying to prosecute them out of existence. Given that at this point in history, it was taken for granted that there could only be one religion per state, the independent argument was pretty far out there, and was an early milestone in the rise of religious toleration in Western civilization. In more immediate terms, the rise of the Independents put the Scots on notice that uniform Presbyterianism was not just around the corner, putting them on the road to their eventual alliance with King Charles, an alliance which will define the Second English Civil War, coming soon to a podcast near you. So that nicely brings us back around to the man who started all of this. Because what the heck ever happened to Archbishop Laud? Well, I'll tell you. Ever since his impeachment way back in December of 1640, Archbishop Laud has been locked up in the Tower of London. It is one of those enduring mysteries of the era, at least to me. Why was this despised religious innovator so quickly pushed to the back burner? The early days of the Long Parliament would make way more sense if Laud had been the one consuming all the attention and Strafford had been the one left to rot in the tower. But that's just not what happened. My guess is that with Laud no longer Archbishop of Canterbury, He was basically neutralized, while Strafford continued to pose a threat to the godly Puritans so long as he lived. Compounding the mystery, though, is the fact that when Laud was impeached, Charles basically said, "Okay, I'm washing my hands of him, you do what you want," while simultaneously having a nervous breakdown over what was happening to Strafford. Charles and Laud had worked closely together for more than a decade on a religious project near and dear to both their hearts. Strafford, meanwhile, was never personally close to the king and spent the years of personal rule off in Ireland. The whole thing is just kind of weird. And then it gets pitiful. Parliament finally got around to trying the ex-archbishop in March of 1644, but the lords who were supposed to be acting as judges often failed to turn up for the trial, or skipped out after lunch. So the 70-year-old Laud was left to defend his life in front of a bored, distracted, and half-empty chamber. On top of that, the prosecution was put in the hands of William Prynne. Remember him? The guy that Laud had branded back in 1637? Well, Prynne was so hell-bent on revenge that he routinely faked evidence and suborned perjury. And even then, as the autumn of 1644 rolled around, it was not at all clear that Laud was going to be found guilty. So, as they had done with Strafford, the Commons drew up a bill of attainder, simply declaring Laud's guilt. And on January the 10th, 1645, William Laud was finally beheaded on Tower Hill. He was an angry, overbearing jerk who helped incite a rebellion in Scotland and spark a civil war in England. And at this point, I totally feel sorry for him. As Laud's fate was being decided, Parliament called all of its commanders back to London in late November 1644 to figure out what had happened at Newbury. Waller and Cromwell did not mince words. Through some mixture of timidity and incompetence, Manchester had blown the operation. This report, coupled with Essex's embarrassing conduct in the West, left Parliament with a big problem. They needed to win the war, and quickly before the country's patience ran out, but their commanders just didn't seem up to it. Nor did the system of 3 independent armies of short-timers and local levies appear up to it either. So, in December, Parliament finally came up with a better plan to win the war. On January 6, 1645, the Commons passed the New Model Ordinance, completely overhauling their military structure. In Britain in Revolution, Austin Woolrich writes that the New Model Ordinance had 3 basic objectives. First, form a national army. So no more of this, "Okay, I'd like to go home now, please." Second, put this army in the hands of professional officers whose only goal will be to win the war. No more angling for political settlements. And third, this army would have first call on all available resources, so no more bickering over men and money and guns. This reorganized parliamentary army was soon dubbed the New Model Army. Perhaps the most startling thing about the New Model Army is that peers were disbarred from leading it, which, if I'm not mistaken, kind of flies in the face of, the entire history of Britain up to that point. But as good an idea as this may have been, how do you, some commoner MP, go about telling the Earl of Essex that he's fired? Maybe you come up with a plan that will allow everyone to save face, and pass something called the Self-Denying Ordinance, which declared that no member of Parliament could hold a military command, and that every member of Parliament currently holding a military command must immediately resign. Good idea, but just so you know, that means everyone with experience commanding anything bigger than a regiment is about to vacate their post, in the middle of a war. Luckily for Parliament, tossing aside their entire senior command structure did not prove to be their undoing, because the man they tapped to lead the New Model Army turned out to be totally up to the job. I told you to write his name down. That's right, it's 32-year-old Sir Thomas Fairfax. Now, Fairfax at this point doesn't really have a super great track record. He was defeated at Walton Moor, and his cavalry was routed at Marston Moor. But he was a natural leader, had displayed personal courage in battle, and most important of all, his only political interest appeared to be winning the war. Fairfax immediately set about putting together the army Parliament granted him: 14,400 infantry, 6,000 cavalry, and 1,000 dragoons. Putting together the cavalry was no problem, but the infantry was another matter. Forced conscription soon became the order of the day, which meant that desertion soon became a problem of epidemic proportions. Through 1645, it seemed that every man who arrived was simply replacing another who had slipped out the back door. Tent flap. Whatever. As part of its enhanced professionalism, though, the new model army was outfitted with red and blue uniforms, the first army in English history to wear a standard uniform. Also, the pay was better and more reliable. At least it was supposed to be. As spring approached, Parliament still had a little problem on its hands. Essex and Manchester still hadn't resigned their commands. Though Fairfax was proceeding as if the self-denying ordinance was in effect, the House of Lords hadn't actually passed it yet. So to get the bill moving, the Commons agreed to a compromise that gave a 40-day grace period to all commanders so they could get their affairs in order, and this is the critical bit that gets Cromwell back in the game, resigning today doesn't mean you can't be reappointed tomorrow. The modified self-denying ordinance was passed by both houses in the first week of April. The war was now in the hands of Sir Thomas Fairfax and the new model army. When Fairfax marched out in the spring of 1645, his infantry was only half full. But that was nothing compared to the thing that was really going to hobble his campaign against the king. The Committee of Both Kingdoms, you see, still fancied itself the ultimate executive arm of Parliament, and they planned to try to run the war from London, which is every bit as bad an idea as it sounds. First, they told Fairfax to go relieve the besieged city of Taunton, even though he thought that was a terrible idea. Then, after his men had been marching for a while, the committee changed its mind and told Fairfax to break off 6 regiments and send them to Taunton. He was to take the rest to Oxford, because they had become convinced the royalist governor of the king's de facto capital was preparing to betray the city, which was of course nuts. But Fairfax was a good soldier, and so off to Oxford he went. Meanwhile, King Charles was gathering an army of 5,000 infantry and 6,000 cavalry at Stow-on-the-Wold, and with the arrival of Sir Marmaduke Langdale's northern cavalry, the king's army now outnumbered Fairfax's. But just as there were divisions in Parliament, there were divisions in the king's court. Prince Rupert and Langdale wanted to take the army north, but everyone else wanted to hit the new model army now while they were still raw. In the end, Charles decided to split the difference. Sir George Goring, now elevated to a senior command, would take half the army and go after Fairfax, while the rest would follow Rupert north, which was, of course, the worst of both worlds. With Rupert heading back north, the Committee of Both Kingdoms ordered the Earl of Leven to get his Scottish troops ready. But that 20,000-man army was now scattered to the 4 winds. 5 regiments garrisoned Newcastle, 5 were besieging Carlisle, while another 9 had been sent home for reasons we'll deal with in a moment. Leven said he'd be happy to join the fight with what troops he had, but the new model army ought to come north and pick him up first. In truth, Leven and his Scots were none too eager to lift a finger for an English parliament that seemed to be reneging on the promise of the Solemn League and Covenant, while the independent faction of the Committee of Both Kingdoms was not really thrilled about relying on the Scots and their rigid Presbyterianism to win the war. So the committee finally ordered Fairfax to break off another 2,500 men and send them north to help counter Rupert. So, just months after being formed, Parliament's fancy new single unified national army had been broken into thirds, which is why you don't run a war by committee. But it wasn't just English politics that made Leven hesitant to commit his troops, because back home in Scotland, our old friend the Marquis of Montrose was absolutely raising hell. Montrose had briefly retired from politics following the incident, but when the Solemn League and Covenant went into effect, he made his way down to Oxford to request a commission to fight on the king's behalf in Scotland. Charles granted this commission, but unfortunately for Montrose, it did not come with a promise of any troops. So in July 1644, just after the royalist debacle at Marston Moor, Montrose headed into Scotland with just 2 loyal traveling companions. But he would not be alone for long. At that same moment, the Irish were landing a force of 1,600 men led by Alistair MacCulloch on the west coast of Scotland in the hopes of opening a new theatre in their war against the Scots. Montrose and MacCulloch linked up in the Highlands in late August, but even combined their strength stood at just 2,700 men and almost no cavalry. So they're about to be wiped out by the Covenanter force numbering 7,000 foot and 700 horse marching against them, right? Wrong. At Tippermuir, and hopefully I'm pronouncing that right, Montrose's little army, some of them armed only with stones, scattered the much larger but far less experienced Covenanters. After all, the real warriors are all down in England. Montrose then moved on to Aberdeen and brutally sacked the city after they shot one of his drummer boys in cold blood. So the Covenanters put a bounty on his head. In early 1645, Montrose and MacCulloch led about 1,500 men into the heart of Campbell country, stabbing directly at the heart of the Earl of Argyll. Remember him? Richest man in Scotland and Montrose's archenemy? After plundering through Campbell territory to the west coast, Montrose discovered 5,000 men blocking his way north, while Argyll himself came up from the south with another 3,000. Argyll thought his quarry trapped, but Montrose executed a brilliant march through rough terrain to descend, out of nowhere basically, onto Argyll's forces at Inverlochy, hopefully I'm pronouncing that right too, on February the 2nd. Argyll himself was not even present for the battle, having retired to an anchored ship with a dislocated shoulder. At dawn, Montrose attacked, and the Covenanters were soon overwhelmed. As this theater of the war was mostly about settling long-standing and extraordinarily bitter clan feuds, no quarter was given. Argyll pulled anchor and headed back to Edinburgh. This victory boosted Montrose's reputation and shocked the Covenanter government. And this is when they started recalling core parts of Leven's army from England, including one of his best commanders, William Bailey. After Montrose plundered Dundee in April, Bailey chased him back up into the Highlands, but Montrose proved himself adept at swift maneuvering and ran circles around the Covenanters, defeating a contingent of 3,000 at Aldern in May, and then defeating Bailey himself at Offord in June. Since we're here, I may as well skip ahead a bit to August 1645, when Bailey led an army of 7,000 infantry and 800 cavalry to finally put down Montrose and MacCulloch, who were now leading about 3,000 infantry and 500 cavalry. But when the two armies met at Kilsyth on August 15th, the Covenanters were once again utterly routed. The battle at Kilsyth sent the Covenanter government into a panic, and they fled across the border to Berwick. Having entered Scotland with only 2 guys, the Marquis of Montrose had conquered Scotland in just over a year. But he didn't have the power to hold his conquest for long. Even now, his men were deserting back to their homes in the Highlands. Montrose needed to link up with King Charles fast and consolidate his victories in the north. Except, oh yeah, the Battle of Naseby. So backing up a few months to mid-May 1645, Prince Rupert appears to have suddenly had an epiphany. Finally realizing that the new model army was weak and probably not going to get any weaker, he wheeled around and came back south. On the way, he ordered Sir George Goring to march east and draw Fairfax away from Oxford. But here's the thing about Goring. He was one of the best officers in the war, when he was sober, because Sir George Goring was a raging alcoholic. He had decided to start his campaign by retaking Taunton, which had been duly relieved by those 6 regiments from the new model army. But the ongoing siege gave him an excuse to get blind drunk for days on end, so he wasn't going anywhere. With Goring immobilized, the king and Rupert decided to lure Fairfax off Oxford themselves by striking Leicester, and on May 30th, the city was overrun and sacked. This seemed at first to be bad news for Parliament, but then the Committee of both kingdoms responded to the sack by ordering Fairfax to break off the siege of Oxford, go find the king, and from here on out just use your best judgment. Which meant that Fairfax was now free of their meddling, and that turned out to be great news for Parliament. Just as Fairfax was being released from his shackles, The king's army was coming apart. A combination of casualties and desertions — the spoils at Leicester had been plentiful, and maybe I should take my loot and go home now — had reduced his army down to 4,000 infantry and 3,500 cavalry. Fairfax, meanwhile, was now absorbing new recruits faster than he was losing them, pushing his numbers north of 10,000, and that was before getting back the 2,500 he had sent to counter Rupert's aborted expedition. On June 8th, the senior staff of the new model army held a meeting and elected to add another key ingredient to their growing army when they unanimously voted to give the thus far vacant post of cavalry general to Oliver Cromwell. The House of Commons immediately granted Cromwell the necessary exemption from the self-denying ordinance, but the Lords dragged their feet, so Fairfax went ahead and issued the promotion anyway. Cromwell, who was back in Ely, and 700 troopers rode off to join the new model army. They would arrive just in the nick of time. Aside from having more troops, the big advantage Fairfax had at this point was in information. The new model army's intelligence network was a vast improvement on anything we've seen thus far in the war. Fairfax's scouts knew the strength and position of the Royalist army at all times. Charles and Rupert, meanwhile, were still flying blind. On the 12th, the Royalists were totally surprised when a parliamentary vanguard fell on the outskirts of their camp. Unaware that they were anywhere close to the enemy, the king was actually out for a hunt when the alarm bells started going off. But it was too late in the day for a battle, and the Royalists were able to retreat. Then, Fairfax's agents intercepted a letter from Goring to Rupert, saying, "Don't attack until I get there, but also, I've been delayed, so I'm not coming yet." This was, of course, a double intelligence coup, because Fairfax now knew he didn't have to worry about Goring, while Rupert was denied the knowledge that Goring was not in fact on his way. On June 13th, with Cromwell now on the scene, the new model army continued to pursue the Royalists. Charles tried the kind of feints that had worked on Waller, but Fairfax's intelligence was just too good, and the two armies danced on parallel tracks. At 2 a.m. on the morning of the 14th, the king and Rupert were woken up and told that Parliament was closing in at Naseby, and would soon be right on top of them. Their choice was either run for Leicester, or stand and fight. For once, Prince Rupert did not argue for battle. The Royalists now commanded about 9,000 men, but the new model army had grown to 15,000. He advised making a run for it. But the civilian element of Charles's mobile court advised the king to make a stand, because despite their numerical advantage, almost all the new model army infantry were raw recruits. So Charles decided to fight, and it would prove to be his undoing. On the morning of June 14th, 1645, Fairfax lined up the new model army on a ridge north of Naseby. Cromwell commanded the parliamentary right, while his soon-to-be son-in-law, Henry Ireton, who we'll have dealings with down the road, commanded the left facing Prince Rupert. As was both their customs, Cromwell whipped the Cavaliers on his side of the battle, and Prince Rupert whipped the Roundheads on his side of the battle. Then, as was also both their customs, Rupert went charging off in wild pursuit, and Cromwell called a disciplined halt. So, while Cromwell was turning and diving into the Royalist flank, Rupert was nowhere to be found. Again. Fairfax then pushed his infantry forward into the helpless Royalist lines, and soon Charles was in flight, leaving behind 4,500 infantry, who immediately surrendered. The king lost all his guns and all his wagons, including a wagon that contained his secret correspondence with his wife, and I can promise you those letters are not going to paint him in a very good light. But that's for later. For now, the king himself managed to slip away, though to what purpose no one now knew. The Battle of Naseby turned out to be that decisive battle everyone had been looking for, and it effectively ended the First Civil War, more or less. Those 4,500 men Charles had abandoned were not raw recruits. They were the veteran core of his army. With the new model army only growing stronger, Charles was basically out of military options, because there was no way he can just build another army from scratch on short notice. So next week, we will enter the next phase of the conflict, The diplomatic wrangling between the king, the Presbyterians, the Independents, the Scots, and the Irish to figure out exactly what the First Civil War had been about. When they couldn't figure it out, everyone picked sides and started up on the Second English Civil War. Hello, and welcome to Revolutions. Episode 8, Checkmate. When the New Model Army defeated King Charles at Naseby in mid-June 1645, the First English Civil War basically came to an end. I say basically because the last royalist strongholds didn't surrender until early 1646, but after Naseby the only question was how long these little pockets of royalist resistance would hold out. But just to run through it quickly, when the king was driven from the field at Naseby, he headed north hoping that he'd be able to link up with the Marquis of Montrose, who, remember, has suddenly found himself master of Scotland. But the king soon found his path blocked and was forced to circle back around to Oxford, and from Oxford race for the relative safety of Worcester. Fairfax and the New Model Army, meanwhile, turned west to go crush Goring and his troops, who never had left Taunton. Goring ran circles around the New Model Army for a few weeks, but on July the 10th, Fairfax finally pinned him down and beat Goring at Langport after executing a brilliant cavalry charge that required the parliamentary troopers to ride at full speed across a narrow bridge only 4 abreast. Fairfax then turned north to seize the key port of Bristol, which the Royalists considered so important that Prince Rupert himself had taken over command of the city after Naseby. The New Model Army dug in with 10,000 troops at the end of August, and on September the 10th, after 6 days of shelling, Fairfax ordered a general assault. Despite a promise to the king that he would hold the city, Rupert, with only 2,000 plague-ridden men at his disposal, had to face facts. After 6 hours of fighting, Rupert decided that further resistance was pointless. Fairfax granted him generous terms. Rupert himself was allowed to ride away, escorted the first 2 miles of his journey back to Oxford by Fairfax and Cromwell personally. But as justified as Rupert had been in his decision, the king treated the loss of Bristol as a personal betrayal, because he, like everyone else, considered the city impregnable. So he sent a curt letter to Rupert telling the prince that he was dismissed from service and no longer welcomed at court. Goring, meanwhile, was apparently never even disciplined for all his drunken lethargy, because King Charles was a master of human resources. The king was headed north to once again try to link up with Montrose when he got the even worse news from Scotland. After the Battle of Kilsyth, most of the Highlanders who had made up Montrose's little army deserted, and Alistair MacCulloch had taken most of his Irishmen west to continue plundering the Campbells. 2 days after the fall of Bristol, Montrose was in camp with somewhere around 2,000 men near Philiphaugh, when they were surprised by a Covenanter army of 4,000 men, although both those numbers are pretty soft. For the first time since he had re-entered Scotland, Montrose was beaten. Brutally beaten. Montrose himself got away, but when elements of his army surrendered after being offered quarter, the Covenanters just walked up and started massacring them. Montrose would spend the next year trying to raise another army, but the jig was up. The royalist cause in Scotland, if it could really be called that, was dead. The king holed up in Newark through October, and was then back in Oxford in November. Now attended only by his lifeguard, the king watched helplessly as his remaining garrisons and detachments set down their arms. But Charles was ever the optimist. He just did not believe that it was God's plan for him to lose. So, with his English forces melting away, he turned to his other 2 kingdoms and simultaneously opened negotiations with the Irish and the Covenanter Scots. To the Irish, he floated the possibility of Catholic toleration, and to the Scots, he pointed out that he could probably make them a better deal than they'd get from the increasingly powerful independents in Parliament and the New Model Army. Never mind that these 2 promises were basically mutually exclusive. But at this same moment, It became public knowledge through the royal correspondence that had been captured at Naseby, and a copy of a secret treaty found on a dead Irish lord, that the king had actually been in talks with the Irish all through 1645. Talks that had been going on behind the back of the king's own Lord Lieutenant in Ireland, a man who was getting pretty short shrift by yours truly, the Marquis of Ormond. The revelations about the king's dealings with the Irish lost him even more support in England, and Charles tried to stamp out the PR fiasco by disavowing the deal worked out by his secret negotiator, which immediately nullified a second treaty that had just then been arranged. By January 1646, the Irish option looked no good, so Charles turned to the Covenanter Scots in the hopes that they would join him in a political and religious realignment that would pit them against the independents and the New Model Army. But in the subsequent negotiations, Charles would agree only to tolerate Presbyterianism, not make it compulsory. This drove Queen Henrietta Maria nuts, and she hounded Charles in almost daily letters to get over his religious scruples and just make the deal. But he refused to compromise himself, and continued to hope that maybe the Scots would bend to him rather than the other way around. Meanwhile, down in the deep southwest, Sir Ralph Hopton held out long enough to get the king's eldest son, Charles, Prince of Wales, the future King Charles II, out of the country in February. Then he surrendered to Fairfax on generous terms turning out to be the hallmark of Fairfax's mop-up policy. Because as word spread that the New Model Army was being super lenient, men who might have fought to the bitter end in the face of vicious reprisals just gave up and went home. What was the point of resisting? The First English Civil War was over. On April 27, 1646, the king slipped out of Oxford disguised as a servant. He was now attended by only 2 loyal friends. He headed in the direction of Newark, where the Covenanter Scots were besieging one of the last royalist cities. He sent a letter on ahead telling them that he was still hoping to cut a deal, but all they would offer is a vague promise to fight for the king if the independents in Parliament tried to do something insane like depose him. But other than that, they gave him no indication that an alliance was even remotely possible. Which is why they were also surprised on May the 5th when the king rode into the Scottish camp at Newark and presented himself as, well, here I am. So they took him prisoner. King Charles would remain a prisoner for the rest of his life. With the king in custody, the parliamentary alliance quickly broke down into 3 camps, each with their own vision of what the coming political and religious settlement ought to look like. The Presbyterians wanted the king back on the throne with some pretty extensive political reforms. The Earl of Essex, somewhat recovered from the disgrace at Lostwithiel, was once again leading the drive for an aristocratic-led monarchy. This, of course, would be coupled with compulsory Presbyterianism. The independents in the New Model Army, which were almost synonymous at this point, at least that's what their enemies thought, wanted the king back on the throne, some mild political reforms, and general religious toleration. The Scots, who currently held Charles, wanted the king back on the throne and uniform Presbyterianism. The English could do what they wanted politically, but we are for sure keeping the government that's been running Scotland since the Bishops' Wars. You'll notice, of course, that all 3 assumed Charles would continue to be king, because nobody, well, except for maybe Henry Marten, thought that the First Civil War had been about abolishing monarchy or even deposing the current king. Charles, for his part, planned to play these 3 factions off one another to get the best deal that he could. At least that was the plan, but he just didn't seem capable of making the compromises that each faction needed him to make to secure any deal at all, let alone the best deal. Like, for example, after he presented himself to the Scots, Charles discovered that they weren't kidding when they said that uniform Presbyterianism is our one core demand. The king had apparently convinced himself that even after they had been saying that for 10 years, that it wasn't really a deal breaker for them. And when he steadfastly refused their terms, talks broke down. Because, duh, King Charles. Charles's intransigence only drove the Scots into a deeper alliance with the Presbyterians, who were preparing to offer Charles terms of their own, including, yes, uniform Presbyterianism, and then disband the New Model Army, breaking the power of the independents. But the demands the Presbyterians came up with and presented to Charles in July 1646, known as the Newcastle Propositions, were harsh. Having spent so much of the war angling for a settlement, when they finally got the chance to broker a deal, the terms the Presbyterians came up with were almost guaranteed to be rejected. Charles must swear to the Solemn League and Covenant, order all of his subjects to do the same, abolish episcopacy, initiate uniform Presbyterianism, impose harsh penalties on Catholics, hand over control of the armed forces to Parliament for 20 years, allow them to reclaim that control anytime after that, give Parliament the power to nominate all government offices, allow only new peers into the House of Lords if both houses consented, agreed to a list of royalists who would not be offered pardons, and then consent to the confiscation of royalist property. And then they said, this isn't the starting point for negotiations, this is the deal. See, the Presbyterians thought that with Charles beaten militarily and a prisoner of the Scots, that he would be forced to accept their terms. But the king said, let me think about it, and then he reopened negotiations with the Confederated Irish to come over and bail him out, at which point the Scots threw up their hands. Charles refused to even pretend like he would accept compulsory Presbyterianism, so they decided, hey, we're never going to get what we want out of this guy, but maybe we can sell him to Parliament in exchange for the full repayment of our war debts. On Christmas Day, 1646, King Charles, realizing that the Scots were not just going to suddenly see the light, made an absolutely feeble escape attempt, but he was busted immediately. And on January the 30th, 1647, the Scots finally washed their hands of the king who refused to believe he was beaten, and handed him off to a detachment of Presbyterian-aligned parliamentary troops in exchange for £400,000. Charles was then taken to Holmby House in Northamptonshire, where he was plopped down into a comfortable house arrest. By February the 11th, all Scottish forces were back north of the Tweed. With the Royalists beaten and the Scots withdrawing, Parliament was finally able to turn its full attention to the ongoing rebellion in Ireland, where the Presbyterians saw first and foremost a golden opportunity to break the power of the new model army. As the Committee of Both Kingdoms was coming apart back in October, a new Committee of Irish Affairs had taken over control of the armed forces. In March, it settled on a plan to bust apart the new model army, sending some forces to Ireland and disbanding the rest. But when the new model soldiers caught wind of this plan, they wanted to get a few things straight. First, don't even think about disbanding us without paying our wages, which are months behind. Second, we want to be indemnified for any acts committed during the war, because I don't want Farmer John tracking me down and bugging me about that chicken I stole, or that castle I bombarded, pillaged, and then destroyed. Third, anyone who remains in service is going to get paid on time. Fourth, men who volunteered to serve can't be forced to fight outside of England, and cavalrymen can't be forced to serve as infantrymen. Finally, we want pensions for our widows, orphans, and wounded. In March, all of this was written up in a petition addressed to their general, Sir Thomas Fairfax. When the Presbyterians heard that the new model soldiers were getting uppity, they immediately ordered Fairfax to suppress the petition, separate the officers from the enlisted men, and then step aside as a commander the Presbyterians thought they could trust came in to organize the forces bound for Ireland and disband the rest. It was the same kind of our way or the highway approach that was currently working so well in their negotiations with Charles. But before we knock the Presbyterians too much, the week before the soldiers' petition came to light, they had been presented with another petition making the rounds that was far more political, far more radical, and far more unsettling than just about anything any Englishman had ever seen. And we'll talk about that next week when we talk about the Levelers. In early April, the Committee for Irish Affairs sent a delegation to the army to break the news that Parliament had officially voted to offer the troops a choice: serve in Ireland or disband. The soldiers asked who will be leading the Irish expedition, and the delegation told them it was going to be, well, it doesn't really matter who it was going to be, because all the soldiers heard was not Fairfax and not Cromwell, at which point they got pretty upset and started chanting Fairfax and Cromwell and we all go. But the last thing the Presbyterians wanted was to keep Fairfax or Cromwell, especially Cromwell, in charge of the army. When the delegation reported on the mood of the soldiers, and the fact that so far only 1,000 had signed up for service in Ireland, the Committee for Irish Affairs responded by promising 6 weeks' pay for those who disbanded peacefully, which only ticked the soldiers off even more. The pay for the cavalry was 43 weeks overdue. 6 weeks was a slap in the face. So in late April, the various regiments started electing spokesmen from their own ranks called agitators, which is not what it sounds like. When you hear agitator, think agent, not, agitator. These agitators drew up documents outlining the grievances and demands of their comrades, and in mid-May met with the senior officers and demanded the things that they had asked for in the March petition, while also pointing out that these demands were not unreasonable, and they weren't, especially given that these are the guys who just won the war. But Parliament maintained that disbanding the army would proceed on the terms that they had just outlined. They also started lining up support from the London train bands, who were sympathetic to the Presbyterians, and sending letters up to Scotland explaining that the independent-dominated New Model Army might have to be put down by force, and asking for help if it came to that. Fairfax then called for all the regiments of the New Model Army to gather for a general meeting at Newmarket on June the 5th, to work through everything and hopefully arrange a settlement that would satisfy everyone. Now, the one big thing the Presbyterians had going for them through all this is that they controlled the king. He was still under house arrest at Holmby House. But on May 31st, 1647, Cornet George Joyce of the New Model Army, Cornet being basically a 2nd Cavalry lieutenant, rode off toward Holmby House at the head of 500 men. Where his orders came from is still something of a mystery. Enemies of Cromwell see a conspiracy in the upper echelon of the New Model Army giving Joyce explicit instructions to seize the king. But so far as I can tell, the historical consensus today seems to be that Cornet Joyce was acting in concert with the agitators on an initiative of their own devising to prevent the Presbyterians from moving the king to some undisclosed location. But also that there is no way Cromwell didn't know what was going on. Cromwell knew what was going on, even if he didn't explicitly order it or know how it was eventually going to shake out. Cornet Joyce and his men arrived at Holmby House on June 2nd and ordered the regiments guarding the king to stand down. But one of their colonels rode away back to London to raise the alarm. Joyce then got a report that said colonel would soon be back at the head of a much larger force, probably with the intention of escorting the king back to London. So Joyce took a vote among his men, and they all agreed that to prevent the king from being moved, they were going to have to move the king themselves. So at 10 p.m. on the night of June the 3rd, Joyce talked his way into the royal bedchamber to tell the king to be ready to ride out the next morning. Joyce was apparently exceedingly polite and respectful about all of this, and Charles agreed to go with him, so long as Joyce promised not to hurt him, not to make him do anything against his conscience, and to treat him with the respect due to a king. Joyce agreed. The next morning, Charles was ready to go, but before they embarked, well, I'll let S.R. Gardner take it from here because I love this bit. At 6 in the morning on the 4th, Charles, according to his promise, stepped onto the lawn in front of the house, where he found himself face to face with Joyce, behind whom were troopers drawn up in ordered ranks. At his demand, the men at once shouted adherence to the promises given by their commander. The king then turned inquiringly to Joyce. "What commission," he asked, "do you have to secure my person?" Joyce tried hard to evade the question, but Charles fixed him to the point. "Have you nothing," he said, "in writing from Sir Thomas Fairfax, your general, to do what you do?" Again, Joyce attempted to avoid giving a direct answer, but Charles was not to be put off. "I pray you, Mr. Joyce," he again demanded, "deal ingenuously with me and tell me what commission you have." "Here," replied Joyce in desperation, "is my commission." "Where?" said Charles, puzzled for the time. Then Joyce turned in his saddle and pointed to the disciplined ranks who had fought at Naseby. "It is behind me," was all the explanation he had to give. Charles could no longer misunderstand him. "It is a fair commission," he said, doubtless with a smile, "and as well written as I have seen a commission written in my life." Now, Cornet Joyce, back to me, was kind of making this up as he went along, and even after the king was saddled up, he still had no idea where he was going. So Joyce started offering suggestions. Oxford? Cambridge? But the king wasn't keen on either of those. So Joyce asked Charles where he wanted to go, and the king suggested Newmarket, not knowing, of course, that the entire New Model army was currently descending on Newmarket. Joyce agreed. It was an increasingly radical New Model army that rendezvoused at Newmarket on June the 5th. Presbyterian-inclined officers had been retiring, and promotions to fill the gaps had been made from within the ranks, leaving the army not just more independent-minded, but also closer knit than ever before. At least a quarter of the officers were now ex-enlisted men, and they fully sympathized with the demands of their comrades. Fairfax spent the 5th and 6th working his way from regiment to regiment, making sure his men were heard in turn, but also impressing upon them that discipline was going to be maintained. The fruit of these meetings was the solemn engagement of the army, a pledge not to disband until Parliament met their demands. With the engagement signed and discipline maintained, Fairfax led the army out of Newmarket on a slow march towards London. And in case anyone missed that the army was delving deeper into political waters, on June 14th, they presented the House of Commons with articles of impeachment against 11 MPs who had been particularly hostile to the army, including Denzil Halls, one of the 5 members Charles had tried to arrest, and Sir William Waller, formerly commander of Parliament's Western armies. By mid-July, the army was in Reading and working on another angle to secure their demands, drawing up their own peace agreement with the king. After spending a delightful few weeks in Newmarket, thoroughly enjoying the comfortable and tolerant treatment he was receiving from the New Model army, Charles was moved on to Hampton Court for an even more comfortable house arrest that even included getting to see his daughter Elizabeth and younger son James, the future King James II. Deciding it was time to treat with the king directly, the senior officers of the army, and by that I mean Henry Ireton, Cromwell's now son-in-law, who appears to have been the main author of all the official army manifestos, drew up the Heads of Proposals, which laid out the basis for negotiations with the king. The Heads of Proposals were far more lenient than the Newcastle propositions and required only modest constitutional reforms be coupled with broad religious tolerance, clearing out that sticky demand for strict Presbyterianism that Charles had been so unwilling to grant. When the Presbyterians in London got a copy of the Heads of Proposals, they of course went bonkers, and the 11 impeached MPs set to work not only mobilizing the trained bands, but also stirring up the mobs of London to intimidate independents in Parliament to repudiate the army. On July 26th, a mob actually forced their way into the House of Commons chamber. Once this mob dispersed, 57 MPs, 8 peers, and the speakers of both houses left London and joined the army. When they arrived in camp, Fairfax announced that at the behest of the speakers, he was going to enter London and restore order. The king, of course, was loving all of this, and when he heard about the MPs fleeing London, he immediately sent word to Fairfax that he'd be happy to negotiate under the Heads of Proposals, knowing that this would keep his enemies divided and put him in position to get the best possible deal. But then he just straight up blew it. Henry Ireton led a small group of negotiators to Hampton Court, but when they got there, the king acted as if he was in a way stronger position than he actually was. Ireton was prepared to make all kinds of concessions just to get the king to sign a settlement, any settlement, that would allow the army to lead not just the speakers of Parliament, but the king himself back into London. But Charles, as always, continued to believe that compromise was a sin, and persisted in the belief that if he just held out a little longer, he'd get everything he wanted without having to give up anything. Ireton left disappointed, and the king probably missed his last best chance to ever really be king again. Oh, also, the New Model army is now totally pissed at him. On August the 3rd, Fairfax drew up 15,000 troops on Hounslow Heath. The 11 impeached members fled London. On August the 4th, Fairfax encircled the city. The London train band didn't even pretend like they could stop him. On August the 5th, he personally escorted the Speakers of Parliament back to Westminster. And on August 7th, 1647, the New Model army paraded through Hyde Park. It was all very orderly, very disciplined and very impressive, but there was no mistaking what had just happened. The new model army had just seized London. The question on everyone's mind, what were they going to do with it? Next week, we will watch them try to figure that out for themselves as they struggle through the constitutional implications of the Civil War in the famous Putney debates. We will also watch as the Scots, who had so recently washed their hands of the whole business, decide that the new model army running England was just too much to bear, and finally forge an alliance with the king, sparking the Second English Civil War. Oh wait, I ended on Second Civil War last week, didn't I? Okay, let's see. Finally forge an alliance with the king, and once again invade England. Hello, and welcome to Revolutions. Episode 9, The Man of Blood. Writing about the events that led to the First Civil War, political philosopher James Harrington, who lived through it all, famously observed that it was the dissolution of this government caused the war, not the war the dissolution of this government. By which he meant that King Charles was not toppled by some premeditated insurrection. Rather, that it was the total breakdown of political accommodation that led both sides to take up arms. If we extend this observation one step further, we might say that the dissolution of this government caused the war, and the war caused the revolution. Because the Civil War cleared the path for notions that before the war would have been considered not just radical, but unthinkable. But the years of conflict kept moving the Overton window, Google Overton window, in a more radical direction. And over the 1640s, men went from being bomb-throwing extremists to sensible moderates to weak-kneed reactionaries without ever changing their positions. We are now entering the most radical, the most revolutionary phase of all. After the army took control of London in August 1647, a split began to open up in the ranks. Senior officers like Fairfax and Cromwell and Henry Ireton, now collectively known as the Grandees, were satisfied with using the reconstituted Parliament to put the king back on the throne under the heads of proposals. But there were some within the ranks who began to argue that King Charles had shown himself to be arrogant, duplicitous, and literally acting contrary to the will of God, and had thus forfeited his right to the crown. The radicalization of the new model army, accelerating over the summer as Presbyterian officers retired, picked up steam with the army now camped outside of London, because vacancies in the ranks were being filled by recruits from inside the city, and some of the new recruits had ulterior motives for joining. A good many of them were active levelers, who planned to infiltrate the army and use it as an instrument of sweeping political reform. So, who the heck are the levelers? They were a loose-knit collection of political radicals who emerged from the middle classes as the First Civil War was winding down. The name leveler, slapped on them by their enemies of course, referred to their alleged plot to abolish property rights and equalize the distribution of wealth, something none of the key levelers did anything but strenuously deny. I should also note that the term leveler is very loosely applied at this point in history. So, although for ease of reference I'm going to be talking about the levelers this and the levelers that, they were not a tightly organized unit. They did, however, share a common belief in goofy things like religious toleration, equality before the law, free trade, universal manhood suffrage, a government answerable to the people based on a written constitution, goofy stuff like that. In the specific political context of the day, they wanted to immediately dissolve the Long Parliament, abolish the House of Lords, and bring the king to trial. To achieve these ends, the levelers planned to convince the agitators, the elected regimental representatives in the new model army, to join their cause. But it appears that many of the agitators took one look at the leveler plan to slash Parliament's oppressive taxation and told them to take a hike, because that tax revenue was earmarked for the soldiers' back pay and forward pay and discharge bonuses and pensions. So the levelers changed tactics at the end of September, and a group of new agitators were suddenly elected from 5 cavalry regiments, and there is strong suspicion among historians that these 5 new agitators were not elected so much as self-declared. The new agitators then started circulating a document called the Case of the Army Truly Stated, which attacked the grandees for selling out the common soldiers, demanded that Parliament be disbanded, and negotiations with the king cease at once. Then, it went on to say crazy things like when the next Parliament is elected, it should be on the basis of universal suffrage, which is to say freeborn men over the age of 21, which is insanity because everyone knows that a kingdom is defined by its property, not by its population. On October 21st, the Case of the Army Truly Stated was presented to the General Council, the Army's governing body composed of 2 men and 2 officers from every regiment. The General Council gave the Case of the Army a pretty hostile reading, and then ordered the 5 new agitators to present themselves at the next meeting to explain just what in the hell they thought they were up to. But the new agitators decided to seize the moment by not simply defending the case of the army, but by writing up an entirely new petition called the Agreement of the People, which went beyond the specific issues of the day and laid out a broad theoretical basis for the reorganization of the kingdom. The old order of king, lords, and commons would be swept away. Political representation would be based on population, not property, and then full power would be granted to the people's representatives. There would be no forced impressment, there would be equality before the law and liberty of conscience. The new agitators presented the Agreement of the People to Oliver Cromwell the night before the next General Council meeting, leaving Cromwell in a bind, because he was trying to navigate his way through a divided parliament to settle a peace with the vacillating king, and now suddenly the ranks of his own army were moving in a radical and vaguely mutinous direction. The attacks on the grandees were brazen and explicit. The first day of what will one day be called the Putney debates, because the General Council was meeting in the Church of St. Mary the Virgin in Putney, opened on October the 28th, with the new agitators charging that the grandees were betraying both the spirit and the letter of the solemn engagement signed back in June. As is so often the case with these sorts of things, the opening round of the Putney debates was consumed with the question of whether the Agreement of the People should be considered by the General Council at all. A committee was appointed to determine if the central claim made by the levelers, that the grandees were betraying the solemn engagement, was even valid. Everyone would then reconvene in a few days to hear whether or not they would hear the levelers out. But then one officer had a bright idea, and suggested that everyone get together the next morning for a group prayer in the hopes that God might give them some direction. Being the godly Puritans that they all were, everyone thought this an absolutely capital idea, and so the next morning they got together to pray for guidance. But this group prayer took place in the same house that the committee was scheduled to meet in the afternoon, and when the leveler petitioners showed up to discuss their claims with the committee and discovered what amounted to the entire General Council all gathered in one place, they demanded that the Agreement of the People be debated right then and there. Cromwell tried to scotch the idea, but a certain Colonel Thomas Rainsborough stirred up support for immediate debate, at least as much because he had a personal grudge against Cromwell as for any leveler sympathies he had been harboring, sympathies which didn't appear until, well, just now in fact. So the prayer meeting turned into a clause-by-clause debate on the Agreement of the People. This debate led, among other things, to the famous exchange between Rainsborough and Henry Ireton. Ireton was incredulous on the point of universal suffrage. Did Rainsborough really mean that every man had the right to vote? What about servants, and beggars, and vagabonds? Surely you can't mean them too. To which Rainsborough replied, I think that the poorest he that is in England hath a life to live, as the greatest he. And therefore, truly, sir, I think it's clear that every man that is to live under a government ought first by his own consent to put himself under that government. And I do not think that the poorest man in England is not bound in a strict sense to that government, that he hath not a voice to put himself under. This is territory that Western civilization is not going to return to for another century and a half, because Ireton responded with the argument that would continue to carry the day for the next 150 years. No person hath a right to an interest or share in the disposing of the affairs of the kingdom, and in determining or choosing those that shall determine what laws we shall be ruled by here. No person hath a right to this, that hath not a permanent fixed interest in this kingdom. So, no property, no vote. However, the prayer meeting debate adjourned with no firm conclusion one way or the other. When the next scheduled session of the General Council met on Monday, November the 1st, Cromwell, and this was not his smartest move, though given his intense religious devotion it's understandable, opened by asking if anyone had been moved by God over the weekend, and if so, what did God tell them? Which opened the floor for the levelers to rise and say, why yes, I was moved by God, and he wanted me to tell you that he has withdrawn his favor from King Charles and his entire corrupt system. This is the moment when Charles starts being characterized as the man of blood, a reference to Numbers chapter 35 verse 33 in the King James Bible. So ye shall not pollute the land wherein ye are, for blood it defileth the land, and land cannot be cleansed of the blood that is shed therein, but by the blood of him that shed it. So the Putney debates are now swimming into pretty radical waters, because the implications of labeling Charles the man of blood were clear. The Leveler spokesman started openly calling for the king to be brought to trial, possibly even for his life. These pronouncements, though, only hardened the lines of debate, and once again the day produced no compromise. By now, of course, the rest of the army was starting to get restless. Some soldiers were angry that the grandees were selling them out. Others were angry that the new agitators were taking this all too far. Everyone was starting to get just a little bit mutinous. By November the 8th, with no conclusion to the debate yet reached, Fairfax and Cromwell determined that it was time to put this thing to bed. They convinced the agitators, the old agitators, to voluntarily return to their regiments for the time being, reconnect with their men, and then the whole army would get together the next week to try to resolve this debate about the political, religious, and social future of England once and for all. The General Council met for the final time on November the 9th, closing the Putney debates, a remarkable, if inconclusive, little step on the long road towards constitutional democracy. In the meantime, the king threw a wrench into everything by escaping from Hampton Court. Supposedly, this was to put himself out of the reach of the Levelers and their man of blood stuff, but it's just as likely that he was looking to get himself set up in a spot where he could more freely deal with the Scots, because ever since their withdrawal back north, a faction led by the Marquis of Hamilton, remember him from back in the Bishops' Wars? While Hamilton thought the Covenanters' unwillingness to yield on Presbyterianism was about to put England in the hands of these crazy Levelers in the new model army. After a few meetings with Hamilton's brother, Charles lighted out for Hampton Court on November the 11th, and wound up headed southwest to the Isle of Wight, where the governor, a cousin of Cromwell's, though one not at all happy with the politicization of the army, was shocked, and not a little bit horrified, when the king suddenly showed up and, well, here I am. He put Charles under a loose guard and notified Fairfax that, I've got the king, what should I do with him? The army, meanwhile, had gathered for their follow-up to the Putney debates. But critically, the rendezvous at Corkbush Field was to be held over 3 days, allowing the grandees to control the course of events. On the first day, 7 regiments were ordered to muster, but then 2 more appeared without orders and without officers, evidently ready to press the Leveler position. But Fairfax met with each regiment in turn, denounced the new agitators for intentionally undermining army unity, promised to follow through on the program laid out by the solemn engagement, and, this is the crucial bit, if the breakdown of discipline kept up, I'm going to resign. That threat pretty much snapped everyone to attention. Fairfax was beloved, and the regiments unanimously agreed to follow his lead. The 2 mutinous Leveler regiments were then broken up by Cromwell and the cavalry. The next 2 days saw the rest of the new model army regiments line up with Fairfax. When it was all over, the budding Leveler mutiny was broken, at least for now. Parliament, gratified to find that the grandees had just put down the Levelers, prioritized the pay and pension bill so dear to the soldiers' immediate hearts. But it didn't solve the problem of what to do about the king. nor did it put the Republican genie back in the bottle. Because as the Commons once again took up the question of how to deal with Charles, the Presbyterians and Independents, who both favored putting him back on the throne, were now joined by what I'll call Commonwealth men, who openly argued that Charles, at a minimum, ought to be deposed or forced to abdicate, possibly even put on trial for his crimes against the kingdom. But Parliament voted to keep up the peace talks. They presented their conditions for continuing negotiations to the king on Christmas Eve, 1647, and told Charles he had 4 days to respond. But just then, a small party of Scotsmen showed up on the Isle of Wight to discuss their own terms with Charles, built around a 3-year Presbyterian trial period, to be followed by a general debate on the religion of England. Charles liked this a whole lot better than anything Parliament was offering, and on December the 26th, the king rejected Parliament's proposal and secretly signed the engagement with the Scots, cementing a military alliance and putting England on the path to renewed civil war. After this latest infuriating example of Charles's obstinacy, Parliament passed the Vote of No Addresses on January 17th, which meant no more negotiations with the king, ever. But they also rejected a bill to impeach him, so it's clear that Parliament wasn't really sure what they wanted to do. They were also being distracted by growing unrest out in the counties. Because we haven't had a chance to get too much into this, but just know that in order to wage their war against the king, Parliament had been forced to jack up the tax rate to something like 3 times what it had been during personal rule. And they developed a habit of locking up dissenters without due process of law, and by indemnifying the soldiers, they were validating the worst excesses of martial law. So basically, everything they had been railing about when they ran Charles off in the first place. Historian John Morrell has a great quote about this in The Nature of the English Revolution, where he says that Parliament had fought to protect a herd of sacred cows, each of which was slaughtered to propitiate the god of war. The average English family was sick of it all. They were sick of high taxes, sick of confiscation, sick of soldiers, except now it was Parliament, rather than Charles, who felt the wrath of the put-upon English family. It was this, far more than any intense love of the king, that helped draw the lines of the Second Civil War. But whatever Parliament might have done to recurry favor with the people was put on hold in February when the terms of the engagement became public. Into the spring, old royalist officers started streaming north to offer their assistance to the Scots, while the Commons emphatically voted to retain the old constitution of Kings, Lords, Commons to kill accusations that they were getting ready to turn the world upside down. In late April, the Engagers, as Hamilton's Scottish party was now called, easily occupied Berwick and Carlisle to use as staging grounds for the coming invasion. In early May, the Scottish estates grandly voted Hamilton an army 30,000 strong, which sounds awesome, but just so you know, he's never going to get anywhere near that number, because instead of every minister telling his congregation that enlisting for service was an obligation to God, he was telling them that the Engagers and their namby-pamby 3-year trial period were selling God out, which, as you can imagine, made recruitment difficult. The Second Civil War is both shorter than the First Civil War and more dispersed, as individual English communities simultaneously rose up in defiance of Parliament, creating a web of local action, all hinging on the expected invasion from Scotland. The first official fighting broke out in Wales after Parliament attempted to disband the local regiments. As Cromwell rode off to try to put down this initial uprising, Kent and Essex both flared up, forcing Thomas Fairfax to cease preparations for a campaign against the Scots and march east to deal with the soon-to-be 11,000 men raised by the Earl of Norwich, aka the father of Sir George Goring. Meanwhile, Colonel Thomas Rainsborough continued to prove himself a nuisance to Fairfax and Cromwell. He had gotten Parliament to promote him to Vice Admiral of the fleet, but when he showed up to take his command, the sailors of the flagship, ticked off that their much-loved former admiral had been given the boot, mutinied, put Rainsborough on a boat, and declared for the king. The rest of the navy soon followed. By the end of spring, there were at least 6 different regions in revolt, forcing Fairfax to break up the new model army to go deal with them all individually and simultaneously. The Lord General himself remained stuck in Essex. After Fairfax defeated Norwich's hastily raised army at Maidstone, the remaining royalists retreated to the city of Colchester. Fairfax tried to storm the city in mid-June, but he was repulsed and forced to settle into what became an 11-week siege through what turned out to be one of the nastiest, coldest, and wettest summers in English history. With all of this going on, the royal court in exile down in France, that is to say Queen Henrietta Maria and Charles, Prince of Wales, got in on the action and sent the Earl of Holland, who happens to be the Earl of Warwick's brother, up into England to take overall command of the royalist cause. Holland made his way to Surrey, where he started to work up an audacious plan to use the recently flipped navy to go down to France, pick up the Prince of Wales and a bunch of munitions, and then sail up the Thames to capture London. But Holland was discovered before he could pull it all off, and soon wound up the prisoner of the New Model Army. As July rolled around, practically all corners of England had settled into a bitter stalemate. The Second Civil War saw no wistful letters between rival generals, no returning of captured wives, no generous quarter. The Royalists believed that they were fighting not just against men they disagreed with, but heretical rabble hell-bent on destroying the social, political, and religious fabric of the kingdom, while the godly soldiers of the New Model Army believed that the whole point of the First Civil War had been to determine whose side God was on, and clearly he was on their side. So restarting the war was quite literally blasphemy that must be punished swiftly and severely. With these bitter scales so balanced, the fate of England was in the hands of the Scots. On July the 8th, Hamilton finally started marching south. Far from commanding the 30,000 he had hoped to raise, it was a mere 9 or 10,000 that followed him. Most were not very well trained or very well equipped. Plus, Hamilton's second-in-command thought that he should be the first in command, and was not exactly about to play Cromwell to Hamilton's Fairfax. So if Hamilton had been given a choice, he probably would not have started marching when he did. But the Royalists in England were not going to be able to keep up their end of the stalemate for long, so Hamilton felt obliged to get moving. But even then it was slow going. The crappy, terrible, no-good summer of 1648 had turned the roads into mud pits, and every brook, creek, and stream into an impassable torrent. But as he passed through Carlisle, Hamilton picked up another 3,000 men, and somewhere out there Sir Marmaduke Langdale was riding around with another 3,600 cavalry. With Fairfax bogged down at Colchester, it fell to Cromwell to halt the Scottish advance. But as paltry as the Scottish forces were, Cromwell himself was only able to ride out of Pembroke at the head of 3,000 infantry and 1,200 cavalry. Everyone else was scattered across the countryside. The only thing going for Cromwell was that a Northern Association force had been cobbled together by Sir John Lambert, a man who will shortly become a major player in our story, and now numbered about 4,000 men. Both Cromwell and Lambert expected Hamilton to take the eastern route south, so that he could relieve Colchester and maybe link up with the Prince of Wales's naval convoy. But Hamilton elected to take the western route, hoping that by passing through the generally royalist Lancashire, his army would snowball as he marched. But the arrival of the Scottish army only compounded the food shortages caused by the crappy, terrible, no-good summer of 1648, and all they did was alienate potential supporters. And though Hamilton's army had linked up with Langdale's cavalry, bringing their numbers up to maybe 15,000, he failed to prevent Lambert from linking up with Cromwell, which, yeah, he really shouldn't have let that happen, but it's not his fault. His intelligence was so bad he didn't even know Cromwell was in the vicinity. By the middle of August, Hamilton continued to slog south, blithely unaware that Cromwell and Lambert were right on the east side of the Pennines, a range of hills running north-south up in northern England. So though he now had upwards of 18,000 men under his command, Hamilton's forces were spread out all over the place. His most veteran troops had been left behind to garrison the north because of personal rivalries among his officers. Meanwhile, the entire cavalry had pushed further south on a foraging mission. So as Hamilton reached Preston, he was down to 10,000 men, mostly underfed and grumpy infantrymen. And that's when he got hit. On August 16th, Cromwell crossed the Pennines with about 8,600 men and emerged north of Hamilton's position, cutting off the road back to Scotland. Langdale had been posted with 2,000 men just north of Preston to guard the rear as the rest of the Scottish army crossed the 2 rivers south of town. When the parliamentary forces appeared, Langdale thought that at first they were simply dealing with a small company of skirmishers, but it soon became apparent that these guys were just the tip of the parliamentary iceberg. When Hamilton was informed that enemy soldiers had been sighted, he too assumed that they were just light skirmishers and Langdale would be more than a match for them, so he continued the crossing. On the morning of the 17th, Langdale's men were dug in on the road to Preston, and did indeed present a formidable obstacle to Cromwell's advance. The conditions, as always through the Second Civil War, were terrible, but through pouring rain and driving wind, Langdale held out, until he was finally overrun by the math of the thing, and forced to fall back into Preston. By now, Hamilton recognized that he had a real live battle on his hands. While his men completed the crossing, Hamilton himself stayed on the north bank of the river waiting for Langdale to appear, but when Langdale finally did appear, it was only Langdale who appeared. He had been forced to leave his men to surrender back up in Preston. Cromwell now faced 2 heavily guarded bridges that stood between him and Hamilton's main army, which forced him to engage in a slow and torturous push of pike across both rivers, and I can promise you that the pikemen at Preston were not just waving their spears around. Parliamentary forces crossed the second river and captured the Scottish baggage just as night fell. Hamilton then took advantage of the darkness by withdrawing on a drumless march south. If he could only link up with his cavalry, he just might be able to whirl around and stampede over Cromwell's outnumbered army. But then, it's just one of those crazy things that can turn the course of an entire war. Because by now, Hamilton's cavalry was riding north as fast as they could, and Hamilton was marching south as fast as he could, except they were on different roads. So they totally missed each other. In the wee hours of the morning, the cavalry stumbled onto the parliamentary camp just south of Preston. They went, holy crap, and turned around. Now, instead of being the saving grace up ahead, Hamilton's cavalry was suddenly his rear guard. It's just the damnedest thing. So Hamilton's new plan was to make for Warrington, but it was a pretty demoralized force he now led. The baggage had been captured, the gunpowder was mostly soaked. After a full day's flight, Hamilton dropped maybe 4,000 men, although nobody knows for sure, at Winnick Pass under the command of William Bailey, who, the last time we saw him, had been fighting Montrose up in Scotland. Bailey's job was to slow Cromwell long enough to let the rest of the army get dug in at Warrington. The men left at the bottleneck that is Winnick Pass fought bravely and held their ground for hours, but disgruntled locals ticked off about Scottish plundering informed Cromwell of a route around the pass that would allow him to bring the parliamentary cavalry in behind Bailey. As Cromwell led the cavalry around back, the rest of his army launched a frontal assault, with Colonel Thomas Pride's infantry regiment, remember that name, Colonel Pride, in the middle. The Scots holding Winnick were finally forced to retreat, right into Cromwell's cavalry. Bailey managed to withdraw with 2,700 survivors back to Warrington, only to find that Hamilton and all the senior officers had taken the cavalry and flown the coop. They left orders for Bailey to surrender under the best terms that he could. The Scottish army, the key to the whole royalist strategy, had just been completely annihilated. Sir Marmaduke Langdale was caught a few weeks later resting in an alehouse, and on August 25th, Hamilton himself was run down and captured by John Lambert. As news of the Battle of Preston rippled south, the royalist cause evaporated with it. Down at Colchester, Fairfax discovered that a simple piece of news finally did what cannon, musket, hunger, and disease had failed to do for 11 weeks. On August 27th, the besieged royalists finally surrendered. Though the Earl of Norwich was left for Parliament to deal with, in an uncharacteristic display of harshness, Fairfax executed 2 of the non-aristocratic royalist leaders, a controversial decision that was a rare black spot on the otherwise even-handed and, dare I say, enlightened career of Sir Thomas Fairfax. Up in Scotland, news of Preston prompted the Earl of Argyll to raise a force and try to unseat the engagers, and though they turned out to be more resilient than he would have hoped, Argyll did manage to seize control of Edinburgh. As he was taking the Scottish capital, he learned Cromwell had turned north and was now standing at the border. The Scottish lord sent desperate messages begging Cromwell not to invade, and quickly arranged for the surrender of both Carlisle and Berwick, but Cromwell had had enough scheming from the north. In mid-September he crossed into Scotland, and by October the 4th, he was occupying Edinburgh. Meanwhile, down in Westminster, news of Preston meant that, vote of no addresses notwithstanding, it was high time to start negotiating with the king again, because who doesn't love negotiating with the king? Well, by now it turned out that a lot of people didn't like negotiating with the king. And next week, those people are going to draw up a list of everyone who still thinks that dealing with the king is a good idea, because it's time for them to go. Because really, it's time for the king to go. Hello, and welcome to Revolutions. Episode 10, Regicide. After the New Model Army crushed the Scots at Preston and brought the curtain down on the Second Civil War, the question still remained: what to do with the king? As I mentioned last week, a parliament had put its uncertainty on display by simultaneously voting back in January 1648 to not depose Charles, but also to not negotiate with him anymore. Some of that indecisiveness remained 9 months later, but the experience of the Second Civil War pushed a lot of fence-sitters firmly in the direction of the king has to go. It also pushed a lot of men who already thought the king had to go in the direction of, and we don't mean put him on a boat to France. But there was still a large faction in Parliament, a majority in fact, ready to repeal the vote of no addresses and start negotiating with the king again. Surely now he's learned his lesson. Surely now he'll come to his senses. So in September 1648, Parliament sent 15 commissioners down to the city of Newport on the Isle of Wight to see if maybe this time Lucy wouldn't pull the football away at the last minute. Amazingly, the negotiations at Newport seemed to be going kind of okay. Sure, the parliamentary commissioners were split between those who were tough on religion and soft on the Constitution, and those who were soft on religion and tough on the Constitution, but as the weeks passed, progress was made. Charles gave control of the armed forces to Parliament for 20 years, gave up the right to name his own officers, and pretty much ceded Ireland to their jurisdiction. The negotiators also agreed to the same kind of 3-year trial run on Presbyterianism that had been the basis of the engagement. And really, the only big sticking point left is that Charles refused to give up on his beloved bishops permanently. By mid-November, it was starting to look like King Charles was about to be brought back to London and life would go on, which is when the New Model Army sprang into action. Parliament may have still been willing to dicker with the king, but the New Model Army was done with him. As we saw during the Putney debates, there were already a lot of leveler-inclined soldiers ready to dispose of the man of blood, and that was before Charles had schemed to start the Second Civil War. The renewal of hostilities convinced even the grandees that the king had to be removed from power. The only question is how far they were willing to go to scuttle the Newport Treaty. Fairfax opposed negotiations, but didn't think it was his place to try and stop it. On the other hand, Henry Ireton thought that the army had a moral duty to prevent the king from returning to power, and nearly resigned when Fairfax refused to get involved. Oliver Cromwell, meanwhile, was still up in the north mopping up royalist dead-enders, and his absence from London was starting to get conspicuous. A lot of people, both then and now, believe he was intentionally staying away so he didn't have to come down one way or the other. But by mid-November, the political mood in the army shifted decisively toward action, and on November the 20th, the Henry Ireton composed Army Remonstrance was presented to Parliament. It demanded that the Newport Treaty cease, that the king be brought to trial, and if found guilty, well, God's will be done. The Commons accepted the remonstrance, and then promptly tabled discussion of it for a week, ticking off the army even further. The next day, Fairfax recalled the governor of the Isle of Wight after he refused a direct order to put Charles under a close guard. More radical officers were put in charge of the king, and on December the 1st they transferred him back to the mainland. Oliver Cromwell was then ordered back to London. As he traveled south, Parliament resolved to only take up the army remonstrance after they had considered the most recent reply from the king, and Fairfax decided to remind the Commons what the score actually was when he ordered the New Model Army to remuster in London. On December the 2nd, Parliament officially rejected the remonstrance, but by then Fairfax had 7,000 soldiers marching through Hyde Park. On December the 3rd, the Commons met for 24 straight hours debating what to do with the king on the one hand and the army on the other. In the end, they voted to continue treating with the king, fully aware that it was political suicide. The army was going to dissolve Parliament, just as it had been threatening to do for more than a year. But then a group of friendly MPs went to meet with Ireton and convinced him not to dissolve the body, but to simply purge it of its wayward members. So, on December the 6th, 1648, Colonel Thomas Pride, who had led the final charge at Winnick Pass, took up a post outside the entrance to Westminster with a list of names. As members approached, he checked their names against the list, and if they were on it, they were simply prevented from entering. This routine played out daily until December the 12th, but by then everyone had gotten the message. In all, 45 members were actually arrested, though most were quickly released. Everyone else on the list just stayed away. Before Pride's purge, which is what this infamous little piece of historical theater is called, the Commons listed 471 members. When it was over, the Commons was down to just 200 members. From here on out, we will stop calling the Long Parliament the Long Parliament and start calling it the Rump Parliament. Rump meaning a small or inferior remnant or offshoot, which pretty much sums up the Rump Parliament. After the purge, events began to move very quickly. But oddly enough, there was still equivocation among the grandees about where exactly this was all headed. Sir Thomas Fairfax was already growing disillusioned with the politicization of the army, and claimed that Henry Ireton had orchestrated Pride's purge without his knowledge. Cromwell, meanwhile, was now back in London, but we still don't know exactly where he came down on the issue. Historians John Morrell and Philip Baker wrote a paper a few years ago based on Cromwell's private correspondence that argued Cromwell had been convinced Charles needed to be removed from power from at least the end of the Putney debates, and that the only hang-up for him was the political timing. But now that the political timing was right, Cromwell appears to have still held out hope that the king could be persuaded to abdicate in favor of his third son, Henry, Duke of Gloucester, who was young enough not to have been tainted by his father's absolutism or his mother's Catholicism, and who was also conveniently in the army's custody. But Charles would not even consider the idea, and when it was rejected, Cromwell seems to have settled on the final cruel necessity by Christmas 1648. On January the 1st, 1649, the Rump Parliament, with a push from Cromwell, voted to create a High Court of Justice to put King Charles on trial for treason. The court was supposed to be composed of 150 members and chaired by the Baron of the Exchequer, the Chief Justice of the Court of King's Bench, and the Chief Justice of the Court of Common Pleas, the recently appointed Oliver St. John, by the way. But all three refused to take up the appointment, and the Rump had to run through a list of alternate candidates until finally the Chief Justice of Chester agreed to lead the proceedings. Then the Rump had trouble rounding up men to serve as commissioners, and during the course of the trial only about 80 ever showed up. And even these guys started dropping out as things progressed. Commissioner Algernon Sidney, a staunch Republican who would wind up executed himself for plotting to assassinate Charles II in 1683, said of the trial that first, the king could be tried by no court. Secondly, that no man could be tried by that court. He left and never came back. Late-night talks about putting the king on trial was one thing. Actually doing it was quite another, even to these most radical of radicals. On January the 20th, the king was finally brought forward. He had dressed in black for the occasion and refused to remove his cap. Though the list of charges was long, the meat of it was that the king had taken his constitutionally limited kingly powers and attempted to make them absolute, and that when he had been finally called out on it, he had traitorously and maliciously levied war against the present Parliament and the people therein represented. When Charles was allowed to speak, he literally laughed in all their faces, and asked what the authority was for this farce, a question no one ever could answer, though if Cornet Joyce was around, I'm sure he could have come up with something. The king then refused to enter a plea, which tripped everything up because witnesses couldn't be heard until the accused had formally entered his plea. Charles would appear before the Court of High Justice 3 times between January 20th and January 27th. He refused to enter a plea each time, and he super refused to do what everyone was desperately hoping he would do, agree to abdicate. But by now, Charles had himself settled on the final, cruel necessity. In his mind, the deed was already done, and he was already a martyr. Eventually, the commissioners had the witnesses against Charles questioned by a subcommittee, and then their depositions were read in open court, which apparently skirted the whole, he refuses to enter a plea, sir. On January 27th, having considered all the evidence, and very likely wanting to wind up this show trial before it got any more ridiculous than it already was, the now just 67 present commissioners verbally confirmed a sentence of death, though only 59 would actually sign the death warrant, including Oliver Cromwell, Henry Ireton, and Colonel Thomas Pride. So that's what it finally came down to. The Long Parliament had convened in November 1640 with 450-odd MPs, half of whom withdrew in the run-up to the First Civil War. These royalists were replaced by strong parliamentary men, who then saw more than half their number removed during Pride's purge. The minority rump then set up a High Court of Justice that never saw more than half of its members even show up. Then 67 men voted for death, but only 59 would sign their names. 59 guys in a nation of 3 million. They spoke of the present Parliament and the people therein represented. King Charles I was an obnoxious prat, but can you blame him for laughing in their faces? On January the 30th, 1649, King Charles I, ruler of England, Scotland, and Ireland, stood atop a black-draped scaffold that had been hastily constructed in the yard of the Palace of Whitehall. Soldiers ringed the platform, keeping the assembled crowd well clear of the proceedings. The minister said a prayer, the king gave a short speech, his words were lost to the wind. Then Charles knelt down, placed his head on the block, and signaled that he was ready. Then the executioner chopped off his head. Charles was 48 years old, and had been king for just shy of 24 years. King Charles I was, let's face it, a terrible leader. A terrible judge of character, he had terrible political instincts, almost no friends, and was so insufferably pig-headed about his alleged divine rights that he more or less forced his own subjects to behead him, even after they presented him with 72 different ways to get out of it and go back to being king, like everyone wanted. But he was also, let's face it, not some murderous tyrant or some sadistic sociopath. There were no mass murders or gulags or genocide. He was a fairly sharp guy, loved his wife and kids, was an avid and knowledgeable art collector. But he lacked imagination and self-assurance, and so when presented with the kinds of problems that wiser and better rulers dance around easily, Charles dug in his heels and fell into traps that no one had actually laid for him. I mean, it's not like anybody tricked him into imposing the Book of Common Prayer on Scotland in 1637, knowing it would start a war and that the king would have to call a new parliament. He did that himself. He did it all himself, to death. For those of you who are interested, I have posted at revolutionspodcast.com a short dramatization of the final days of Charles I, which I believe is built around diary entries from a few of the men who were present during the king's final days. It's really great, so be sure to check it out. Okay, so for the first time in I don't even want to try to work out how long, England does not have a king. In a piece of cruel legalism, Charles's execution wound up being delayed several hours after somebody pointed out that according to the law, when the old king dies, a new one has to be immediately proclaimed. The king is dead, long live the king. So the rump had to scramble to pass a resolution nullifying the law. As I mentioned more than a few times, no one really intended to execute King Charles until they actually did, so no one really had any idea how to proceed. It wasn't until a week later that they finally decided to abolish the office of king in the House of Lords, and it would take a whole nother month before the formal institution of monarchy was abolished, and another month after that before they declared that, oh yeah, I guess we're a commonwealth now. It should come as no surprise then that the regicides weren't sitting around with some new constitution ready to go. Something that distributed all the executive, legislative, and judicial powers held by the king to some new political institution. So it was only after they killed Charles that the Rump formed a committee to start organizing what was tentatively being called the Council of State, whatever that was. Meanwhile, down in the Dutch city of Breda, 19-year-old Charles, Prince of Wales, got the news that his father had been executed, leaving him in almost as confusing a bind as the Rump Parliament. There were 3 options before the prince, each being advocated by a different faction of the royal court in exile. One faction, led by his mother, Queen Henrietta Maria, urged him to ally with the Scots, who offered the Scottish crown to him on February the 5th on the condition that he sign the Solemn League and Covenant. A second faction was led by Anglican constitutionalists like Edward Hyde, who I haven't even talked about yet, and he may just get a supplemental of his own. They didn't trust the French, and they hated the Scottish Presbyterians and wanted Charles to look to Ireland for support in exchange for easing anti-Catholic laws. Finally, there was a group of military officers surrounding Prince Rupert, who had attached himself to Charles the Younger after being tossed aside by Charles the Elder. Rupert's group wanted the prince to make a deal with whoever was offering the most men and the most guns. One thing, however, was made perfectly clear to Charles. He would not be receiving any support from the Continental powers. They all sympathized with his plight and hated the heretical Republicans who had just murdered his father, but look, we just signed the Treaty of Westphalia ending the 30 Years' War like 3 months ago. So just good luck, but you're on your own. As Prince Charles, maybe King Charles II if he played his cards right, considered his options, the post-regicide political settlement was getting tense up in London. Just because the army had purged Parliament didn't mean that the Rump was a puppet of the army. And just because the army had put down the Leveller mutiny, that didn't mean the Levellers had just closed up shop. In fact, with the king dead, it was high time they made their triumphant return. And no, they were not the least bit chastened after getting stomped in the Putney debates, nor did they seem to show much gratitude when Henry Ireton, who was by now more or less running army politics, opened a dialogue with them right after Pride's purge to discuss drafting a modified agreement of the people to serve as the basis of a reformed government, because Ireton at least may have supposed that such a thing might soon come in handy. But talks quickly fell apart when the Leveller leaders presented Ireton with a new draft, and he took it to the senior officers for consideration and revision, which offended the Levellers, who later said they thought they had been asked to write the final draft, to be voted on up or down, not some rough draft to be tinkered with into oblivion. By the end of February, John Lilburne, the greatest and most intractable of the Levellers, and who, like Edward Hyde, I have skimmed past, and he too probably deserves his own supplemental, published England's New Chains Discovered, blasting the unholy alliance forged between the grandees and the Rump Parliament to crush freedom in England. But, as I just hinted, the relationship between the New Model Army and the Rump Parliament was not so clear-cut. Being anti-Charles enough to have survived Pride's purge did not necessarily make you totally pro-army, especially after purged members started being invited back on a case-by-case basis because the Rump was having a really hard time forming a quorum these days. As the Levellers continued to accuse the Rump of being puppets of the army, the Rump got ticked off and started locking up Leveller leaders, which sparked demonstrations in London and probably helped spark the second Leveller mutiny in the army. The second mutiny got going after Cromwell had been appointed by the Rump to take up that eternally put-off problem of the rebellion in Ireland. With Fairfax continuing to withdraw from public affairs, he did not, for example, support the trial and execution of Charles, Oliver Cromwell was finally thrust to the forefront and ordered to lead 12,000 men over to Ireland to take care of the bloody Catholics once and for all. But as he was arranging the expedition in April, drawing the names of regiments by lot, Leveller unrest swelled in the ranks. A cavalry unit in London disobeyed direct orders from their commanding officer, one of the mutineers was summarily executed, and his funeral procession turned into a leveler demonstration 4,000 strong. On May the 1st, a conspiracy of soldiers launched what was supposed to be a general mutinous uprising, but the regiments of the new model army were simply too scattered to make a mass uprising feasible, and only about 2,500 wound up taking part, mostly in Bristol. On May the 6th, a former corporal who had been cashiered in the wake of the last mutiny posed as a captain, convinced 300 cavalrymen to follow him to Bristol, but they were trounced long before they got there. By May 12th, Fairfax and Cromwell were slowly marching west with 4,000 men and sending ahead all kinds of conciliatory statements to Bristol and promising, among other things, that the rump would soon be dissolved and new elections would take place, which, yeah, that's not happening. On May the 14th and 15th, about 900 hardcore leveler mutineers remained defiant right up until the moment they were scattered in a quick skirmish. And that, my friends, was the end of the levelers. Oh, they'll go on, but never with anything close to the influence they held during the years between the First Civil War and the invasion of Ireland. They're a little bit of a mirror image to Charles in that they probably could have gotten an awful lot of their very forward-thinking program enacted if they had not been so blinded by their own self-righteousness. Remember, kids, compromise. It's the key to victory. The levelers suppressed, Cromwell was finally able to launch his infamous invasion of Ireland. Now, let's see. When last we left Ireland, the king had been trying to secretly arrange an alliance with the Confederate rebels, but after those negotiations were exposed, he disavowed everything. That was back at the end of 1645. Since then, and I'll try to simplify this as much as possible, the rebels had split into two camps. A moderate camp whose main aim was an easing of anti-Catholic laws and confirmation of property rights, and a more extreme clerical party led by an Italian cardinal who'd been sent over by the Pope to see what advantage could be made of all the chaos up in Britain and Ireland. This clerical party demanded a Catholic Ireland for Catholic Irishmen. Full stop. Caught in the middle was the Lord Lieutenant the Marquis of Ormond, who, after the collapse of the king's fortunes, had put himself under Parliament's control, even as he himself remained personally loyal to the king. This dynamic played out until February 1649, because just as the king was killed, the clerical party was fatally outmaneuvered, and the Italian cardinal sailed away, never to be heard from again. Meanwhile, up in Ulster, the Scots, who had been fighting alongside the English, did not take the execution of King Charles very well at all, and just before Cromwell set sail, they switched sides and joined the moderate Irish royalists. So that's what the new model army sailed into. An Ireland mostly controlled by a coalition of Irish royalists, many of whom had recently been pitted against each other in one or more of the constantly shifting network of alliances. It's all very confusing. Especially when you add in a staunch royalist like Lord Broghill, brother of the famous chemist Robert Boyle, by the way. He switched over to Cromwell, not because he had any love for Parliament, especially the regicides of the Rump Parliament, but because he had just spent the last decade or so fighting the Irish rebels and just wanted to see the thing through to the end. When Cromwell arrived on August 15th, he discovered that his job had been made immeasurably easier just a few weeks before, when the parliamentary governor of Dublin, a man named Michael Jones and one of the few allies Cromwell had on the island, launched a surprise attack on Ormond's camp and scattered his Irish army. Ormond's forces had been the only field army large enough to resist Cromwell, and with them knocked out of the picture, all the new model army had to do was besiege a few cities. Nothing to it, especially since they had a fat load of heavy artillery and all the time in the world. Unfortunately for Cromwell's reputation, however, to say nothing of the victimized Irish, all Cromwell had to do was besiege a few cities. Cromwell's strategy was to assert control over the east coast and then move into the interior. So on September the 3rd, he invested the key city of Drogheda. Despite being outnumbered 4-1, the Irish garrison commander refused to surrender, so on September the 10th, Cromwell opened up with his heavy guns and blasted 2 holes in the wall. On September the 11th, he ordered a general assault into the breaches, and despite being repulsed a few times, some of the new model infantry managed to push their way in, open the gate, and let in the cavalry. Now this is the moment in a siege when the garrison is supposed to surrender, but the Irish refused, prompting Cromwell to issue his infamous directive to kill everyone still under arms. So from that point on, when cornered Irish soldiers finally did surrender, they were not taken into custody, they were just killed, as were any priests or monks found scuttling about, or frankly any civilian that happened to get in the way. It is estimated that somewhere between 3,000 and 4,000 died in the slaughter, though so far as I can tell there is no evidence of mass civilian killings, nor any evidence of an order condoning mass civilian killings. The carnage of Drogheda was repeated 2 weeks later at Wexford. After setting up the siege on October the 2nd, Cromwell started blasting away on October the 11th, breached the walls, and charged inside. This time 2,000 were killed, including once again any priest or friar or monk who happened to be around. By the time Cromwell got to New Ross on the 17th, though, the Irish garrisons had learned of the fates of their sister cities. New Ross surrendered immediately. By November, Cromwell was down in Waterford, one of the 2 or 3 largest cities in Ireland at the time, and the hope was that it too would capitulate, but Waterford held out. And not without good reason, because by now the new model army was suffering from various camp diseases, and with winter coming on, Cromwell elected to break off the siege. So far as I know, it's the only time he ever failed to take a city after investing it. But the winter was exceptionally mild, and Cromwell was back in action at the end of January 1650 with a much recovered army. He spent February marching around and capturing various castles and towns, and by the end of March had moved inland to Kilkenny, the capital of Confederate Ireland. The day he invested Kilkenny, however, was the same day he received orders to return to England. It seemed that Charles II, and I'm just going to start calling him that now, had elected to take his mother's advice and was deep in talk with the Scots. The Rump got wind of this and feared yet another Scottish invasion was imminent. Cromwell took these orders under advisement, but he didn't want to leave the job in Ireland undone. Kilkenny fell on March 27th, and at almost that same moment the Scottish forces up in Ulster, who had so recently hopped over to the Irish Royalist side, hopped back to Parliament, when they were assigned a totally out-of-his-depth commander who seemed hell-bent on leading them to destruction. This unforced error essentially delivered Ulster to Parliament. In April, Cromwell laid siege to Clonmel, one of the last major centers of resistance, but though he wound up taking the city in mid-May, the Irish garrison commander had laid a clever trap, and when the new model infantry came charging in, they were mowed down to the tune of 1,000 men in just under an hour. It was a victory, but not a pretty one. After Clonmel, or perhaps because of Clonmel, Cromwell finally decided it was time to return to England. He left Henry Ireton in charge of mopping up any remaining resistance, which wound up taking Ireton way longer than it should have, and actually killing him in the process. But the other good reason Cromwell had for finally breaking off his conquest of Ireland was that on May the 1st, the Treaty of Breda between Charles II and the Scots was officially signed. Next week, Cromwell will pivot his attention from Ireland to Scotland, and not content to sit back and let the Scottish invade yet again, Cromwell will launch a preemptive invasion of his own, and through sheer coincidence find himself inextricably linked to the providential date September 3rd. Hello, and welcome to Revolutions. Episode 11, The Crowning Mercy. After Charles I was executed, his eldest son, who I'm now just going to start calling Charles II, spent the next year trying to figure out what to do next. There was no question that he was going to make some sort of play to reclaim his father's throne, but he wasn't sure exactly how he was going to pull it off. But by May 1650, Charles had settled on an alliance with the Covenanter Scots as the surest path to royal restoration. But by settling on this path, he necessarily closed off his other options, leaving potential allies hanging out to dry. Before we dive into the Third Civil War, which isn't really a third civil war since it will be fought almost entirely between the Scots on the one hand and the English on the other, I do want to briefly run down who got hosed by the Treaty of Breda. So first is our old friend the Marquis of Montrose. That's right, the Marquis of Montrose is back. After being defeated at Philiphaugh, the adventurous Montrose had attempted to re-rally a royalist uprising in the Highlands, but when no one joined up, he sailed for the continent where he bummed around for a couple of years, being hailed in the various European courts as a heroic defender of monarchy in Britain. After the execution of King Charles I, Montrose immediately offered his services to Charles II. Charles was delighted to have Montrose's support, named him Captain General for forces in Scotland, and sent him around Europe to raise money and guns for the inevitable invasion of England. But of course, at this same time, Charles is also negotiating with the Covenanters, who had re-established control over Scotland after the implosion of Hamilton's Engager Party. There was perhaps no one on earth the Covenanters hated more than the Marquis of Montrose, and that probably even included Oliver Cromwell at this point. So as talks progressed, one of the Covenanter demands was that Charles completely disavow Montrose. But when negotiations started to hit a wall, Charles ordered Montrose to raise a mercenary army and go seize Scotland by force, an order almost certainly designed to put pressure on the Covenanters more than anything else. So in mid-April 1650, Montrose landed in Scotland with about 1,200 mercenary troops, mostly Germans and Danes. Now, whether or not Montrose's arrival triggered the successful conclusion to the deal between the Covenanters and Charles, or whether it was just a coincidence, the upshot was that the Treaty of Breda was signed, and it included the clause requiring Charles to disavow Montrose. Though in late April, Charles sent a letter up to Scotland telling the Marquis to disarm, but apparently the letter never arrived. On April 27th, Montrose was surprised at Carbisdale and defeated by a Covenanter force that had been sent to hunt him down. Montrose himself escaped, but he was betrayed a few days later after taking refuge with a lord he thought he could trust. Now a prisoner, Montrose was paraded through the streets of Edinburgh in chains. The death sentence that had dogged him since the campaigns of 1644-1645 was confirmed, and on May the 21st, 1650, the Marquis of Montrose, defiant to the last, was hung, drawn, and quartered. His head was posted on a spike at the gates of Edinburgh, while Stirling, Glasgow, Perth, and Aberdeen each received one of his severed limbs to be fixed upon their gates. Because, like I say, the Covenanters really didn't like the Marquis of Montrose. The other group of potential allies totally hosed by the Treaty of Breda were the Royalists in Ireland. Though Cromwell had pretty well stomped the Irish under his heavy boot, his departure had given them a bit of breathing room. The Marquis of Ormond, keeping alive the Royalist flame, opened a channel to the disaffected clerical party and pointed out that, hey, you can either fight with me and maybe get something, or you can sit on the sidelines and watch as the new model army gives you nothing. But just as he was maybe getting somewhere, the terms of the Treaty of Breda were made public, and along with the disavowal of Montrose, Charles II also had to disavow his Catholic Irish supporters, taking the legs out from under Ormond, leaving him with no higher authority to give his army legitimacy. The few remaining English Royalist commanders hung around until December, but their cause died with the Treaty of Breda. While we're here, I'd also like to offer a small correction clarification. When I was describing the Siege of Drogheda, I talked about the Irish garrison commander and the Irish troops, when in fact the commander was English, as were many of the troops. So, yes, this is all very confusing, but thanks to listener Paul for reminding me of this further confusing wrinkle. So, with Montrose betrayed and the Irish abandoned, Charles II was pinning all his hopes on the Scottish Covenanters, and in early June he sailed for Scotland to begin what would hopefully be the first step on his road back to the throne of England. Now, it would be the first step, but rather than a short road of providential triumphs, it turned out to be a long road of providential hardships because, spoiler alert, Charles's adventures with the Scots are not going to turn out well at all. Back in London, Cromwell's return from Ireland was greeted with enthusiastic public celebrations and private congratulations. He was, at that moment, probably the most powerful man in England, though that was not necessarily saying much, and he was by no means the puppet master his enemies throughout history have often painted him to be. Indeed, on June the 12th, in preparation for parrying yet another thrust from the Scots, the Rump Parliament named Sir Thomas Fairfax commander of the northern defences, with Cromwell once again back in his familiar number 2 position. But as I noted last week, Fairfax was by now looking for an exit, and he found that exit just a week later. Because on June the 20th, the Rump decided that the best way to defend England would be to launch a preemptive invasion of Scotland. Fairfax wanted no part of this invasion, and on June the 22nd, he resigned his commission. Everyone, including Oliver Cromwell, tried to talk him out of it, but Fairfax had made up his mind. This is where he was getting off the ride. Sir Thomas Fairfax had taken over command of Parliament's forces somewhere near the nadir of their fortunes, and expertly steered them back to victory. He was loved by his men, he was respected by his enemies. He was long portrayed as Cromwell's dupe, but those characterizations have given way to a portrait of a man who served the cause he believed in with dignity and vigor, and was his own man to the last. He was generous, capable, and modest. He's one of the very few men in the violent and treacherous decades of the 1640s and 1650s to emerge with his reputation fully intact, and now he's going home to Yorkshire to tend to his garden. Though the retirement of Fairfax was obviously not a welcome development for the Rump Parliament, Oliver Cromwell was clearly a worthy successor, and may have even been a better choice to lead this particular campaign since he was totally on board with invading Scotland, where Fairfax was totally not. On June 28th, Cromwell was promoted to Lord General, and he started marching north with 16,000 men, equally split between infantry and cavalry. Meanwhile, Charles had arrived in Scotland on June 23rd, and immediately got into a small tiff with the Covenanters over his entourage, most of whom were unreconstructed English royalists who had no truck with Scottish Presbyterianism whatsoever. But not wanting to alienate the Scots right out of the chute, Charles dismissed anyone they objected to, and then he signed the Solemn League and Covenant, which he himself almost certainly did not believe in or support in any way. Mollified, the Covenanter government voted him an army 36,000 strong. Now, as with Hamilton's grand plan to raise 30,000, the Covenanter army is never going to approach 36,000, but at least this time the Scottish Church is on board, so they got a heck of a lot closer than Hamilton ever did. The two men put in charge of this new Covenanter army were Old Lord Leven, he of the Bishops' Wars in the First Civil War, but Old Lord Leven was getting, well, old, so actual command was put into the hands of David Leslie. Now, David Leslie has actually been around for a while now. I just haven't singled him out by name because Lord knows we've got enough names floating around. He had served as Cromwell's co-commander of the left wing at Marston Moor, and actually led one of the critical charges there after Cromwell was briefly wounded. He was also the man who led the army that finally defeated the Marquis of Montrose at Philiphaugh in September 1645. He stayed out of the Second Civil War because he wanted no part of Hamilton or the engagement, but now that the Covenanters were back in charge, Leslie re-emerged as the most capable general in the Scottish ranks. By the time Cromwell crossed into Scotland in late July 1650, Leslie had about 16,000 men under his command, and he elected to fortify a line between Edinburgh and Leith, and then strip everything south of that line to deprive the invading English of provisions, forcing Cromwell to rely on a much disrupted supply line by way of sea. Even when he did get resupplied, there was not much to receive into inventory, because Parliament still had to account for its operations in Ireland, and make sure that England itself was locked down against the kinds of uprisings that had defined the Second Civil War. So the entire time they campaigned in Scotland, Cromwell and his men were dangerously under-provisioned. After it had been in Scotland for about a week, the English army advanced to the fortified line and started blasting away at Leith, and though they had some small success around the edges, for the most part the attack failed, and as Cromwell withdrew, his men were constantly harassed by Scottish cavalry. It wasn't exactly a super great start to the war for the English, but over on the Scottish side, while their military strength continued to be augmented by fresh and enthusiastic recruits, Political divides began to open up because, of course, they did. I think that they're just doing it now on purpose to make trying to tell a coherent historical narrative impossible. See, within the Covenanter movement, there was a moderate, let's call them secular faction, led by, among others, the Earl of Argyll, and a hardcore, let's call them religious faction, led by the Presbyterian ministry. The ministry was a deeply embedded and very influential part of the Scottish army, so when Charles paid a visit to the camp after the initial engagement and was greeted by some pretty enthusiastic cheering, the ministers and their allies got worried that the Scottish troops might forget what they were fighting for. Because in their eyes, none of this was about putting Charles back on the throne. That was just a means to an end which remained, as always, the triumph of Presbyterianism. But the cheers for Charles signaled that some in the army thought it was the other way around, that supporting Presbyterianism was the means to the end of restoring the monarchy. So in early August, the ministers laid heavy pressure on Charles to leave the camp, which he did, and then carried out a little purge of their own to clear out men who might only be in this for base secular reasons. Pretty soon, 80 officers and 4,000 men had been dismissed from the army, which isn't the hottest idea going when, you're trying to repel a foreign invasion led by one of the foremost generals of his day. Nor is it a good idea if you're trying to keep the hopefully future King of England on your side, because you can imagine how Charles II felt when he heard that 4,000 troops had just been sent home because they were a little too committed to putting him back on the throne. While the religious hardliners were purging the army, they were simultaneously urging David Leslie to bring Cromwell to a decisive battle. Now, in their defense, this wasn't quite as crazy as it sounds, because the Scottish army had been taking on a steady stream of recruits that saw their numbers rise to 22,000, even after the purge. Meanwhile, the English army was being hit by disease and malnutrition to the point where they only had about 11,000 effective fighting men. Sensing that time was against him, Cromwell kept trying to lure Leslie into battle, and the ministers kept pressuring Leslie to accept the challenge, but Leslie clearly saw the same thing that Cromwell did. All the Scots had to do was sit on their hands until winter, and Cromwell would have to withdraw. By September the 1st, Cromwell had retreated to the port of Dunbar to maintain access to the supplies he so desperately needed, even as those supplies continued to be inadequate. With an overwhelming numerical advantage, and pressure from the ministers mounting, Leslie decided that if a battle was going to be fought, now was the time to do it. On September the 2nd, he moved down and surrounded Dunbar. Cromwell then dispatched a letter to Arthur Haslerigg back in England, outlining what to do to fend off a Scottish invasion if he was defeated, which it kind of looked like was about to happen. Cromwell then put 500 of his sickest men on a boat, which Leslie took to mean that the English infantry was being evacuated. So the Scots lined up a solid wall south of Dunbar, blocking the road to Berwick, to stop Cromwell and the English cavalry when they inevitably tried to make a break for it. And that is almost what happened. As evening fell on September the 2nd, Cromwell held a mounted council of war, and almost all of his senior officers recommended what Leslie had guessed the game plan already was: withdrawing the infantry by sea, and then have the cavalry cut through the Scottish lines and race back to England where they could all regroup. But this is not what Cromwell wanted to hear, and it wasn't until the council got around to John Lambert. Remember him, the guy who was critical to the Preston campaign? Well, John Lambert told Cromwell what he did want to hear. He said, no, let's fight it out. And not only that, let's attack first. And Lambert had scouted the Scottish line, and he believed he had discovered a fatal weakness. Cromwell made up his mind, ordered Lambert to hit that spot before dawn, and then told everyone else that they were going to stay and fight it out. Both armies spent the night lined up for battle, but the Scots were of course far more relaxed. They had the numbers, they had the position, the English army was on the ropes and getting ready to run. But then, just before sunrise, Lambert charged into the hole he had detected in a shallow pass through some hills. The surprised Scots held for a moment, but then broke, leaving Lambert with a beachhead in enemy territory. Cromwell then ordered a frontal attack. Outnumbered as they were, the new model pikemen were initially repulsed, but then they rallied and amazingly started pushing the Scots backward. As dawn broke, so too did the Scottish line, allowing the new model cavalry to come sweeping in to devastating effect. The Battle of Dunbar was probably Cromwell's finest hour. The Scots left 3,000 dead on the field while another 10,000 were captured. Leslie and his senior command retreated to Stirling, but only 4,000 men re-rallied to their banner. When the sun had gone down the night before, it looked like Cromwell was about to be crushed, probably captured, and possibly killed. As the sun rose the next morning, the Scots had been blasted to smithereens. It was not without good reason that Cromwell believed that God was literally on his side. In the days that followed, Cromwell took Leith while Lambert captured Edinburgh, putting the Scottish government on the run to Stirling, where Leslie was trying to re-rally his forces. By the 18th, Cromwell himself was at Stirling and was preparing to besiege the city, when he thought better of it and decided to return to Edinburgh instead. He thought better of it because, on the military hand, his army was still pretty weak, and thought better of it on the political hand because his intention was to dislodge the Covenanters from power and integrate Scotland into the English fold, and he didn't want things to get super bitter. So he took pains while in Scotland to assure civilians that he meant them no harm, and encourage them to resume their normal economic routines. Charles II and the Covenanters, of course, were now at each other's throats. If there was internal squabbling while things were going well, you can imagine how much that squabbling escalated after the throat punch that was the Battle of Dunbar. Both the secular royalists, and remember that is purely a term of convenience, and the religious Presbyterians blamed the other side for the debacle. Then, in the post-debacle regrouping, an association of western Scottish counties, where the religious Covenanters were strongest, promised to raise well above their quota of men if they were allowed to basically run their regiments independently, guaranteeing that these regiments would not be led astray by misplaced fidelity to Charles II, who they rightly suspected cared very little about the Solemn League and Covenant. Now holed up in Perth, Charles, of course, decided the blame for Dunbar lay with the ministers for pushing Leslie to attack when he didn't want to. So he started making preparations to raise an army of Highlanders to fight for him. The Earl of Argyll managed to talk him out of this, but news of the plot leaked, even as the plot itself was being aborted, and Charles felt compelled to flee Perth for safer territory. But following the old family tradition inherited from his father, Charles II left Perth without any clear idea where he was going, and he was picked up a week later by Covenanter cavalry and redeposited at Perth. The religious faction was now convinced more than ever that Charles was not to be trusted and really not worth fighting for. So they drew up a formal remonstrance, denouncing the alliance with this ungodly king who was trying to force himself on an unwilling England, which is how the religious faction comes to be called the Remonstrants. Now you would think that with all the remonstrances that have been flying around that name would have been taken by now, but it wasn't. So they registered the domain and now we call them the Remonstrants. The immediate effect of the Remonstrance was to pretty much divorce the Scottish lords from the Scottish Church, which, yeah, is not super good for national unity when you're facing down an occupying foreign army. But the good news for Charles and the lords was that though the ministers had long served as the conscience of the nation, with the English occupying Scotland, men and women started looking to Charles II as the natural rallying point for a counterattack, which is to say that all is not lost for young Charles quite yet. This natural turn toward monarchy left the Remonstrants isolated in the western counties, so in November Cromwell launched a two-pronged attack into the west, leading one column himself and turning the other over to the increasingly invaluable John Lambert, who on December the 1st will become just the invaluable John Lambert, because that's when the Western Association Army, acting with bad intelligence, attacked Lambert's column and was promptly destroyed. The destruction of the Remonstrance army left the English stronger than ever, but it also allowed the reconvened Scottish Parliament, now dominated by Argyll, to open up recruitment to all those men that the Remonstrants had deemed insufficiently committed to the Covenant, so mostly old royalists and ex-engagers, who thus far had been told to stay home, even though they were spoiling for a fight. The Scottish Parliament called for 25 new regiments, with no attention to be paid to political leanings. With the secularish Scots ascendant, Charles II was finally crowned King of Scotland on January the 1st, 1651, with the crown being placed on his head by the Earl of Argyll, who was no doubt looking forward to the day when his literal role as kingmaker would be amply rewarded, but this is pretty much the apex of Argyll's influence over his new king. Down in Edinburgh, the end of winter couldn't come fast enough for Cromwell, and in February he launched a probably ill-advised operation to seize control of the Fife, the fertile peninsula that sits on the other side of the Firth of Forth. But rough weather forced the English army to break off the attempt, and Cromwell himself got really super sick. Like, I think I might be dying sick. But with the Lord General temporarily incapacitated, Charles and the Scots were unable to take the initiative, because they continued to be plagued by internal divisions which are too subtle and convoluted to get into here. But the upshot was that it was not until mid-May, that Charles and the Scots were once again ready to fight. And of course, by then, Cromwell was feeling much better, thank you. In late June 1651, Cromwell ordered a detachment of men to shuttle across the Firth of Forth to re-attempt the capture of the Fife, while he himself marched on Stirling to distract the main Scottish army still led by David Leslie. By mid-July, Cromwell's maneuvering had drawn Leslie down to Kilsyth, and it was only then that the Scottish general realized that he was not dealing with the whole English army, if you catch my drift. He rushed 4,000 men over to the Fife, but there they met the English forces, now led by John Lambert, and were promptly whipped in, I'm serious, I'm not making this up, 15 minutes. Because the indispensable John Lambert is kind of morphing into the indestructible John Lambert. But when news of this victory reached Cromwell, he did a curious thing. Rather than attacking Leslie, who was now less 4,000 troops, he decided to make for Perth and capture what had become the temporary Covenanter capital. But by marching on Perth, Cromwell left the road to England wide open. So wide open that no one doubts it was absolutely meant to invite Charles and Leslie to invade England. Hell, even Charles and Leslie knew they were being invited to invade England, because that was exactly what Cromwell wanted them to do. But with the English army slowly achieving a stranglehold on Scotland, Charles and Leslie ultimately decided that they had no choice but to roll the dice and take the bait. Argyle thought it was a crazy idea and playing right into Cromwell's hands, and of course he was right, and he refused to take part, which is how he went from kingmaker to outcast in just about 6 months. On July the 31st, Charles and Leslie started marching south with about 12,000 troops. As with Hamilton's invasion, their hope was that as they passed through northern England, they would be able to pick up supporters and beef up their army, but as also with Hamilton, their hopes were misplaced. Most of the royalist-inclined lords were mostly convinced Charles was running a fool's errand and didn't want to hop on the bandwagon just as it was flying off a cliff, while the commoners continued to hate the Scots for all the plundering that they had subjected them to over the last few years. And this is why the Third Civil War isn't really a civil war per se, because Charles's army remained almost entirely Scottish. A few days after Charles took the bait, Cromwell put his grand plans into motion. First, he ordered 2 cavalry armies, about 4,000 men each, to follow the Scots south and make their lives miserable, but not bring them to battle. One of these armies was of course led by John Lambert. The other was led by a guy named Thomas Harrison, who will become important next week when we get into the dissolution of the Rump Parliament. Then Cromwell himself followed at the head of about 10,000 infantry, leaving a final 5,000 behind in Scotland to garrison the country, under the command of George Monk, who we first met way back during the Bishops' Wars. Remember, he was the guy who managed to withdraw the artillery at the Battle of Newburn? Well, he's starting to loom large in our story now, but we're going to deal with him in more detail later. As August progressed, Charles and Leslie continued to march south, but like I say, they found further recruitment all but impossible. Sir Thomas Fairfax briefly came out of retirement to ensure that Yorkshire remained solidly for Parliament, and Lambert and Harrison skirmished and harassed the Scots from all sides. So it had to have been a fairly demoralized army that finally wound up in Worcester at the end of August. Worcester remained mostly friendly to the Royalist cause, and Charles hoped to use it as a base to draw in recruits from Cornwall and Wales, but on the day everyone was supposed to rendezvous, only like 200 guys showed up, which I'm sure picked everyone's spirits right up. Meanwhile, on the other side, as September rolled around, Cromwell, Lambert, and Harrison had linked back up, and had been further augmented by local levies. In all, Cromwell now led an army 31,000 strong. The plan was to attack Worcester from both sides of the Severn River. John Lambert secured a bridge 10 miles south of town on August the 28th that allowed 11,000 troops to cross over to the west bank and approach Worcester from the south. Cromwell himself set up his artillery east of the city and started a bombardment the next day. On September the 3rd, 1651, the first anniversary of the Providential Battle of Dunbar, the parliamentary column approaching from the south reached the east-west running River Teme, or River Tem, I'm not sure which it is. The main force started building 2 pontoon bridges, while a detachment was sent a little to the west as a diversion. Now, I probably would not bother to point out this little detail, except that the target of that diversionary force was the Powick Bridge, which spanned the River Teme. The very same Powick Bridge where Prince Rupert won the very first skirmish of all of these wars way back in 1642. So there is some nice poetic symmetry at work here. A detachment of Scots met the guys trying to cross the River Teme, and managed to fight hard enough that Cromwell had to personally come down with 3 regiments to ensure that the crossing succeeded. Now this totally worked and allowed the parliamentary forces to cross the river, but it also left Cromwell's main eastern line vulnerable to attack, and Charles seized the opportunity. He personally led a charge out of Worcester that very nearly broke the parliamentary line. But just then, Cromwell returned with his 3 regiments, and Charles was forced to retreat back into the city. Once the king was back in Worcester, Cromwell pressed the attack, and a regiment was able to capture Fort Royal at the southeast corner of the city, which housed the bulk of the heavy guns. Cromwell turned those guns on the Scots inside and started blasting away. Chaos obviously ensued. Charles tried to rally his forces, but panic had taken over, and he was finally convinced that it was time to flee. He was one of the very few who got away. Of his army, 3,000 were killed and another 10,000 captured, including nearly all of his senior officers. Charles would stay on the run for 6 weeks, passing himself off as a survivor of Worcester, and moving along a sort of underground railroad of mostly Catholic families until he was finally able to land in a port and sail for France. Oh, and he did once totally spend a night in an oak tree to avoid detection. The Battle of Worcester marks the end of the Civil Wars. The Royalists are defeated. The fighting that started at Powick Bridge in 1642 finally, blessedly ended on almost the same spot 9 years later. In a dispatch to Parliament on September the 4th, Cromwell summed up the war weariness of his nation by calling the battle a crowning mercy. Next time, we will begin to grapple with the implications of post-monarchy Britain, as Cromwell and his associates scramble madly from one political experiment to the next, trying in vain to put their Republican Commonwealth on solid ground. I say next time, of course, because next week is Thanksgiving here in the States, and I will be taking the week off. When we come back, though, we'll hit the home stretch of the English Revolution, and in 4 or 5 more episodes, depending on how it all shakes out, Charles II, who is currently hiding in an oak tree somewhere, will make his triumphant return to London and finally be crowned King of England. Hello, and welcome to Revolutions. Episode 12, In the Name of God, Go. So we left off last time with Cromwell's final victory over Charles II at the Battle of Worcester. Although, for those of you who missed it, I did manage to find some time last week to put together a couple of supplementals, one on John Lilburn and one on the Diggers. But in terms of the main storyline, we left off on September the 3rd, 1651. The Royalists are broken, Charles II is in flight, The era of Republican England is at hand. Only, no one quite knew what that meant. So, by all means, let's go find out. Since the execution of Charles I back in January 1649, already almost 2 years ago, the executive functions of government had passed into the hands of the Council of State. This council of 40 men was composed mostly of civilian leaders. There were not nearly as many army officers as you'd expect from a government that is so often characterized as a military dictatorship. With the final defeat of royalism, though, it was high time to start discussing a more permanent constitutional system, which meant it was time to start discussing how to dissolve the current parliament, which had technically been sitting for more than a decade, though by now it had degenerated into that small or inferior remnant or offshoot, the rump. In October 1651, the rump began considering how to hand power over to the new parliament. But that turned out to not be the most important issue of the day, because on October the 9th, 1651, largely thanks to Oliver St. John, Parliament passed the famous Navigation Act. And what was important about the Navigation Act? Oh, that's right, it pretty much starts the First Anglo-Dutch War. Because, yeah, in about 6 months, England and the United Provinces are going to be mired in a naval war. But, I will tell you, we are not going to get mired in the First Anglo-Dutch War. I'm going to talk about it a little bit here so you know what it was about, and of course we'll have to talk about how much the subsequent treaty negotiations were bungled, but I don't want to get lost trying to detail all the naval battles. I'd much rather stay in London and detail all the political battles. It's far more germane to the topic at hand. Okay, so first of all, yes, it's a little counterintuitive that there are now 2 Protestant republics in Europe, and they're about to go to war with each other. But neither side really dug the other's specific form of Protestantism, and this was mostly about commerce and trade anyway. See, up until this point, the Dutch, not the English, were masters of the sea, and they had a virtual monopoly on maritime shipping, and that even included trade between England and her North American colonies. Plus, the Dutch had totally locked up trade around the Baltic and enjoyed unrestricted fishing wherever they felt like dropping a net. The insanely provocative Navigation Act declared that anything being imported into the British Isles had to be carried either by an English ship or by a ship from the cargo's country of origin. This was a direct assault on the Dutch's transportation monopoly. The Navigation Act also said that any fish brought into the British Isles had to have been caught by an English ship. So basically, Parliament is launching a trade war against the Dutch, in part because of the rising commercial interests of England, in part because Parliament was righteously flushed with victory and wanted to keep the ball rolling, and in part because Oliver St. John had gone down to the Netherlands in the midst of the Third Civil War to negotiate closer ties with the Dutch, had been treated shabbily, and was pretty pissed off about it. After the act was passed, the Dutch sent envoys to negotiate a peaceful settlement, but by the spring of 1652, clashes out at sea between the English and Dutch, and the French too, but let's not get into that, pretty much demanded the conflict be settled with arms. And so it would be. Having passed the Navigation Act, the Rump finally voted for its own dissolution. But they set November 1654 as the closing date, which is like 3 years in the future. This is not what most people, especially the army grandees, had in mind when they started calling for a new parliament. I mean, the Rump was about as unrepresentative a supposedly representative body as you could possibly have. They had no popular constituency. So the only thing that could justify the Rump so brazenly extending its own life was if they started enacting all those long overdue reforms that had gotten everyone into this in the first place. A pretty long list of things had accumulated over the years, so let's quickly take stock of the gargantuan task facing the Rump and then decide whether they in fact managed to justify their own existence. On the religious front, a loose consensus had emerged that there still ought to be some kind of established church, with the obvious caveat that there wouldn't be any penalty for non-attendance, so you've got to set that up. Then there was the long-festering problem of scandalous, absentee, or incompetent ministers living fat on forced tithes. You got to figure out a way to get rid of those guys. And then there was the belief that Parliament ought to underwrite the spreading of the gospel into the dark corners of Britain, where conservative Anglicanism or even, gasp, Catholicism still held sway. You gotta get that going. To tackle all of this, the Rump formed a few subcommittees in February 1652. We'll check back on their progress later. On the legal front, there was an absolute logjam of proposals out there. The courts needed to be more accessible and more honest and cost less. Men should have the right to lawyers and witnesses in their defense. The whole concept of the debtor prison probably needed to be scrapped, and the death penalty was maybe being thrown around just a little too freely. A commission led by Sir Matthew Hale was established in January 1652, creatively dubbed the Hale Commission, to make recommendations on legal reforms, and they wound up submitting 16 different bills for the Rump's consideration. We'll check back on them too. On the social front, the influence of the Levelers had raised the possibility that poor relief might be strengthened and extended, and that steps might be taken to move England in the direction of being a more humanitarian and egalitarian society. But we can clear this up right away. The members of the Rump were firmly in the merchant and landlord camp. Social reform was a total non-starter. On the financial front, there was some activity, but it sure didn't make them any friends in the army. The Rump decided that a good way to raise money to fund, for example, the war against the Dutch, would be to confiscate and sell royalist property. Now, this is all well and good, except that over the course of the civil wars, the army had induced dozens of peaceful surrenders of royalist strongholds by promising estates would not, I repeat, would not be confiscated and sold. The Rump's decision to start reneging on those promises besmirched the honor of army officers everywhere. And remember, this is an era that takes honor super seriously. So finally, we circle back around to the political front. How is power going to be transferred from the Rump to a new parliament? Because there has to be a new parliament eventually, right? I mean, the Rump can't just extend itself indefinitely by only calling for so-called recruiter elections to fill vacant seats, right? Right. So, when are we going to have fresh elections? And how is suffrage going to be determined? And how is membership going to be regulated? To justify their existence, the Rump Parliament had to tackle all of these issues simultaneously. So, what did they actually do? They met 4 days a week, usually only for a morning session, and accomplished exactly nothing. No religious settlement, no legal reforms, really no social programs. Plus, it looked an awful lot like they were concocting a recruiter election scheme to perpetuate themselves indefinitely so they could all get rich. By August 1652, the senior command of the army was getting super annoyed with the Rumps in action, and they presented a petition that was meant to prod the small or inferior remnant or offshoot in the direction of, doing something. And of course, it was capped off with a demand that the Rump had better come up with a plan to dissolve itself. Now, before we go on, I should mention one thing. On the issue of succession, the members of the Rump probably had a keener political instinct than the army did, because they knew that something like half the country still harbored royalist sympathies. Free elections are a wonderful thing, but let's not kid ourselves. There's a damn good chance whoever wins will get together in Westminster and immediately vote to restore the monarchy. But frustration in the army with the Rump blinded them to this fact. They wanted a new government. So, what kind of new government did the army want? Since we can't go 5 minutes without people splitting up into competing factions, it is time for the army to start splitting up into competing factions. Now, of course, Oliver Cromwell was everyone's supreme leader. But below him, his officers started lining up behind John Lambert on one side and Thomas Harrison on the other. Lambert and Harrison were old comrades in arms and had both just played a major role in the victory over Charles II, so right now their disagreements were by no means hostile or bitter. But there were differences. Specifically, Lambert tended toward a more secular Republican vision of England's future, while Thomas Harrison was angling for an unapologetic theocracy, because Thomas Harrison was a fifth monarchist. The Fifth Monarchists were one of those radical Christian sects that were able to flourish as the old order broke down during the Civil Wars. Their name came from the book of Daniel, where the prophet describes 4 earthly kingdoms, which they took to be the Babylonians, Persians, Greeks, and Romans. The Fifth Monarchists believe that after the fall of Rome, a prophesied fifth kingdom, ruled by the Son of Man, would last for 1,000 years. They took this Son of Man to be the Pope, believed his 1,000 years were up, and that he was about to be succeeded by the kingdom of Christ on earth. It was the job of the Fifth Monarchists to pave the way for his return. The execution of the wicked King Charles was a part of that process, and next up would be establishing the rule of the saints. As a devout Fifth Monarchist, Thomas Harrison believed that when the rump was dissolved, it should be replaced by a closely held assembly of godly men. Godliness being determined, of course, by the Fifth Monarchists. By the end of 1652, the rump had done nothing to mollify the army, and in fact ticked them off even more in November by ordering another 700 royalist estates confiscated. In January 1653, officers started gathering in London. As the weeks continued to roll by without anything getting done, calls for Cromwell to step in and forcibly dissolve the rump grew louder. But Cromwell resisted taking such a drastic step. As March turned to April, however, the rump entered what can only be described as a suicidal death spiral. They had finally taken up a regular Wednesday meeting to hash out how the next parliament would be elected, but on March the 30th, 1653, they abruptly set aside the matter and moved on to other things. Then, 2 days later, they failed to renew funding for a project to spread the gospel in Wales, which enraged not just Harrison and the Fifth Monarchists, but godly men of all stripes. By now, a final confrontation was looming. Cromwell had stopped attending the Council of State, and on April 18th and 19th he met with his senior officers and what allies in Parliament they had left to hash out a plan for the rump to elect a 40-man caretaker government to run the country until new elections could be held, and then disband themselves. Cromwell left this meeting apparently believing that the MPs he had just met with were going to take the proposal back to the Commons and get it, if not passed, then at least debated. But as he sat in a meeting at Whitehall the next day, a breathless messenger showed up with news that the rump was considering a bill on political succession all right, but it was not Cromwell's bill. And not only that, they were intending to pass it that very day. Cromwell didn't believe the first messenger, but then 2 more messengers came and told him exactly the same thing. So Cromwell and his entourage, including Thomas Harrison, dropped what they were doing and headed down to Westminster to see for themselves. When Cromwell got down to the Commons, he took his seat and let the debate continue uninterrupted. Just as the speaker was about to call a vote, though, Cromwell said some words privately to Harrison, then rose and began to speak. He started out calmly enough, praising the good work they had done, but then he abruptly turned on them, started cataloging their faults, and suddenly concluded, "It is not fit that you should sit here any longer. You have sat too long here for any good you have been doing lately." Before the shocked rump could react, Cromwell turned to Harrison and said, "Call them in." Then 20 or 30 musketeers marched into the chamber. With the soldiers in the room, Cromwell really took off, denouncing individual members in turn as drunkards and prostitutes and Judases. He finished up by finishing them off. "How can you be a parliament for God's people? Depart, I say, and let us have done with you. In the name of God, go." Then the soldiers started to clear the room. There was commotion and protest, but everyone got hustled out in a hurry. And that, my friends, was the end of the rump parliament. At least for the time being. Cromwell's decision to dissolve the rump was almost certainly spur of the moment, though there has been much argument about this over the years. But the whole incident is shrouded in a bit of mystery, because, get this, no one knows the contents of the bill the rump was actually debating. Seriously. Cromwell grabbed it off the table and no one has seen it since. I think a very likely scenario, presented by Austin Woolrich in Britain and Revolution, is that Cromwell thought the bill was about to set up self-perpetuating recruiter elections, and that's why he felt compelled to take such a drastic step. but upon reviewing the language of the bill, he realized that wasn't what it said at all. Because if it had been about recruiter elections, he would have made like 10,000 copies and said, look, they were trying to perpetuate themselves into eternity, and that's why I had to step in. But instead, the one copy of the bill was destroyed, which makes you wonder. Premeditated or not, the dissolution of the Rump was a military coup that snuffed out the last pillar of the old constitution of king, lords, and commons. When the Long Parliament convened back in 1640, no one, and I mean no one, thought that in a little over a decade, the entire political system would have collapsed onto the shoulders of an obscure country gentleman that no one has ever heard of. Least of all, the obscure country gentleman that no one has ever heard of himself. 2 days after the Rump was tossed out, Cromwell convened a new Council of State. Under what authority did he convene the new Council of State? Look, it's a Council of State, so just go with it, okay? The first and really only order of business was to figure out who or what the Council of State could hand power off to, which Cromwell wanted to happen as soon as possible to avoid accusations that he was running a military dictatorship. John Lambert, who was probably more disgusted with the Rump than anyone, favored a small executive committee that would be streamlined enough to actually get things done. Thomas Harrison, on the other hand, wanted a larger body, but one whose membership would be tightly restricted to the godly, establishing that rule of the saints that would pave the way for the coming kingdom of Christ. In the end, the Council of State set up an assembly of 140 members, representing every county in England, plus 6 members each for Scotland and Ireland. These members, however, were not going to be elected. Instead, candidates would be nominated by a convention of army officers, and then a majority vote would confirm them. Conscious of the dicey political ground upon which he stood, Cromwell also went out of his way not to call this new assembly a parliament, and instead it was referred to as the nominated assembly, though that is not what history is going to call it. With the candidates all selected, the nominated assembly was set to meet on July the 4th at Whitehall, not Westminster, because, like I say, Cromwell really didn't want people to mistake it for a parliament. In the meantime, the war with the Dutch was reaching its climax. England looked like it was going to be the winner, but really, both sides were ready to call it quits. When Dutch ambassadors came to London in June to hash out a treaty, though, the Council of State presented them with absurdly harsh terms that the Dutch just couldn't accept. So the fleets had to go back out for one more big battle in August, which the English again won, but not without considerable losses. The war needed to end. Both sides recognized it. But the men who now ran England were not super experienced with high diplomacy, and negotiations would drag into 1654 as the Dutch tried to convince the English that, look, we're here to negotiate, not sign some humiliating capitulation. I mean, you didn't beat us that badly. At one point, Cromwell even had to open up a secret correspondence with the Dutch envoys, basically begging them to be patient while he tried to talk some sense into his guys. Now, as I just mentioned, the nominated assembly that gathered in July 1653 is not known to history as the nominated assembly. They are instead known by the sneering label, Bare Bones' Parliament. Critics of the assembly, and there were quite a few of them, as I'm sure you can imagine, wanted to paint it as a collection of low-born religious zealots. So they latched onto one guy in particular who had the wonderful name Praise God Barebone. So they called it Bare Bones' Parliament, even though it was really not Bare Bones' Parliament. Cromwell opened the assembly with a 2-hour speech, during which he implored them to remember that they sat as a result of God's will. It had all come down to this. So, please don't blow it. He told them that they had until November 1654 to complete what business they could, and then they would elect men to succeed them in a second nominated assembly, and then those guys, now somewhat removed from the dirty business of the, military coup, would arrange for a permanent constitutional settlement. One of the first things the assembly did, though, was to vote to call themselves a parliament. Cromwell may have been squeamish about the name, but they were not. Then the Council of State was expanded from 13 to 31 members, a pretty even mix of Harrison-aligned religious radicals and more conservative men who just wanted a functional government. Critically, for the next constitutional experiment, which will be along in about 6 months, the Council of State was subordinated to the Assembly, and Oliver Cromwell made sure that he enjoyed no special authority or position. 2 mistakes that would be corrected in Lambert's Instrument of Government, which we'll get into next week. At first, Barebones' Parliament ran great. The Assembly met 6 days a week for all-day sessions, and attendance was pretty good. They dove headlong into all the reforms the Rump had neglected, but as it turned out, reform is not as easy as it sounds, especially when you've got a bunch of fifth monarchists wandering around whose idea of reform is the creation of a biblical theocracy. The specific issues that wound up crashing Barebones' Parliament, however, were legal reform and compulsory tithes. Now, I don't think we've talked about it yet, but tithes had long been a source of discontent. They legally obligated a parishioner to pony up cash to support a minister they probably had no say in choosing, often didn't like, and sometimes had never even met. A big part of the Puritan reform movement was the belief that congregations ought to choose their own ministers and then support them voluntarily, the logic being that if a minister couldn't convince people to contribute voluntarily, then he probably wasn't worth supporting in the first place. Complicating the matter, though, was the fact that over the years the right to collect tithes had slowly passed into the hands of laymen. In fact, by the time of the Revolution, something like a third of all tithes were in fact collected by local landlords, whose families had somehow acquired the title to them at some point in the misty past. Handed down from father to son, these tithes were now considered a form of property, and abolishing them would be a direct assault on the kind of freeborn rights that John Lilburne has always been ranting about. The men of Barebones' Parliament soon broke down into 2 parties, one that favored reforming the system to correct the worst abuses, and another more radical party that favored outright abolition. Both sides considered the other misguided and dangerous. The other thing that fractured Barebones' Parliament was legal reform, which opened up a similar split between those who wanted to tweak the system to make it less corrupt and more humane, and those who wanted to scrap the damn Norman yoke altogether and create a brand new, ultra-simplified code written in plain English. Adding some spice to the legal debates were the fifth monarchists, who said that biblical law was all that anyone needed, so what are you guys even talking about? Much to the chagrin of the radicals, the committee set up to handle legal reform was moving in the direction of moderate tweaks, based in part on the work of the Hale Commission. But one day, the radicals found themselves in the majority in the main assembly, and they voted to create a separate committee whose task would be to devise a whole new model of law. So now there were 2 committees working simultaneously towards contradictory ends, which didn't do much to promote the spirit of unity in Barebones' Parliament. The polarization of the Assembly accelerated through the fall of 1653, as everyone entrenched into their respective bunkers. Attendance in the main assembly dropped off a cliff as members despaired at their ability to break the deadlock. There was, however, a brief spike on November the 1st for the debate on how to reconstitute the Council of State. It had been decided that 16 of the councillors would automatically keep their seats, while the other 15 would face possible replacement. The radicals, especially the religious radicals, got beat bad in the subsequent vote, and even Thomas Harrison just barely managed to keep his place in the council. The rebuke led the fifth monarchists to essentially withdraw their support from the assembly. They began to attack it mercilessly in sermons and pamphlets, which only demoralized and degraded the body even further. By the middle of November, only about 50 guys were showing up to work each day. By now, John Lambert, too, had given up on the assembly, though obviously not for the same reasons as Thomas Harrison. And as it turned out, Lambert was not just an excellent military officer, he was also something of a political philosopher. Sensing that Barebones' Parliament was not long for this world, Lambert spent the autumn of 1653 writing the Instrument of Government, which he hoped to get adopted as the first written constitution in English history. We'll talk more about the instrument next week because Lambert is about to get his wish. But before we can really get into it, Barebones' Parliament needs to die. So, let's go ahead and kill it right now. In the end, it was tithes that drove the stake through the heart of Barebones' Parliament. By early December, the moderates had put together a reform package aimed at correcting the worst abuses, while leaving the system itself intact. But when the package was taken up for debate on December the 10th, the very first clause was voted down by an alliance of radicals, who wanted the whole system scrapped, conservatives, who opposed all reform on principle, and probably a sprinkling of men aligned with John Lambert, who were gleefully doing their part to make the assembly look broken beyond repair, which of course it now did. After this fateful vote on tithes, Lambert and his allies met with moderate members of the assembly, and they hatched a plan to have Barebones' Parliament commit suicide. On December the 12th, the moderates rose early and convened in session far earlier than normal. The 40 or 50 they mustered outnumbered the 30-odd radicals who happened to be hanging around, and it quickly became clear what the moderates were up to as they started to rise one by one and denounce the radical members for destroying the legitimacy of the assembly. The radicals tried to get a word in, but the speaker, clearly in on the moderate plot, refused to let them take the floor. When everyone had said what they came to say, all the moderates and the speaker abruptly walked out of the hall. As they walked out, a company of soldiers walked in to forcibly eject anyone who tried to stay behind. The radicals attempted to stand their ground, but, men with guns. When the moderates left the hall, they marched straight over to Oliver Cromwell and tendered their collective resignation. Now, Cromwell knew something was up, and had in fact already seen a copy of Lambert's Instrument of Government, but he had been holding out hope that the nominated assembly would persevere. When he accepted their mass resignation, he claimed to be surprised, and maybe he was, but he can't have been that surprised. For the second time in a year, the political system of England has collapsed onto the shoulders of Oliver Cromwell. Next week, he will again try to get this weight off his shoulders as quickly as possible by helping to inaugurate the Instrument of Government, the first written constitution in English history. But Cromwell wouldn't be able to shed all the weight, because one of the main problems Lambert hoped to solve with the instrument was that the nation required a much stronger executive branch. And that is how an obscure country gentleman that no one has ever heard of will become the Lord Protector of the Commonwealth of England, Scotland, and Ireland, and the dominions thereto belonging, for his life. Hello, and welcome to Revolutions. Supplemental, Freeborn John. In the interest of streamlining the story of the English Revolution, I have from time to time elected not to introduce men into the picture who don't directly advance the plot. Now, any comprehensive history of the period would necessarily include men like Lord Digby and Viscount Falkland, but for clarity's sake they have remained unmentioned in the background. There is, however, one guy who I would like to haul up because even the briefest summary of the period would be incomplete without him. I speak, of course, of the most famous, infamous, obnoxious, eloquent, passionate, uncompromising leveler of them all, John Lilburne. Lilburne has been lurking around the edges of our story, and occasionally lobbing bombs into the middle of it, from the very beginning, but the time never seemed quite right to introduce him. So I'm giving up on trying to weave him into the larger narrative, so here we are with this standalone supplemental. John Lilburne was born in 1614, the third son of a minor landowner. He attended school in Newcastle and was apprenticed to a Puritan wholesaler in London from 1630 to 1636, aka the heyday of personal rule. During this period, he dove into Puritan theology and met the radical physician John Bastick, and then got into the underground printing business. When Bastick was arrested along with William Prynne and Henry Burton Way back in episode 2, Lilburne fled to Holland, but when he returned to England in December 1637, he too was arrested, flogged, and imprisoned. He would remain in captivity for the next 3 years. When the Long Parliament convened in November 1640 and started running through their endless list of grievances, one of those grievances was the continued imprisonment of John Lilburne. His eloquent defenses of an Englishman's freeborn rights had earned him a popular following who clamored for the release of their hero, Freeborn John. In an interesting historical twist, Lilburne's petition for clemency was brought before the Commons by none other than backbench MP Oliver Cromwell. In May 1641, just as the Earl of Strafford was losing his head, the Long Parliament voted that Lilburne's imprisonment was unjust, and they set him free. When the First Civil War started up a year later, Lilburne was commissioned a captain and fought at Edgehill, but as the king slowly marched on the capital after the battle, Lilburne and his company were captured at Brentford. They were about to be hanged as traitors to set an example and a precedent, but Parliament sent a message to the king that if he summarily executed captured parliamentary soldiers, that Parliament would do the same to captured royalists. So Charles cancelled the executions, bowing to the distasteful reality that he was indeed fighting an army of soldiers and not a gang of criminals. In the spring of 1643, Lilburne wound up getting exchanged for some royalist prisoners, and with Cromwell's help got himself commissioned as a major in the Eastern Association Army, soon rising to lieutenant colonel in a regiment of dragoons. He marched with the Eastern Association up north to block Prince Rupert and fought at Marston Moor, as did probably his older brother Robert Lilburne, who would himself wind up a pretty prominent officer in the New Model Army and a signatory to the king's death warrant a few years later. After Marston Moor, both John and Robert were part of that frustrated group of officers who wanted the Earl of Manchester to do something, anything to capitalize on the momentum of their great victory. Indeed, Lilburne asked permission to take a detachment to go and seize Tickhill Castle, but Manchester refused. So Lilburne, never a big fan of people telling him what to do, went and took it anyway. When he got back, Manchester upbraided him for disobeying orders, but then started taking credit for the successful operation. Lilburne was not amused, and when the parliamentary inquiry was convened to look into what had happened after the Second Battle of Newbury, John Lilburne was an enthusiastic witness against the Earl of Manchester. With the rise of the New Model Army, though, Lilburne's combative principles started to alienate him from his former friends. A staunch religious independent, he resigned his commission in April 1645 rather than sign the Solemn League and Covenant. He was then imprisoned by Parliament in July 1645 for denouncing various MPs and then refusing to answer questions about what he had said. He was released in October and kept his head down for a while, but the next year he publicly hinted that Manchester, who was by that time serving as Speaker of the House of Lords, was probably a closet royalist who should have his head lopped off. The Lords, of course, dragged Lilburne in for questioning, but Freeborn John refused to even recognize their jurisdiction over him. So they threw him in Newgate Prison. But when the Lords sent for him again, they discovered that he had barricaded himself inside his own cell to prevent them from re-summoning him. Finally hauled back in, the Lords were further incensed when Lilburne refused to kneel or take off his hat. They fined him £4,000, which is a lot, and sentenced him to 7 years in the Tower of London. While in the Tower, he started smuggling out subversive pamphlets about the trampled rights of freeborn Englishmen that would soon form part of the basis for the growing Leveller movement. When the army mutiny started in early 1647, one of the demands was that Freeborn John be released from prison. When the army took London later that summer, Lilburne expected to be freed, but Fairfax was not really sympathetic to his arguments or his plight, though Cromwell still harbored some affection for the man whose cause he had championed 7 years before. But that affection appears to have been pretty well snuffed out by Lilburn's role in drafting the uncompromising Leveller manifestos that led to the fractious Putney debates, and by the personal attacks Lilburn made against Cromwell. But after the Putney debates, he was released on bail and tried to join the mutiny at Corkbush Field, but it was put down before he got there. Then a few months later, his bail was rescinded for once again attacking the House of Lords. Lilburn kept up his rhetorical broadsides on the army and the lords and everything else he thought was oppressing the freeborn Englishmen. In August 1648, he was released from prison again, but this time it was thanks to Presbyterians in the Commons, who hoped freeborn John would lead the public charge against Oliver Cromwell, who they desperately wanted to see laid low, but the Battle of Preston made Cromwell virtually untouchable. Now you would think that the decision to put the king on trial after the Second Civil War would realign Lilburn with his old comrades in the army, and as you'll recall, Henry Ireton did indeed reach out in late 1648. But as you will also recall, Lilburn and his Leveller associates thought they had been asked to compose the final draft of a new constitution for England, not a rough draft of a new constitution for England. Lilburn took further offense when Ireton quietly dumped the Leveller proposal altogether. So when the king was brought to trial and Lilburn was actually offered a place on the High Court of Justice, he declined the seat, saying that only a jury of commoners had the kind of authority the High Court pretended to. Plus, as radical as he was, he still thought it was kind of insane to kill the king without a new constitution ready to go. Just after Charles was killed, Lilburn published England's New Chains Discovered, which denounced the military grandees and their allies in the rump, and called on citizens and soldiers everywhere to rise up against this new tyranny. He was, of course, immediately rearrested. He sat in jail for 8 months, and was then put on trial for treason, but after conducting a fairly brilliant personal defense of himself, he was found not guilty. It is possible that the sympathetic mobs who gathered in support outside the courtroom played some small role. After years of agitation, imprisonment, more agitation, and more imprisonment, Lilburn put his head down and tried to retire to private life, but he was constitutionally incapable of remaining quiet, and he soon picked a public fight with Arthur Haselrig, who was by now one of the most influential members of the rump. But this fight was not about abstract rights, but rather a very personal family quarrel with Haselrig over some land in Durham. Parliament had of course decided the dispute in Haselrig's favor, but Lilburn kept up his petitions and attacks and denunciations. A committee wound up reviewing the case all through 1652, until they finally concluded in January 1653 that Lilburn's case held no merit. They ordered him to pay a fine of £3,000 to the state, £2,000 to Haselrig for damages, and £500 each to 4 committee members, probably for wasting their time. Then they banished him from England for life, and in February 1653, freeborn John Lilburn sailed for the Netherlands. I'm going to leave it off here because we're pretty well caught up, and by now John Lilburn has already said and done everything that makes him important to the long-term development of constitutional democracy. His fiery defenses of freeborn rights will wind up being cited centuries after the fact by lawyers and judges as they continue to refine the legal definition of freedom. Lilburn's writings, for example, influenced the formation of the Fifth Amendment of the U.S. Constitution, the one that prohibits double jeopardy and self-incrimination and guarantees due process of law. Plus, and I just found this out, but Lilburn is actually specifically cited in the Supreme Court's famous 1966 Miranda decision, the one that guarantees a suspect will be fully informed of his rights when he is taken into custody, because Justice Hugo Black was like a John Lilburn superfan. So every time you hear a cop on TV, hopefully not in real life, start in with "you have the right to remain silent," you have, in part, John Lilburn to thank. Though we are ending here with his exile to Holland, just know that England has not in fact seen the last of freeborn John. That said, when we see him next, his seething anger at Cromwell and Parliament will lead him to make some very strange bedfellows indeed. Hello, and welcome to Revolutions. Supplemental, The Diggers. As we've discussed, the really revolutionary part of the English Revolution got going after the end of the First Civil War, leading to things like the Army Mutiny and the Leveller-influenced Putney debates. Then it picked up steam after the Second Civil War, leading to things like Pride's Purge and the execution of the king. But off the main current of events, the turmoil and hardship of the wars had created little revolutionary eddies. Eddies that ultimately went nowhere, but are nonetheless fascinating little pools filled with political and economic philosophies that don't gain traction again for centuries. One of the most famous and most fun of these revolutionary eddies are the Diggers. I would be doing you quite a disservice if we didn't spend at least a little time talking about the Diggers. Now, as with almost every group during these years, the name Digger was originally an insult, and at first they called themselves the True Levelers, which is kind of funny since the name Leveler was itself initially a pejorative. We'll get to why they were called Diggers in a second, but first we need to know what the difference is between a leveler and a true leveler. As you'll recall, the levelers get their name because they were accused of promoting the leveling of wealth, income, and property in order to create an egalitarian society. You'll also recall that the levelers were forever denying that this was actually their goal. They wanted constitutional reforms, and yes, pretty radical constitutional reforms, but they took great pains to defend private property rights. The true levelers, on the other hand, called themselves that because they did reject private property rights, and actually did call for a leveling of wealth, income, and property. Well, they didn't want to level property so much as they want to abolish the whole notion altogether. The basic foundation for their program came from the book of Acts chapter 2. All who believed were together, and had all things in common. They would sell their possessions and goods, and distribute the proceeds to all, as any had need. They extrapolated from this an entire system that denounced private property as unnatural and unjust, and running counter to God's will. The first true leveler pamphlet, called Light Shining in Buckinghamshire, was published in December 1648, just as Colonel Pride was purging Parliament, and said, among other things, that all men being alike privileged by birth, so all men were to enjoy the creatures alike, without property one more than the other. Which is exactly what the levelers were going out of their way to deny they believed, and I can promise you they were more than a little embarrassed to have this kind of nonsense being propagated in their name. Well, sort of in their name, because the true levelers were obviously taking pains to make sure that everyone knew that the other levelers were nothing of the kind. The reason they started getting called the Diggers, though, was not because of what they believed, but rather because of what they did. The winter of 1648-1649 was particularly harsh. Remember, this is after the crappy, terrible, no-good summer of 1648. Food scarcity led to skyrocketing prices, which led to hunger, which became famine. So come the spring of 1649, a group of true levelers occupied St. George's Hill in Surrey, not far from London. The community was led by a former army minister named William Everett, and the idea was that uncultivated wasteland could be claimed by the poor and worked to self-sufficiency. Everett reckoned that at least a third of all the land in England was just sitting around doing nothing, while poor families were busy starving to death. By collectively occupying unused land and then collectively working it, the poor would be delivered from their plight, and England would move into closer alignment with God's will. The sight of these low-born wretches diligently plowing away on the land is what earned them the name Diggers. The community on St. George's Hill is the best documented settlement, but it was not the only group of diggers at work. Historians have identified at least 10 other settlements scattered across central and south England. So though their numbers were small, less than 100 people have been firmly identified as having taken part in the digger experiment, it does look like something a bit more than just one small group of radical families. Though, honestly, not much more. Soon after the occupation of St. George's Hill on April 1st, 1649, the community was joined by the man who would become the leading light of the whole digger movement, Gerard Winstanley. Winstanley had been a textile merchant in London through the 1630s, but the Civil War had ruined him by 1643, and he was forced to go live with his wife's family in Walton-on-Thames and get a job as a hired cattle herdsman. At some point in 1648, he had a religious vision that the earth should be made a common treasury of livelihood to whole mankind, without respect of persons, and he started publishing radical economic and religious pamphlets. In January 1649, he published the New Law of Righteousness, wherein he said, "I am assured that if it be rightly searched into, the inward bondages of the mind, as covetousness, pride, hypocrisy, envy, sorrow, fears, desperation, and madness, are all occasioned by the outward bondage that one sort of people lay upon another." So in his mind, the entire political, economic, and social system of England had created a race of slaves, both physically and spiritually. Shortly after joining the community on St. George's Hill, Winstanley wrote his most influential work, the True Leveller's Standard Advanced, which argued, among other things, that those that buy and sell land and are landlords have got it either by oppression or murder or theft. So yeah, he's not really interested in pulling punches. He went on to say that this declares likewise to all laborers, or such as are called poor people, that they shall not dare to work for hire for any landlord or any that is lifted above others, for by their labors they have lifted up tyrants and tyranny, and by denying to labor for hire they shall pull them down again. He that works for another either for wages or to pay him rent works unrighteously, and still lifts up the curse. But they that are resolved to work and eat together, making the earth a common treasury, doth join hands with Christ to lift up the creation from bondage and restores all things from the curse. So yeah, this is basically the Christian Communist Manifesto. Of the community they were currently building, he said simply, "The work we are going about is this, to dig up George Hill and the waste ground thereabouts, and to sow corn, and to eat our bread together by the sweat of our brow." Now, as you can imagine, the local landowners didn't think too highly of the diggers, and they petitioned the newly created Council of State to do something about it. So both Thomas Fairfax and Oliver Cromwell got into it, visiting the community at St. George's Hill and calling Winstanley and other leaders to testify at Whitehall. After much deliberation, Fairfax decided that the diggers posed little threat to anyone, and that any further complaints against them should be dealt with by the regular local courts. The local landowners, of course, didn't think that this went nearly far enough, so they organized gangs to harass and intimidate the digger settlers. When the landowners finally did bring a suit, the judge decided that the diggers did not even have standing to defend themselves. Facing facts, the diggers decided to pull up stakes and move over to Cobham Heath, where they were able to keep working until they were broken up and dispersed in the summer of 1650, which brought an end to the very brief practical application of Christian communism. But 2 years later, Winstanley published a utopian pamphlet called The Law of Freedom in a Platform. In it, he continued his denunciation of the existing socio-political economic system. There was a radical theory in vogue at the time called the Norman Yoke that argued that prior to the invasion of William the Conqueror, the English had lived in a sort of perfect state of freedom, and everyone's trouble would be over if they simply cast off the Norman Yoke. Winstanley, though, didn't think that this went nearly far enough. He believed that pre-Norman England was just as tyrannical as post-Norman England. He wanted to return to the pure law of righteousness before the fall. Essentially, return mankind to the state of nature, a philosophical concept that was just beginning to take hold. He claimed in the Law of Freedom that the concept of property was introduced into the state of nature by the violence of a few treacherous villains, who now hid behind an elaborate political and legal apparatus that justified their crimes. He wrote that all laws that are not grounded upon equity and reason, not giving a universal freedom to all but a few respecting persons, ought to be cut off with the king's head. And he did not spare Parliament of criticism either, even though they had cut off said king's head. The top bough is lopped off the tree of tyranny, and the kingly power in that one particular is cast out. But alas, oppression is a great tree still, and keeps off the sun of freedom from the poor commons still. In the utopian society he laid out, when Stanley wanted to abolish buying and selling, just abolish it altogether. He wanted universal education for both men and women. He wanted to punish idleness by forced labor, a measure that was aimed not at the beggar in the street, but at the comfortable lord in his manor. He wanted men and women to wake up from the imaginary world where an imaginary god enforced an imaginary social hierarchy built on the imaginary concept of property. It's all super radical, super utopian, and super not convincing anyone anytime soon. We'll end with a nice long quote from The Law of Freedom. "Wheresoever there is a people united by common community of livelihood into oneness, it will become the strongest land in the world, for they will be as one man to defend their inheritance. Whereas on the other side, pleading for property and single interest divides the people of a land and the whole world into parties, and this is the cause of all wars and all bloodshed and contentions everywhere. But when once the earth becomes a common treasury again, as it must, then this enmity of all lands will cease, and none shall dare to seek dominion over the other, neither shall any dare to kill another nor desire more than the earth than another." In the end, the Digger movement dissolved, and most of its adherents, when Stanley included, drifted over to the Quakers. But as I said, they are a fascinating little revolutionary eddy, allowed to form in the radicalizing chaos of the 1640s. When we get to the communist revolutions of the 20th century, it will be interesting to see just how much they were anticipated by the Diggers of the 17th century. Hello, and welcome to Revolutions. Episode 13, The Instrument of Government. Last time, we saw two consecutive legislative bodies, the Rump Parliament and the Nominated Assembly, abruptly dissolved by men with guns. Despite his reputation as the slayer of parliaments, though, it doesn't really look like Oliver Cromwell was happy to see either go away. Well, I guess in the end he was happy to see them go away, but what I mean is that he probably had been hoping it wasn't going to come to that. But then it did, twice in a row. So the entire political system has once again crawled up onto the back of Oliver Cromwell. Luckily, John Lambert was right there with the instrument of government ready to go. On December the 15th, just 3 days after the murder-suicide of Barebones' Parliament, the instrument of government was adopted. On whose authority was it adopted? Look, it was adopted, okay? Does someone want to get Cornet Joyce in here to explain it to these people? The next day, in a sparsely attended ceremony at Westminster, Oliver Cromwell was sworn in as the Lord Protector of the Commonwealth of England, Scotland, and Ireland. But what did that mean? Well, let's get into it, shall we? Lambert's instrument of government is actually a pretty nifty piece of work. It was constructed in part from the remnants of the old heads of proposals, and grounded most especially in the theory of separated powers. Lambert had observed that any unchecked political power, whether in the form of a despotic king or a despotic legislature, had the tendency to become, well, despotic. This was one of the reasons both the Rump and the Nominated Assembly had become so onerous to so many people. But the other thing he observed was that a big legislature is basically incapable of efficient and timely governance. It's a too many cooks spoil the broth kind of thing. So the instrument of government divvied up legislative and executive power between three interlocking, mostly co-equal branches of government: a big legislative parliament, a small executive council, and a Lord Protector who straddled them both while being simultaneously limited by both. On the legislative side, the instrument thoroughly reorganized Parliament. It would now have 400 members representing England and Wales, and another 30 each for Scotland and Ireland. New elections had to be held within 3 years of the closing of the last session, and each new Parliament was guaranteed a minimum life of 5 months. The property requirement for suffrage was jacked up to £200 annually, and the district lines were radically redrawn to eliminate all the rotten boroughs floating around out there and bring some semblance of rationality to the electoral process. Catholics were of course disbarred both from voting and serving in Parliament, as were ex-royalists who hadn't been granted specific exemptions, which Lambert hoped would solve the problem of the first Parliament potentially voting to restore the monarchy. On the executive side, the council was to be composed of between 13 and 20 members who would serve for life. Lambert devised an elaborate system of choosing new councillors, with Parliament nominating 6 candidates, the sitting council narrowing the list down to 2, and then the Lord Protector selecting the winner. Once a councillor was in, though, they could not simply be dismissed by the Lord Protector at will, as a king could eject someone from his Privy Council. It required a fairly cumbersome impeachment process to get rid of an objectionable councillor. And when you consider that the council was to have control of the armed forces when Parliament wasn't in session, and they were to be the ones who selected a new Lord Protector if the old one died, it's pretty clear that the independent power lodged in the council was one of the major political innovations of the instrument of government. The office of Lord Protector, meanwhile, was designed to be a king in all but name, but not the kind of king King Charles I had aimed to be, more like the kind of king that Parliament had tried to make him, a sovereign whose power would only be wielded within a tightly constructed box. The Lord Protector, for example, was given a veto power, but it was far from absolute. Basically, the Lord Protector could refuse to sign a bill, but if, after 20 days of inaction, Parliament took a second vote and the bill again passed, then that was it. It was a law. And there was no 2/3 requirement, just another majority vote. On the other side of the equation, the Lord Protector was the head of the Executive Council. But if Parliament wasn't in session, and for example a question of military deployment came up, the Lord Protector was bound by the majority vote of his council, even if he disagreed with it. Now, the office wasn't just some empty figurehead, and it drew enormous influence by being able to serve both a legislative and executive function. But the Lord Protector is not an absolute dictator. The office does, however, lend its name to this particular period in British political history. We call it the Protectorate. The first Protectorate Parliament was to convene on September the 3rd, 1654. The auspicious anniversary of Cromwell's triumphs at Dunbar and Worcester. In the meantime, he would rule with his selected council temporarily, but then allow the new Parliament to ratify their decisions to give it all a nice veneer of legitimacy. So that takes care of England, but what about the other 2/3 of the Lord Protector's domains, Scotland and Ireland? We left Ireland when Cromwell sailed away back in April 1650, and then left Scotland when Cromwell chased after Charles II in August 1651. So, where do these two now conquered lands stand in the Protectorate? To take Scotland first, after the defeat of Charles II at Worcester, the Rump had intended to simply annex the country, but like most everything else, they never got around to it. Some steps had been taken to align the country with England in preparation, though. The old feudal hierarchies were abandoned and replaced by a system where the Scots essentially governed themselves locally, but were answerable to English commissioners and judges. This was not so bad considering the alternatives, and the only really controversial bit was that the English imposed religious toleration. The hardcore Scottish Presbyterians were of course righteously ticked off, but most everyone else decided they could live with it, especially if it meant ending the military occupation faster. Scottish commissioners were then invited down to haggle over the coming political union, but the expulsion of the Rump put everything on hold. Barebones' parliament picked up the baton where the Rump had dropped it, along with every other baton the Rump dropped, but their negotiations with the Scots hit a snag when a royalist insurgency suddenly broke out in Scotland. See, after he landed in France, Charles II had appointed the Earl of Glencairn to pick up the royalist standard in the north and try to carry on the fight. As with the Marquis of Montrose's various adventures, Glencairn found support mostly in the Highlands, but by September 1653, he started making headway in the Lowlands too. The commander of English forces in Scotland was Robert Lilburne, brother of freeborn John, and in an attempt to nip the uprising in the bud, he probably came down too hard on the Scots and wound up inadvertently provoking further unrest. By January 1654, as Cromwell was settling into his new role as Lord Protector, there were perhaps 5,000 to 10,000 Scots under arms, but long-entrenched rivalries between Highland clans and Lowland clans made it difficult to unify the movement. Plus, the Earl of Argyll had decided he was done supporting the monarchy, and stuck with the Protectorate regime. In April, General George Monk took over from Lilburne, and by the end of summer, the insurgency was pretty well broken. While Monk was putting down Glencairn's uprising, Cromwell and his council passed the Ordinance of Union, which abolished the independent Scottish Parliament. The Scots were now to be represented in a unified British Parliament under the terms of the instrument of government. To make this medicine go down easier, the Ordinance of Union also opened up free trade between England and Scotland, and then the Act of Pardon essentially exonerated every Scotsman who had ever taken up arms against England, except for a short list of specifically named men. So now that General Monk is up in Scotland, from whence he will help restore the monarchy in 1660, I think it's high time we finally took a tangent and grappled with the career of General George Monk. He was born the second son of a bankrupt landowner, which pretty well meant that he had two available career paths, the military or the clergy. Monk chose the military, and as a 16-year-old volunteer, he served in the ill-fated Cadiz expedition of 1625, the one organized by Buckingham that we talked about way back in episode 1. 2 years later, he was back home and stabbed a sheriff to death who was coming after his father for debt delinquency. So, Monk skipped town and joined the ill-fated La Rochelle expedition, the one that we also talked about back in episode 1 that got people really super mad at Buckingham. From there, he volunteered for service with the Dutch and wound up serving as lieutenant under Sir George Goring. He stayed in the Netherlands for 9 years until he got into an argument with his Dutch masters and resigned. He returned to England just in time to join the Bishops' Wars, and as you will recall from episode 3, he served as a colonel at Newburn and managed to withdraw the artillery in good order, one of the only not totally embarrassing things that happened at the Battle of Newburn. A few years later, in February 1642, he was one of the few soldiers actually shipped over to deal with the Irish Rebellion, before preparations for the First Civil War kept everyone else at home. He fought the Irish rebels until the cessation was signed in September 1643, that was in episode 6, and was preparing to ship off to fight against Parliament, but he pointedly refused to sign a loyalty oath to the king. So, instead, he was shipped off to Oxford to personally explain himself to Charles, which apparently he did, because the next thing we know, he's being sent off to help lead the troops coming over from Ireland. But of course, those forces were whipped by rising star Sir Thomas Fairfax, that was also episode 6, and Monk was captured. He would spend the remainder of the war locked in the Tower of London. He was released in early 1646 after swearing to faithfully serve Parliament, and was sent back to Ireland, where he became the commander-in-chief of the forces in Ulster. After fighting off and on for the next few years, he suddenly found himself isolated by the execution of Charles, which galvanized the enemies of Parliament in Ireland. He was forced to negotiate an unpopular truce with the Irish Catholics, and then, a few months later, was forced to abandon his position altogether and sail back to England, after most of his men deserted to the royal banner. This would have been right around episode 10. He was reprimanded by Parliament, but Cromwell was not one to lose a talented officer, and Monk was given command of a regiment, and then a brigade, during the invasion of Scotland. He was invited into Cromwell's Council of War, led an infantry brigade at the Battle of Dunbar, and was then left in charge of mop-up operations in Scotland after Cromwell and everyone else chased Charles II into England. That was episode 11. He finished off the conquest, including putting Dundee to a pretty brutal sack, but then resigned his commission when his health gave out. So that's the career of General Monk up to this point, right? Oh wait, no. After he resigned his health, he wound up getting named one of the 3 generals at sea for the Anglo-Dutch War, along with Robert Blake and Richard Dean, because even though he had no naval experience, he was a master of artillery. After Dean was killed and Blake was injured, Monk wound up in charge of the whole naval war, and was the mastermind behind the final victories in the summer of 1653. So that is the career of Monk up to this point. He will spend the next 5 years as the military governor of Scotland, and, as I've hinted, will play a major role in the final breakdown of the restored rump. Yes, the rump is going to be restored, and the restoration of the monarchy. But we'll get to that later. Okay, end of tangent. So in Scotland, the major themes of the political settlement were reconciliation and tolerance. The themes of the Irish settlement, on the other hand, were not that at all. Rather than limiting blame to a few select rebel leaders, the English seemed perfectly willing to blame the Irish collectively. Before it was dissolved, the Rump had passed a bill that, if interpreted literally, would have meant the deaths of upwards of 80,000 Irishmen for having participated in the various revolts of the last decade. But the law was never interpreted literally, nor was it possibly even meant to be. Mostly, it was meant to create a legal rationale for voiding land titles, because what the English really needed was not Irish heads, but Irish land. Over the course of the Civil Wars, Parliament had raised money by selling off huge, and entirely theoretical, tracts of land to investors. The deal was, you give us cash now, and when the rebellion in Ireland is put down, you'll be compensated with X amount of land. Now that bill was coming due. The other bill coming due was presented by all the English soldiers who had served in Ireland, in part because they had been promised land when they were discharged. So there were a lot of IOUs floating around out there when Cromwell inherited the problem in 1653. The 2 big questions facing Cromwell and his council were, first, is the confiscated land going to be spread all over Ireland, or concentrated in one specific area? And second, what do we do with the Irish currently living on the land? Were they going to be rounded up and moved, or would they be allowed to stay? In September 1653, Cromwell gave his assent to a bill that answered these questions. The seized land is going to be concentrated in one spot, specifically 10 contiguous counties around Ulster, that hotbed of rebellion, which was now on its way to becoming the Northern Ireland we know and love today. To facilitate the transfer, dispossessed Irish landlords were going to be removed en masse to the county of Connaught. The question of what to do with the Irish commoners took a little more time, but in 1655 it was decided they could either follow their lords to Connaught, or if they wanted to stay behind, that was cool too. Goes without saying, of course, that when conquered Ireland was folded into the instrument of government, that the only men who enjoyed suffrage came from this new English landlord class. Ireland would be represented in the Protectorate Parliament, just not by, Irishmen. While everyone waited for that first Parliament to meet, Cromwell and his council tried to get the ball re-rolling on some of the stalled domestic reform measures, including laying out a new established church, discharging rotten ministers, and strengthening national finances by consolidating all revenue into a single treasury. But the big issues during the parliamentary interregnum were in foreign policy. Specifically, concluding a treaty to end the war with the Dutch. But more broadly, Cromwell had developed a vision for a tight union of Protestant nations, and he wanted to use the treaty negotiations with the Dutch as a springboard for that larger goal. In April 1654, the nice and vaguely worded Treaty of Westminster was signed by the English and Dutch. It contained none of the punitive measures that previous English negotiators had demanded. It did, however, contain an agreement that neither country would harbor the enemies of the other. This was far more important to the English than it was to the Dutch, because exiled royalists had settled in Holland in great numbers. Indeed, Their presence and budding alliance with the House of Orange had been one of the sub-causes of the recent war. Cromwell also got a clause inserted that disbarred the 3-year-old Prince of Orange from holding the office of Stadtholder, or Captain General, which was designed to keep the royalist House of Orange from wielding official power in the United Provinces. Now that is interesting to us, of course, because in about 35 years, the 3-year-old Prince of Orange will be all grown up and accepting an invitation from the English Parliament to come over, lead the Glorious Revolution, and become King William III. After the treaty was signed, Cromwell was able to orchestrate commercial treaties with Sweden and Denmark, but that was about as far as his dream of a Protestant union got. As it turned out, everyone was pretty nervous about the long-term ambitions of this newly militarized English protectorate, especially since it was in the process of annexing Scotland and Ireland. Nobody wanted to be next on the list. On September the 3rd, 1654, the First Protectorate Parliament finally convened. Cromwell was hoping that after his experience with the Rump and the nominated Assembly, that the new Parliament would get the country back on track. Unfortunately, as we are about to see, third time was not, in fact, the charm. The composition of the Parliament was a mix of rookies and veterans. About half the new MPs were serving in government for the first time, but 125 had served at some point during the Long Parliament, 55 had served in Bare Bones' Parliament, and another 18 were regicides. Cromwell opened the first session with an address calling for political healing, but as soon as he took his leave, a clique of veteran MPs led by Sir Arthur Haselrig got started on a project to completely undermine the instrument of government. Haselrig, you see, was a parliamentary absolutist. He did not believe that any power should, or even could, limit the authority of Parliament. He wasted no time corralling all the rookies and explaining to them just how powerful they really were and how illegitimate the Lord Protector and the Executive Council were. So straight away, the First Protectorate Parliament started doing whatever it felt like. Haselrig led off with a bill to establish a national church that would suppress all dissenting sects, striking at the very heart of the independent consensus that had emerged after the Civil Wars. Then he opened up the floor for debate on the instrument of government itself. Now, Parliament had of course been given the right to ratify any bills or appointments made by Cromwell and the Council over the course of the last 9 months, but at Haselrig's instigation, Parliament took that to mean the instrument of government itself was subject to the same scrutiny. So, they started editing it, clause by clause. The Executive Council would not serve in perpetuity, but be renewed with each Parliament. The Executive Council would not have a share in any military authority. Basically, they started crossing out anything that made the Executive Council a co-equal of Parliament. Just 9 days after he had implored them to act in the name of political healing, Cromwell had to come down to Westminster and lay down the law. He told them that, yes, it is your right to argue about practically anything you feel like arguing about, but there are going to be a few things that are officially beyond your jurisdiction. First, power is going to be split between the Lord Protector, his Executive Council, and Parliament. No one is above any of the others. Got it? Second, you can never vote to extend Parliament in perpetuity. Third, liberty of religious conscience is going to be a thing, so get over it. Fourth, joint military control is also going to be a thing, so get over that too. Cromwell then presented them with a declaration summing up these principles that everyone had to sign. Haselrig, of course, refused to put his name on it, and was forced to withdraw from Parliament, which for Cromwell was just as good as getting him to sign the declaration at all. 2 weeks later, though, one of the constitutional issues that was still open for debate, how a new Lord Protector was going to be chosen, was suddenly thrust to the forefront. While riding home one day, Cromwell decided, just for kicks, to take the reins of his carriage. But one of the horses went a little crazy, and the whole carriage pitched over and crashed. Now, the crash itself was not the problem. The problem was that Cromwell had a loaded pistol in his pocket at the time, and the impact set it off. The Lord Protector miraculously emerged in one piece, but the near miss reminded Parliament that the question of succession, at this point, could only be answered by the council, and that really wouldn't do. By January 1655, it was becoming clear to Cromwell that Parliament was not in fact interested in honoring the power-sharing framework of the instrument of government, so much as undermining it completely by gathering up all power for themselves. Confirming Cromwell's suspicions, Parliament put together a series of amendments to the instrument that, among other things, gave Parliament, not the Lord Protector, the final say in who would serve on the council, gave Parliament, not the council, the right to select the new Lord Protector, and that signed declaration or no signed declaration, they weren't going to share military authority with anyone. Then they made the fateful decision to present Cromwell with the amendments as one package bill. He could accept it or veto it, but he couldn't say yes to some parts while rejecting others. It was all or nothing. This was the last straw for the Lord Protector. Clearly, Parliament just didn't get it. But he had a problem. According to the instrument of government, which he was defending so vocally, a Parliament must sit for at least 5 months before it could be disbanded. Believing that any delay in dissolving them would only invite further mischief, Cromwell came up with a brilliant and transparently devious idea. The instrument said 5 months, right? But it didn't say what kind of months. Okay, well, how many kinds of months are there? Oh, there are 2, solar months and lunar months, which are shorter. So, on January the 22nd, 1655, exactly 5 lunar months since the first session of Parliament, Cromwell strode into the chamber, spent 2 hours denouncing the whole lot of them, and then declared the first Protectorate Parliament dissolved. It didn't take men with guns to clear out the MPs this time, though it did lead to the direct rule of men with guns. Next week, Cromwell will take yet another crack at trying to devise a system of government for Britain. Though the instrument of government would remain in force, the second Protectorate Parliament would not be called until September 1656. In the meantime, power would be wielded directly by a group of major generals, operating through an administrative framework invented by Cromwell out of whole cloth. But trying to simply govern the country would not be the Lord Protector's only problem, as yet another royalist uprising will plague him at home, while the collapse of the so-called Western design abroad will utterly demoralize him and force Cromwell to question whether God had finally abandoned him. Hello, and welcome to Revolutions. Episode 14, The Humble Petition and Advice. After frustration with the first Protectorate Parliament led Oliver Cromwell to prematurely dissolve the body in January 1655. Oh wait, what's that, Mr. Lord Protector? It wasn't premature, you just have to go by lunar months? Okay. After frustration with the first Protectorate Parliament led Oliver Cromwell to totally legitimately dissolve the body in January 1655, he started to fear that God no longer favored his plans. And his anxiety was not at all soothed when, over the next few months, he dealt with a royalist uprising in his backyard and a military debacle half a world away. Cromwell had always been God's Englishman. But was he still God's Englishman? To deal with the royalist uprising first, we have to rewind a bit back to late 1653. After he had cooled his heels in France for a bit, Charles II commissioned a small cabal of 6 arch-royalist aristocrats, all but one of whom was the son of a major noble, to cook up, organize, and execute a plot, any plot, to put him on the throne. This group, dubbed the Sealed Knot, was to have the sole and exclusive right to conspire on the would-be king's behalf. But the problem with the sealed knot was that they never thought the time was right, and very quickly a loose-knit group of more impatient royalists started demanding action. Conveniently, we get to call those guys the Action Party. See, the sealed knot was hoping for a pure uprising of British royalists to restore the monarchy, and were willing to bide their time until the right circumstances presented themselves. Meanwhile, the Action Party was willing to cut deals with just about anyone, the Spanish, the French, disaffected Presbyterians, even levelers, to overthrow the Protectorate. The exiled leveler John Lilburne, for example, actually put out feelers to the Action Party promising to assassinate the Lord Protector in exchange for £10,000. And though nothing came of it, shared hatred of Cromwell certainly was turning out some strange bedfellows. By late 1654, even Charles was getting impatient with his official conspirators in the sealed knot, and he started giving the go-ahead to men of the Action Party to organize an uprising in England. On New Year's Day 1655, though, Cromwell's spymaster John Thurlow, who, ran one of the best intelligence networks in history, he was always like 15 steps ahead of everybody, broke up part of the Action Party's looming plot. But the would-be insurgents decided to go ahead with the planned launch date of February the 6th anyway. But as the date neared, they realized they weren't even close to ready. They pushed it back a week, and then pushed it back again to March the 8th. Thurlow, meanwhile, was busy disrupting their communications, reading their mail, and arresting conspirators pretty much at will. Okay, so yeah, maybe this isn't going to go exactly as planned, but we're still gonna go for it. On March the 8th, royalists in England were supposed to rise en masse to overthrow the hated Protectorate and restore their beloved king. A major rendezvous point set at Marston Moor drew upwards of 150 men. Okay, that's not too good. Other rendezvous points outside Chester and Newcastle drew, 50 men each. The rendezvous at Hull? No one showed up. Nobody. So when the various royalist diehards looked around and noticed that, hey, there's only a couple dozen of us, this is madness, let's bolt before anyone realizes we were even here, they bolted. At only one point did the uprising pick up any steam, and that is where this uprising, called Penruddock's Uprising, gets its name. Down outside Salisbury, Sir John Penruddock rallied 180 men, and on the night of March the 11th, 1655, they burst into Salisbury and took the sheriff and some judges prisoner. Then they opened up the jails to anyone willing to take up arms. These prisoner recruits pushed Penruddock's force to 400 men, and in the morning they all took off west through Dorset and Somerset, calling on local royalists to rise with them. But nobody wanted to have anything to do with it. When it became clear that they were on their own, men started deserting in droves, and I imagine the recently freed prisoners were chief among the deserters. On March the 14th, Penruddock's royalist quote-unquote army was defeated by a single cavalry troop at South Molton. Now obviously Penruddock's uprising turned out to be little more than a nuisance, so hey, maybe God is still with me after all. But it did have one critical lasting effect. It hardened Cromwell's heart against ex-royalists in England. Thus far, he had been extremely lenient towards them, and had been very sympathetic when his officers complained about the rump seizing royalist property. He had subsequently gone out of his way to invite as many of them as he could back into society. But after Penruddock's uprising, he appears to have felt not a little bit betrayed by the extent of its support, even as his spymaster Thurlow exposed and arrested most everyone before they became a problem. So the uprising set the stage not for a restoration of the monarchy, but for the rule of the major generals, and the soon-to-be despised decimation tax. But before we get into that, we have to turn our attention briefly to the other side of the world, for one of the few out-and-out boondoggles of Cromwell's career, the so-called Western Design. After the conclusion of the Anglo-Dutch War, England suddenly found itself, for the first time in a long time, not at war. But the years of near-constant military conflict since 1637 had obviously left England with a way bigger and better trained army, and a way bigger and better trained navy. which meant that it now had to be reckoned with in the endless power jockeying of the continental powers. Indeed, both France and Spain were now angling for an alliance. Cromwell was still ticked off at the French for basically running an undeclared naval war for the last few years and for offering sanctuary to the exiled royal family, and it looked like he was going to sign an agreement with the Spanish. But then the Lord Protector had a change of heart. Most of his advisors favored a French alliance, and at this point in English history it was still the Spanish rather than the French who were considered the great boogeyman of England. So Cromwell elected to turn on Spain and launch a surprise attack on their colonial holdings in the New World. In early 1655, a plan was put into motion to send the English navy off across the Atlantic to seize the great Spanish colony of Hispaniola, the big island in the Caribbean now split between Haiti and the Dominican Republic. John Lambert was vehemently opposed to the plan and argued that, look, this is going to be expensive, there are going to be a ton of casualties, it will distract us from the work we have to do at home, and oh yeah, there is no guarantee it's even going to work. But Cromwell, uncharacteristically sinking into a sort of naive sentimentality, shot down Lambert by saying, no, it's going to be great. It'll be just like the good old Elizabethan days when we whipped those Spanish dogs but good. It'll be cheap, it'll be easy, and when we take Hispaniola, it'll bring in a ton of cash. But right away, the operation looked doomed to failure. The men selected to go on the expedition were drawn from regiments across England, and officers saw it as a good opportunity to get rid of their worst or most obnoxious soldiers. Then, when it was time for the fleet to set sail, only about 2,500 men had actually been mustered. But it'll be fine, we'll pick up reinforcements in Barbados. But when the fleet got to Barbados, they discovered that the English colonists there were utterly opposed to attacking Hispaniola because it would disrupt the local Caribbean trade networks. But still, a collection of sullen recruits were pressed into service, bringing the total strength of the army up to about 9,000. So we are now maybe approaching a force large enough to take the island, but by the time they got there, everyone had come down with dysentery, and they had to withdraw without so much as firing a shot. By now, the commanders of the expedition were ready to call it a day, and unilaterally decided to abandon the attempt to take Hispaniola and instead sailed off to take Jamaica, which was only garrisoned by about 500 Spaniards, which is how Jamaica wound up in the British colonial orbit. When the fleet circled back around and came home, though, they were greeted to a severe tongue-lashing by Cromwell for failing to perform their duty, no one yet knowing that Jamaica would turn out to actually be a pretty good get. Though his public posture was one of anger, privately Cromwell was depressed. This was a guy who was a devout believer in a providential God, who extended and withdrew his favor as men followed or strayed from the true path. Since the day he had first mounted a horse, Cromwell's career had been one of unqualified success. He won every battle, he won every war. Now he was tasting failure for the first time, and he was not a little bit dismayed. Because for him, military failure wasn't just a sign of poor planning or bad tactics, it was a sign of God's disapproval. So though his next move wasn't solely about trying to get back into God's favor, nor would his next move appear to get him back into God's favor, but it did play a role, because Cromwell did earnestly believe that the moral regeneration of Britain that was supposed to have accompanied Parliament's victory in the Civil Wars was not actually coming to fruition, and maybe needed a firmer hand to see God's will done. The main thing Cromwell was hoping to accomplish with his next move, though, had less to do with morality and much more to do with security. Penruddock's uprising, as I said, spun Cromwell off on a much harder policy towards perceived enemies of the state. So in August 1655, he started working up a plan to coordinate local militias with the regular army to strengthen the web of security. This led him to divide England up into 10, later 11, military districts, each of which was to be administered directly by one of Cromwell's major generals. Their orders were to disarm royalists and Catholics and then force them to produce a £5,000 bond to guarantee good behavior. But though this was the main point, the major generals were given a great deal of latitude over local affairs, especially when it came to the kind of puritanical moral policy, literally puritanical, not just figuratively, that Cromwell hoped would realign the country with God. Among those policies were bans on horse racing, stage plays, public drunkenness, swearing, and Sabbath breaking. Basically all the things that make life worth living, and as you can imagine, it did not endear the major generals to anyone. That said, what has become known as the rule of the major generals was never as invasive or tyrannical as later critics charged, especially since they never had the resources to run the kind of oppressive military dictatorship they were allegedly running. At its height, the administrative arm of the regime only employed about 1,000 commissioners, in a country of 3 million. On top of that, the major generals themselves were pretty young, most of them were under 40, and relatively low-born. So, when it came time to deal with the local lords and sheriffs and justices of the peace, there wasn't a lot of natural deference going around. Apathetic obstruction seems to have been the order of the day out in the counties. So though the major generals had no qualms about doing what they could when they could, there was not a lot of opportunity for them to do much beyond keeping the royalists under heel, which they did a pretty good job of. To fund the major general's administrative apparatus, Cromwell devised a tax that was partly punitive and partly preventative and almost universally unpopular, the so-called decimation tax. The decimation tax specifically targeted former royalists and said you owe £10 for every £100 of land you own, hence decimation, and £100 for every £1,500 of real property you own. So first of all, yes, we've done a 180 since the Rump Parliament was dissolved, in part because they wouldn't stop confiscating royalist property. But what made the tax really unpopular, even among non-royalists who didn't have to pay for it, was how indiscriminate it was. I mean, if you had been a cavalier lieutenant in the First Civil War but hadn't raised your hand in anger since, you were still targeted for decimation. Even the commissioners who were supposed to be collecting the tax hated what they were doing, and exemptions, both official and unofficial, continually undermined the system. By October 1655, the rule of the major generals was established across England, but it would never be firmly established. Sure, any attempted royalist conspiracies were sniffed out well in advance. This is right around the time when Spymaster Thurlow peeled off one of the members of the sealed knot to spy for him. But at the end of the day, the major generals had too much to do and too little support to do it, both in terms of their own bureaucracy and cooperation from local leaders. Plus, they were getting very little support from Cromwell personally, who was absorbed with foreign policy. Because the other thing that happened in October 1655 was that England and France signed a treaty, and the war with the Spanish that had been unofficially declared at Hispaniola was now officially declared. As with the treaty he had negotiated with the Dutch, Cromwell got a secret clause inserted into the treaty with the French, wherein they agreed not to offer further asylum to Charles II, his brother James, and 17 other specifically named royalists. The House of Stuart had to move their exile down to Spain, and if this kept up, they'd soon be holding court in Tangier. By early 1656, though, it was becoming clear that Cromwell's central government did not have the resources it needed to support the domestic regime of the major generals, nor to prosecute the war with Spain. And as we all know, there is only one thing that can legitimately raise the kind of cash Cromwell needed, which put the Lord Protector in exactly the same spot King Charles had been in way back in 1637. Because even though Parliament was the only thing that could get him the kind of money he needed, Oliver Cromwell really didn't want to call another Parliament. Oh, the more things change. Even his rationale for not wanting to call a Parliament was the same as the King's, because Cromwell at this point had no real fear of crypto-royalists restoring the House of Stuart by majority vote. No, he was worried about extremists like Arthur Haselrig going right back to work trying to assert unilateral parliamentary authority over everything. Cromwell tried to get by as best he could, but by the spring his position was untenable. A meeting of the major generals in May produced uniform complaints about lack of resources, and they advised Cromwell to call another parliament. Also filed under the More Things Change, They basically offered the same assurances the Earl of Strafford had on the eve of the Short Parliament. That don't worry, we'll be able to manipulate and control them into doing what we want. Cromwell considered his options, and in late June, finally recognizing that he had to bow to reality, it was announced that elections would be held in August for a new parliament that would meet in September. Those elections turned out to be pretty heated affairs, with very strong and very clearly unmanipulated attacks being leveled on Cromwell, his government, and most especially the now thoroughly despised Major Generals. Though said Major Generals all managed to secure election to the new Parliament, as did all but one of Cromwell's executive councillors, the returns made it clear that this Parliament was going to have a thing or two to say about the direction Cromwell had taken the country. Sensing this, the Major Generals decided to step in, and forget manipulation, let's just blatantly rig the thing. Under the terms of the instrument of government, the Executive Council had the right to prevent undesirables from taking their seats in Parliament. That was supposed to mean Royalists and Catholics. But the Major General-dominated Council decided to stretch that definition to include anyone they happened to deem a threat to the state. So they took a look at the list of newly elected MPs and went, okay, well, he doesn't like us, and he doesn't like us, and ooh, he really doesn't like us. And by the time they were done, they had crossed out just over 100 names, in a House composed of only 460 members. So I'm sure that won't cause any problems at all. Then, in a weird bit of I don't even know what, the council didn't tell any of the excluded members they were going to be excluded. Cromwell greeted everyone at Whitehall on September the 17th, 1656, and gave a speech justifying all of his actions, the war with Spain, the rule of the Major Generals, the decimation tax. But when the new MPs headed over to Westminster to get down to business, they found 3 colonels standing at the door checking to make sure everyone had their pass to enter. Oh, you don't have a pass? Well, then I guess you can't come in. And that's how the 100 excluded members discovered they were going to be excluded. This little piece of political theater, reminiscent as it was of Pride's Purge, obviously infuriated not just the excluded members, but almost all the MPs, who quite rightly took it as an assault on their sovereignty. Another 50-odd non-excluded members refused to take their seats in protest. So right off the bat, the Second Protectorate Parliament had already lost more than a quarter of its members. Those who remained decided that they had better just go ahead and conduct the business of state anyway, and left it to the excluded members themselves to deal with appealing to the council. Appeals, by the way, that pretty much went nowhere. The Second Protectorate Parliament, cleansed as it was now of the most implacable opponents of Cromwell and the Major Generals, began to ratify the regime's conduct over the past year and 9 months. But when they got to the hated decimation tax in January 1657, things ran off the rails, because the decimation tax was emphatically rejected. That left the rule of the Major Generals without a tax base, and the whole apparatus teetering on the brink of collapse. But if the rule of the Major Generals was about to collapse, what would replace it? The instrument of government had been a promising start, but it was clear to everyone that it needed to be revised and maybe even replaced. And there were a number of people who thought that it needed to be revised in one very specific way. You see, the entire socio-political structure of England was built around this one thing, and without that one thing in place, no system of government, no matter how creative, no matter how brilliant, no matter how wise, was ever going to last. There was no getting around it. England needed a king. On February 23, 1657, a bill was introduced into the House called the Humble Petition and Advice. It was designed to supersede both the rule of the Major Generals, which was now fatally discredited, and the instrument of government. It did things to reform the Constitution, like create an upper legislative house, modeled on the House of Lords, that would have 40 to 70 members who would act as a check on the passions of the Commons. It also took another stab at deciding how executive councillors would be chosen, make it easier to dump these councillors if they proved obnoxious. But the really big thing, the really controversial thing, was Clause 1. A king would be put back at the center of England's constitutional system. The humble petition and advice was nothing less than a deadly earnest attempt to turn Oliver Cromwell into King Oliver I. A few days after the humble petition was read into Parliament, John Lambert, his fellow major generals, and about 100 other officers met with Cromwell and implored him to reject the crown. Lambert was ticked off enough that his beloved instrument was being superseded, but do we really want to go back to monarchy after all we've been through? But Cromwell took their hectoring tone rather badly, and he got mad at them for trying to pressure him into doing what they wanted him to do, not necessarily what he wanted to do. He apparently now blamed them for forcing him to dissolve the Rump and the First Protectorate Parliament, even though, that's not really how it went. But he was right in taking them to the mat for excluding so many elected members of the Second Protectorate Parliament, which only fed the perception that the army was running amok. He dismissed them all curtly. From then on, the role of the army as a political power unto itself went into permanent eclipse, and was probably also the moment John Lambert started down the road to his sad and tragic end. All through March, Parliament debated the humble petition clause by clause. Lambert tried to orchestrate an opposition, but the majority was against him, and the humble petition started getting passed clause by clause. The explosive question of crowning Oliver Cromwell was left until last, but even then, over Lambert's furious objections, it too passed. On March the 31st, the package was presented to Cromwell as one single bill. Cromwell accepting the crown was the linchpin of the whole project, and the one thing he was most likely to reject. By tying it to all the other reforms that Cromwell himself now believed necessary, they hoped that as practical measure, he would acquiesce and become their king. Cromwell received their work with thanks and said, "Let me think about it." 3 days later, he called representatives of Parliament over to meet with him and said, "Look, I've been thinking about it and praying about it, and I love what you've done here. There's one or two small things I think you can change, and I will sign it in a heartbeat, but we're going to have to take out the bit about me becoming king. I'm just not going to do it." The problem was that the two sides were looking at it from completely different perspectives. Parliament was talking about practical politics, constitutional legality, but Cromwell never even got that far. He couldn't get past his own personal conscience. He refused the crown not because he thought it was the wrong thing to do for England, but because it was the wrong thing for him to do on a strictly personal level. The disappointed members returned to Westminster with the ball back in their court. Now it was their turn to decide whether or not to throw the baby out with the bathwater. After Parliament debated for a few more weeks, Cromwell came down and delivered a long speech, the gist of which was that we shouldn't let one or two trifling matters get in the way of accepting the reforms we all agree are necessary. It is hard to tell exactly where Cromwell is mentally at this point. Did this speech mean Parliament needed to drop the business about making him king? Or was he signaling that he himself was wavering, and that he was starting to consider accepting the crown? The leaders of the King party in the House certainly became convinced that it was the latter. On May the 1st, the humble petition and advice was resubmitted to Cromwell. Parliament had made the few small changes he had requested, but Clause 1 was still sitting there, big as life. The ball was now back in Cromwell's court. The Lord Protector said, "Okay, well, let me think about it and I'll get back to you." Interpreting where Cromwell's head was during the next week will probably be debated by historians into eternity. Had he already decided to say no and was just stalling for political reasons? Had he decided to say yes, but was about to have his mind changed at the last minute? Or was he genuinely unsure about what he was going to do? I have seen all three sides argued. The public seemed inclined to support him accepting the crown. Lambert said that if Cromwell did so, he wouldn't make a move against his new king, but he would also resign from service. God, meanwhile, told Cromwell, well, that's between God and Cromwell. On May the 8th, Oliver Cromwell came back and said no. I will gladly support and defend the humble petition and advice, but not as king. I'm not going to do it. So now the ball was back in Parliament's court. But this time, they did not return the volley. After debating for 2 weeks, they took a vote and decided that they would accept the humble petition without the clause making Cromwell king. But the final vote was just 53 to 50, which means that far from galvanizing record turnout in the House, the crucial debate over whether to make Cromwell king was actually driving members away. Only 103 MPs voted, out of a body that was supposed to be 460 strong. If anyone really wanted to take the mood of the public on the issue, it seems that exhaustion, just exhaustion, was the prevailing emotion. John Lambert, at this point, could only take small comfort in this victory over monarchy, and he refused to swear an oath to defend the new constitution, the second and last written constitution in English history. Cromwell soon demanded his resignation and got it. But Lambert will be back. The whole drama blessedly closed on March the 25th, 1657, when Cromwell accepted the humble petition advice as the new governing constitution of the Commonwealth of England, Scotland, and Ireland. He would remain Lord Protector. There would be no King Oliver I. Next week is, of course, Christmas, so we will not be back with a full episode. But I will hopefully have a stocking stuffer waiting for you on Christmas morning. Just a little thing to celebrate the day that if the Puritans had had their way, no one would have ever celebrated ever again. When we come back, there will be 2 more episodes before we close the books on the English Revolution. Then I'm going to take some time to gather up my notes before we zoom forward 100 years to pick up with the American Revolution. I should also mention that we still have some spots available for the First Revolutions tour, so if you want to come see where the Civil War started at Powick Bridge, and where they ended at Worcester, and where the Putney debates happened, and where Rupert got whipped at Marston Moor, and of course Westminster, where men with guns kept chucking obnoxious MPs out of, go to revolutionspodcast.com and click the Tours tab. Okay, I think that's everything. Happy Saturnalia to you all. Hello, and welcome to Revolutions. Supplemental: The War on Christmas. As you know, the triumph of Parliament over the king in the First Civil War put a bunch of Puritans in power. This bunch of Puritans wasted no time trying to implement a whole series of religious reforms designed to roll back not only Archbishop Laud's recent innovations to the Church of England, but also anything that struck them as an ungodly relic of Catholicism. And one ungodly relic of Catholicism that had been bugging them for a long time were the big holidays on the religious calendar: Easter, Whitsun, and of course, Christmas. Now that they were in a position to do something about it, the Puritans got together in the mid-1640s and decided to try and abolish Christmas. During the 17th century, Christmas was observed by having everyone take a day off, close up their shops, and head down to church to hear a nice sermon. But beyond that, the people of England also enjoyed the full 12 days of Christmas, an extended period of midwinter festivities celebrated by drinking and dancing and eating delicious pies and more drinking and gift-giving and gambling and more drinking. And as much as Puritans didn't like things that smacked of popery, they really didn't like things that smacked of a good time. This is when I break out H.L. Mencken's famous definition of Puritanism as the haunting fear that someone, somewhere, may be happy. If you combine fun and popery, well, then you've got something that the Puritans would very much like to kill stone dead. As soon as the king was driven out of London at the start of the First Civil War, calls immediately started going out for Parliament to stop observing Christmas. But even in London, the heart of the Puritan parliamentary cause, the attempt to abolish this very popular holiday met with open resistance. In 1643, which would be just after the Solemn League and Covenant was signed, some Puritan shopkeepers in the city tried to stay open on Christmas Day, but they were met by a mob of angry apprentices who tried to rabble them back into closing. Life as an apprentice was hard enough without a bunch of joyless zealots trying to steal one of their few bits of fun. But the alliance with the Scots meant that the push against Christmas only picked up steam from there. The next year, Christmas coincidentally fell on the same day as a regular monthly fast, and Parliament announced that people ought to observe the latter rather than the former. Shortly thereafter, a new directory of worship was published that struck Christmas from the calendar, not that anyone actually read the new directory of worship. After the defeat of Charles at Naseby in 1646, the attacks on Christmas intensified further, but again, popular pushback led to confrontations in the street, and again, not from Puritan mobs trying to force merchants to stay open, but from commoner mobs trying to force Puritan shopkeepers to stay closed. I think it's safe to say that the attempt to abolish Christmas was not exactly the most popular thing Parliament ever tried to do. The fight over Christmas was actually a big enough deal that there was a running battle in the popular media all through the 1640s about it. By popular media, I mean not just the presses, but also in plays and songs designed to rally commoners to one side or the other. The arguments in favor were about maintaining old traditions and celebrating the birthday of the Savior, I mean, what's so bad about that, and noting the good charity work done during the Christmas season. The arguments against Christmas were that there was no basis for it in Scripture, we don't even know if it was Jesus' birthday, and it's rank popery. Opponents of Christmas also started noticing the eerie alignment of Christmas with the Romans' old celebration of Saturnalia. So this wasn't just about fighting a Catholic celebration, it was about fighting a downright pagan celebration. Everything came to a head in 1647, which is, let's see, right before the Second Civil War. And if you will recall, the Second Civil War in England was defined by what? A series of popular uprisings scattered across the country, right? Well, I didn't talk about this at the time, but the Puritan War on Christmas played a role in sparking those uprisings. With Parliament now in control, and the natives getting restless, the attempt to suppress Christmas exacerbated existing tensions, and there were riots in Norwich and Ipswich, where, and I'm just going to pass this along since it was reported at the time, though who knows if it was actually true, a guy named Christmas was actually killed. In London, the Lord Mayor and his deputies attempted to remove some public decorations, and they were met by an angry mob. But by far the biggest uprising was down in Canterbury, ancient home of England's senior archbishop. Puritans on the county council outlawed any celebration of, quote, that darling of rude and licentious behavior called Christmas, unquote. But the locals were really not on board with this, and they gathered for their Christmas sermon anyway. Things quickly got out of hand, no doubt partly due to the fact that someone started giving away free beer to anyone who set up a holly bush outside their front door. The mayor's house was attacked, the crowd started chanting pro-royalist slogans, and by the end of the day the rioters actually controlled the city government. Troops had to be called in to reassert parliamentary command of the city. So this was, of course, all a prelude to the uprisings that were about to sweep England, especially in the eastern counties, and spark the Second Civil War. So obviously there is more going on here than just a deeply felt attachment to Christmas. But Parliament was not doing itself any favors. The Christmas riots of 1647 turned out to be the most vocal and violent pushback, and during the Commonwealth era, both sides settled into a kind of stalemate. In 1650, the Council of State recommended increasing penalties for those who observed Christmas. In 1652, the Rump ordered shops to stay open and businesses to be protected from street mobs. In 1656, the Second Protectorate Parliament met on Christmas Day to debate a bill on how to stop celebrations in London. and the next year they recommended to the mayor of London that he do a better job policing the holiday. All of which tells us two things. First, there was an active group in government who really, really wanted to do away with Christmas. And second, that no one was listening to them. An ironic result of this stalemate was that it wound up promoting exactly the kind of drunken merrymaking that the Puritans were so fundamentally opposed to. You see, it was a pretty simple thing to make sure that the churches were closed so no one could go down and hear a Christmas sermon, but it was super hard to make a shopkeeper stay open if he didn't want to. So on Christmas Day, all the churches would be locked up, and all the shops would be locked up, so what were you supposed to do? Well, I can tell you, the taverns are open. Come the Restoration, Christmas was restored to its place along with the monarchy, and it has stayed there ever since. People can adapt to all kinds of change, big and small, temporary and permanent, but just seriously, don't mess with the holidays unless you want a riot on your hands. Hello, and welcome to Revolutions. Episode 15, The Good Old Cause. So we left off our story in May 1657, with Oliver Cromwell's decision to not allow himself to be crowned king. But as we are about to see, while Cromwell himself had built up enough gravitas to rule merely as Lord Protector, when he died, that gravitas died with him. Without a strong center of political gravity, the whole framework of the Protectorate will quickly fall apart, clearing the way for the royal restoration that will complete the cycle of the English Revolution. With the domestic political order settled for the moment, though, the Second Protectorate Parliament closed its first session in June 1657 without incident. I repeat, without incident. For the first time in, well, let's see, the Long Parliament was forcibly purged in 1648, and then the Rump was disbanded in 1653, and then the nominated assembly killed itself later that same year, and then the First Protectorate Parliament was cut short by the lunar month of all things. And hell, now that I think about it, before that, the Short Parliament was disbanded early by King Charles, as were each of his first three parliaments. I mean, you have to go all the way back to the reign of King James to find a parliament that did not die in a blaze of political acrimony. And I'm looking here at the so-called Happy Parliament of 1624, which managed to avoid just such a fate only because, wait for it, the king died in early 1625 before things got out of hand. But, looking forward now, as it turns out, the unbroken string of exploding parliaments will in fact continue, because Cromwell was so satisfied with the work of the Second Protectorate Parliament that he scheduled them to return for a second session beginning in early 1658, which is when it promptly exploded in his face, keeping the streak alive. The rest of 1657, though, was taken up mostly with foreign affairs, and we'll touch on that briefly before we get back to the good stuff, watching parliaments blow up. On the international front, Cromwell was still holding out hope that he would be able to forge an alliance of Protestant nations. But by this point, Sweden and Denmark were actually about to go to war with each other, and far from looking for a closer union, the Dutch were actually talking with their old enemies the Spanish about an anti-British alliance. So, as the humble petition and advice was being finalized, Cromwell settled for the continuation of the military alliance with France. The two countries agreed to a one-year partnership based on a very specific set of objectives, seizing 3 Spanish-held cities on what is today the northern coast of France, Gravelines, Mardyke, and Dunkirk. The alliance called for Britain to supply the navy and 6,000 infantry, and for the French to supply a land army 20,000 strong. When the cities were taken, Britain would get Dunkirk and Mardyke, which were really a package unit, and the French would get Gravelines. Though this pact was signed in March 1657, The arrival of Spanish reinforcements and the dithering of the French commanders kept the expedition from really getting going until the fall. In late September, though, the Anglo-French army finally got moving, and Mardyke surrendered after 4 days of heavy pounding. The next target was supposed to be nearby Dunkirk, but when the Spanish sent a small army to try and recapture Mardyke, the Anglo-French operation stalled, even though the Spanish relief army was defeated quite handily. And oh, by the way, both Charles II and his brother James served alongside their new Spanish allies. As the little war entered the winter, it turned into mostly a headache for the British, whose numbers were depleted by sickness and desertion and unhappiness with the French commanders. But Cromwell stuck it out, because the prize of Dunkirk would give the growing English navy a continental base, allowing them to control access to the North Sea, and perhaps most importantly, it would force the Spanish to think twice about trying to run their new ally Charles II back into power, because Dunkirk was the logical spot from which to launch an invasion of England. But the attempt to capture Dunkirk would not begin until the following spring, so let us return to London, where another parliament is about to go kablooey. When the Second Protectorate Parliament was recalled in January 1658, it was absolutely not the same body that had gone into recess back in June. Meeting under the framework of the humble petition and advice, Parliament itself now held control over which members would be allowed to sit and which would be denied their seats, which meant that all those guys who had been elected and then excluded by the army were welcomed back with open arms. Cromwell's hope, I suppose, is that any potential for mischief resulting from this reconstitution would be sufficiently moderated by the new upper house that had been established by the humble petition and was convening for the first time. Still simply called the other house, Cromwell, as Lord Protector, was able to personally select the membership. Though he did not risk a political crisis by nominating guys who would be totally opposed by the returning MPs, he did make sure that the 63 men he selected were all staunch Protectorate men who believed in the power-sharing system that defined the constitutional Commonwealth. As usual, Cromwell opened the new session with a speech, but by now the long years of military and political conflict had started to drain him. Instead of delivering another one of his marathon addresses, a physically deteriorated Cromwell was only able to offer a short and perfunctory speech, leaving the rest of his remarks to be delivered by subordinates. But he was not able to get off quite that easy, and the Lord Protector was forced to come back down a few days later and deliver a longer, more emphatic speech about the necessity of political unity. Why? Because, now packed with men who had nothing to do with the writing of the humble petition and advice, the first order of business the Commons attended to was going right back to work trying to reassert the supreme authority of Parliament. The MPs listened respectfully to Cromwell's plea for political peace, and then carried on as if the Lord Protector had come down to simply tell them, "Good job, keep it up." Just a few days later, they had a petition ready to go that demanded Cromwell return practically all political authority to Parliament. And by Parliament, we are absolutely not including the other house, which frankly is an illegitimate monstrosity. The petition started by reminding the Lord Protector that the civil wars had been fought to overturn the tyranny of King Charles, who had conspired with the House of Lords to thwart the will of the people, raise money without parliamentary consent, and then deploy the armed forces as a tool of oppression. It then went on to demand that Parliament not be challenged on its legislation, its oversight of the courts, or the staffing of the state bureaucracy. The petition was nothing less than the first step in trying to completely overturn the humble petition and advice. It was due to be delivered to the Lord Protector on February the 4th, but Cromwell decided it was simply too dangerous to let out of Parliament. So, he once again headed down to Westminster, called everyone together, gave them the serious business, and announced that their sitting was at an end. Since their first session had already lasted more than 5 months, there was no need to resort to lunar month shenanigans. So yes, the unbroken streak of exploding parliaments lives on. Good night, Second Protectorate Parliament. The army, of course, remained loyal to Cromwell, but the disbanding of the Second Parliament definitely led to some seditious murmuring. Enough, anyway, that the exiled royalists and their Spanish allies started putting feelers out to gauge support for restoring the House of Stuart. We'll invade with Charles if you rise up and support us. Included on their list of contacts were old parliamentary leaders like Sir William Waller and the Earl of Manchester. They even tried to woo Sir Thomas Fairfax. But these retired Roundheads demanded that any restoration be based on the framework of the old Newport Treaty, which, as you'll recall, was the immediate cause of Pride's purge. But by this point, any exiled royalists still hardcore enough to be working for the Restoration now considered the Newport Treaty not an acceptable compromise, but an unjust shackling of divine monarchical authority. So the overtures went nowhere. The hope for restoration was dealt a further blow in the spring of 1658 when the Anglo-French alliance was renewed and they went off to capture Dunkirk. By the middle of May, an army of 25,000 backed by 20 English warships started laying siege to the city. The Spanish sent up a relief army, and on June the 4th the two sides met at the Battle of the Dunes, so called because they fought on the sandy hills northeast of the city. British soldiers fought on both sides. Prince James, for example, was once again present. And just to show you how far we've come, the bumbling English amateurs of yesteryear were now considered the best fighters on both sides of the line. I guess that's what 20 years of near-constant warfare will do for you. The Anglo-French army won the Battle of the Dunes decisively, though, and on June 14th, Dunkirk surrendered. 19-year-old King Louis XIV of France showed up to personally hand the keys of the city over to the English commander. Dunkirk was now in the hands of the British Commonwealth. The hope of restoration was now on the verge of death. Further dampening the spirits of the die-hard royalists was the fact that by now the prestige of the Commonwealth in Europe was at an all-time high. Not only was it a force to be reckoned with militarily, but its ministers of state had learned from their early mistakes and were now well respected in continental diplomatic circles, proving themselves invaluable as reasonable mediators and shrewd negotiators in the treacherous game of European power politics. At home and abroad, the Protectorate was running stronger than anyone could have reasonably expected, especially with all the false starts and internal bickering. So all Oliver Cromwell had to do was figure out a way to hand power off successfully, and it looked like the Republican experiment in Britain was going to become permanent. So, who was going to succeed him? And when? Well, the answer to the former question, until the very last moment, was who knows? The answer to the latter question was, unfortunately, right now. Through the summer of 1658, Cromwell had his good days and his bad days. He had pretty much stopped attending meetings of the Council of State, but he remained thoroughly engaged in running the country, even as his health continued to fail. He was devastated in August by the death of a daughter, but that did not seem to affect his plan to hold new parliamentary elections in the fall. He still held out hope that maybe this time things would be different. After all, the last elections had been held when everyone was super pissed off at the major generals, so maybe this time cooler heads would prevail, and the endless political instability would finally be put to bed. But, of course, fat chance of that, because England is about to be hit by probably the single most destabilizing blow possible, the death of Oliver Cromwell. The Lord Protector slipped into the terminal phase of his illness just as August turned to September 1658, and though it was his full and unquestioned right to name a successor, he still had not done so publicly. Privately, he pointed to his eldest son Richard as his successor, but even that was only reported secondhand by the men who stood by his deathbed. Now, I have done my level best to keep references to Roman history out of this thing, but I can't help myself when it comes to this question of succession. Because, in order to ensure a stable transition of power, what steps did a Roman emperor usually take? Well, first he had to publicly elevate his chosen successor early enough to get everyone used to the idea. He had to make sure that the army and the Praetorian Guard was on board. He had to make sure that the imperial household was on board. If our emperor was smart, Before the end of his reign, he had already initiated some kind of formal power-sharing agreement, so that when he died, succession would not even be technically the name for what was happening, because the new emperor would simply be continuing on with the power, prestige, and authority he had already been invested with. Now, I'm not saying that the Protectorate would have survived if Oliver Cromwell had done any of these things, or, frankly, if he had simply picked a better candidate, but he did none of them. And so the whole thing just fell apart when he died. In one of those nice bits of historical poetry, Oliver Cromwell finally passed away on September the 3rd, 1658, the anniversary of his great victories at Dunbar and Worcester. He was 59 years old, and he had been Lord Protector of England, Scotland, and Ireland for just shy of 5 years. Arguing over the legacy of Oliver Cromwell has provided fine sport for historians since the day he died. Was he a defender of English liberty, a military dictator, a genocidal maniac, a Republican visionary, an uncompromising religious zealot, a perfectly willing to compromise religious zealot? Depending on your point of view, it's easy to put Cromwell in a box labeled good or bad and walk away. But having gone through all of this, he turns out to be one of the more ambiguous historical leaders I've come across. Genuinely hesitant about amassing greater power, while simultaneously amassing greater power. A devout man of God, who concluded it was necessary to make way for freedom of worship. A ruthless general, who took great pride in limiting the body count in his battles because he hated throwing lives away for nothing. The pacification of Ireland was obviously appalling, but Cromwell neither started that brutal process nor did he finish it. There is more than enough blame to go around on that front. He killed the king, but only after he spent years trying to figure out a way to put the king back on the throne. He dissolved or purged practically every legislative assembly he encountered, but then he just kept going back for more because maybe the next one will work out. He is portrayed as a dictator, but he kept supporting constitutions that denied anyone or anything unlimited political power. He was an obscure country gentleman who became king in all but name. And we will never stop arguing about who he really was, what he really did, or why he really did it. And now he's dead. Upon the Lord Protector's death, and in accordance with his apparent wishes, his eldest son Richard succeeded him. Richard Cromwell was about to turn 32, and it seemed perfectly natural that the son should succeed the father, even in Republican England. Unfortunately, Richard was not his father, at all. He wasn't a bad guy. He was affable and well-liked by almost everyone who met him. But laid-back amiability is not exactly what it takes to rule. He was not a deep thinker. He had almost no political experience and almost no military experience. He had been promoted to a few posts of late, almost certainly to give him some experience, but he was essentially unequipped to deal with the powerful factions whose long knives had been deftly parried all these years by his father. Indeed, it is almost a given that the army grandees accepted him so easily because they assumed they would be able to push him around. He might not make a great leader, but he sure looked like he was going to make a great puppet. Almost immediately, the army officers, who had been pretty well smacked down by Oliver Cromwell during the debate over the humble petition and advice, now started to rise up again. In October, a petition signed by many of the junior officers showed up, demanding that Richard's brother-in-law, General Charles Fleetwood, be made commander-in-chief of the army, and given full hiring, firing, and promotion powers. Even somebody as new to this as Richard Cromwell could see that this would essentially neuter him right out of the gate, and the petition was quietly killed in a back room. Then, in November, more senior officers started gathering in London to discuss how to reinstate all their exiled brothers, the ones who had been sacked along the way by Oliver, for example, Thomas Harrison and John Lambert, who in particular still had a passionate following in the ranks, and who had also long considered himself to be the logical heir of Oliver Cromwell. As Richard attempted to pick his way through the treacherous world of military politics, he also had to pick his way through the treacherous world of civilian politics. The new parliamentary elections that had been scheduled for the fall had been pushed back by his father's death, but over the winter they went ahead. Critically, though, one of the things that had been scrapped when the instrument of government was abandoned was the rationalized districts and revised suffrage requirements. So these new elections went back to the old electoral map, which meant that when the Third Protectorate Parliament met, it was not at all the cooler heads prevailing type of group the moment called for. No, this was Arthur Haselrig and his parliamentary true believers once again ready to go to war to protect the sovereignty of the Commons. And this time, Oliver Cromwell wouldn't be around to foil their plans. When the Third Protectorate Parliament gathered for its first session on January 27th, 1659, things got off to an ominous start. About 150 or so members boycotted the opening speeches from Richard and his ministers. Then, a few days later, Richard's allies in the Commons made a totally stupid tactical blunder. To settle the issue of Richard's legitimacy, they called for a vote to re-ratify the humble petition and advice and confirm Richard as Lord Protector. But that left the door wide open for Haselrig and his allies to openly question the legitimacy of both. The next almost 3 weeks were spent wrapped up in a debate over confirmation, and it quickly became apparent that Haselrig's ultimate aim was to stall long enough for Allied forces outside Parliament to gather enough steam to bowl over the entire Protectorate apparatus. Finally, Richard received his official recognition, but with the caveat that there would be additional clauses he would have to agree to first, which would be coming along shortly. With Richard's status still ambiguous, Haselrig opened up a full-throated attack on the other house, this pretend House of Lords, who had no legitimacy and no place in the Constitution. This broadside on the upper house wound up eating up another month, and though the Commons finally voted on March the 28th to recognize the other house, by then the outside forces, an alliance of Haselrig-style parliamentary men, religious sectaries, and Republican-inclined army officers, had launched a propaganda campaign to undermine the whole system. This propaganda campaign was built around the notion of the, quote, good old cause, which quickly became a term in frequent use in the press. Now, what exactly the good old cause was left intentionally vague, but in the broadest sense, it was a nostalgic appeal to the early days of the Civil Wars, when men of conscience had been united against tyranny. Now, having listened to the last 14 episodes, can you remember a single moment when anything approaching unity existed, when there weren't at least a half dozen different factions of various political and religious stripes running around, all pulling in different directions? Because I sure can't. But the appeal of the good old cause, whatever you happen to think that meant, wasn't about accurately capturing the rich mosaic of partisanship within the parliamentary camp. It was about taking a rhetorical hammer to the Protectorate, which was a rank betrayal of the good old cause, hell-bent on establishing a new tyranny, now represented by Richard Cromwell, his loyal counselors, and the senior grandees pulling the strings. On April 2nd, 1659, General Fleetwood called a mass meeting of officers with the intention of letting the Republican-leaning men air their complaints. The model for this meeting was, of course, the old rendezvous led by Fairfax and Cromwell, who were able to control and direct the passions of their men. Mostly, Fleetwood wanted to use the threat posed by all this good old cause rhetoric to tighten his grip over Richard, but the proceedings got out of hand in a hurry. The junior officers soon drew up a petition to Parliament, hinting that they would have no problem dispensing with any evil counselors who threatened the legacy of the good old cause. But though there was a loose alliance between those officers and the men in Parliament, the men in Parliament didn't much like the idea of the army reasserting itself as an independent political institution, and so Parliament declined to take up the petition. The increasingly self-assertive officers then started reinstating the men sacked by Cromwell, which is how John Lambert gets his official commission back. Meanwhile, Richard, his advisors on the Council of State, and the grandees met to settle their differences before a formal breach robbed them all of their authority. But as they were meeting, Parliament held a closed-door session. They literally locked the doors, and they passed two bills. First, there would be no more meetings of officers without express consent from Parliament, and second, any officer who refused to sign a pledge allowing Parliament to meet freely would be immediately sacked. So, this news hit the officers in London just as they were getting word from their nominal commander-in-chief Richard Cromwell ordering them all to return to their regiments, a belated attempt to nip their agitation in the bud. Unfortunately, Parliament's attempt to dictate terms to the army inflamed not just the rank and file, but also the senior officers like Fleetwood, who now felt like they had to fight back against parliamentary encroachment. Richard Cromwell was officially caught in the middle. On April the 21st, Fleetwood called for a general muster of the army at St. James Park, leading Richard to make an ill-fated attempt to assert power independently of the grandees. The young Lord Protector issued his own order for a general muster at Whitehall. It's time to see who's really in charge around here. And you can probably guess who turned out to be really in charge. A few loyal colonels joined Richard at Whitehall, but almost all the enlisted men and most of the rest of the officers headed down to St. James. With his legitimacy fatally undermined, Richard was told by Fleetwood to immediately put himself under the protection of the army. They would be looking after his interests from here on out, which, yeah, right. Now totally under the army's control, Richard officially summoned Parliament with the intention of disbanding them, but Parliament refused to answer the summons, and all Richard could do was break the emblem of his office at their door to signal that the Third Protectorate Parliament was over. Yet another assembly going down in a blaze of political acrimony. The humble petition and advice, by the way, would soon follow it down the memory hole. The question, as always, is who is going to run the country now that the humble petition is all but inoperative? That is when Arthur Haselrig's propaganda machine went into overdrive and started pumping out pamphlet after pamphlet, reminding everyone that the standard of the good old cause had been carried best by the unjustly dissolved Rump Parliament. And soon enough, manufactured public pressure was calling for the restoration of the Rump. So, in the first week of May, leading officers, including now John Lambert, who was thrilled to see the humble petition cast aside, met with Haselrig and other ex-members of the Rump to work out a deal. In exchange for backing the restoration of the Rump, the army would get permanent indemnity for its soldiers, Richard would get a pension, and the Rump would finally take action on the legal and religious reforms that had been languishing all these years. Haselrig and his allies were pretty non-committal about money for Richard Cromwell, but other than that the deal sounded good. On May the 6th, 1659, just over 40 guys walked into Westminster, and the Rump Parliament was back in business. 3 weeks of uncomfortable squirming later, a terminally irrelevant Richard Cromwell signed a document putting himself under the Rump's control, in exchange for a nice retirement pension. The Rump also decided to pay whatever debts he had accumulated during his time in office, but they never planned really on following through with any of that. And after the restoration, Richard had to flee to France to escape his creditors. Though, just to finish up with him, he would come back under a wink and nod assumed name and resettle in England, living a long and quiet life, and dying in 1712 at the age of 85. Nobody hated Tumbledown Dick, the unfortunate nickname he has been saddled with by history. He was just in way, way over his head. Next week, we enter the endgame. Because, let's face it, as much as Arthur Haselrig and his cronies thought the Rump Parliament was the purest embodiment of whatever, the rest of the country pretty much despised them. And so it was that 18 years after King Charles removed himself from London, and 11 years after his enemies killed him and abolished the monarchy, his son, Charles II, would come riding back into London to be greeted by the cheers of an adoring crowd, closing the book on the English Revolution. Hello, and welcome to Revolutions. Episode 16, The Restoration. Today, we conclude our run of episodes on the English Revolution. Since the death of King Charles, we've seen numerous attempts to cement a republican constitution for Britain, but none of them have succeeded. Here now, at the very end, we'll witness the last round of squabbling between the army and the Rump Parliament for control of the Commonwealth. But of course, watching these two universally despised institutions wrestle for political dominance simply convinced everyone else that maybe bringing the king back wasn't such a bad idea. It certainly can't be worse than this. With Richard Cromwell's de facto abdication in May 1659, the Rump Parliament was back in power. By this point, there were only 78 members left, and their base of political support was so narrow it didn't even cast a shadow, but both the army and navy pledged their support, so the Rump was insulated from its manifest unpopularity. The task facing the returning MPs was first, govern the country adequately. Second, think up a method of political succession because nobody is going to be able to tolerate the Rump sitting indefinitely. And third, keep the army and navy happy. But when they reconvened, they basically decided to do none of these things, because that's how the Rump Parliament does it. Now, the Rump was not totally insensible to their weaknesses, and they took up the question of succession as soon as they sat. It was quickly decided that they would dissolve themselves by May 1660, setting a hard deadline for calling new parliamentary elections. But that was as far as the plan got, because nobody could agree on how the new parliament would be constituted. The army wanted some kind of upper house, but Arthur Haselrig wasn't going to have that. Other ideas started sprouting up in the press, including a major push from James Harrington to implement the plan that he had laid out in his magnum opus, Oceana, which I don't have time to explore in detail, but if you're interested, Google James Harrington, Oceana. It's a classic of first-wave utopianism. Unfortunately, most of these unsolicited plans were premised on free and full elections, which the Rump, frankly, was scared to death of. For most people, the experiment with republicanism had brought nothing but instability, oppression, and a crushing great load of taxes. So disillusionment with the Commonwealth was now at an all-time high, and free elections meant only one thing: the restoration of the monarchy. While the Rump debated the political future of Britain, they also took up items designed to keep the army happy, but they just couldn't help shooting themselves in the foot. For example, it took them 7 weeks to pass the indemnity bill that they had promised when the army put them back in power. Then they decreed that all officers had to come to London to personally receive new commissions, which was a transparent attempt to purge the ranks of malcontents. These slights ticked off the grandees, but the grandees held their fire. Many of the junior officers seemed to genuinely support Rump-style republicanism, and ever since the death of Cromwell, the threat of a royalist uprising once again started to heat up. So presenting a unified front with the Rump still had its advantages. In August 1659, that anticipated royalist uprising finally broke out. But when it did, it turned out to be not just the work of die-hard cavaliers, but also old moderate parliamentarians like Sir William Waller, who were sick of the Rump and sick of the army. The two sides found common rhetorical ground on the popular issue of free and full elections, though both clearly knew exactly what that meant in practice. But while the Restoration was now less than a year away, Booth's uprising, as this particular uprising is called, wound up playing out like a slightly larger version of Penruddock's uprising from a few episodes back. The return of the king was nigh, but it was not quite nigh enough. The uprising was set to begin on August the 1st, but well before then the Commonwealth's intelligence network was able to disrupt the various branches of the conspiracy. But though most of the branches were disrupted, up in Cheshire and Lancashire, an ex-parliamentary man named Sir George Booth managed to raise 4,000 men. By August the 7th, he was occupying Manchester, but overnight, momentum in the movement drained away, because it soon became clear that Booth's was the only uprising going. The small army managed to hold out for another 2 weeks, but when John Lambert led a force north, they scattered. Booth himself dressed up like a woman to escape, but he was betrayed a few days later by a suspicious tavern keeper. He was thrown in the Tower, but by February, the political temperature of the nation will have changed so drastically that Booth will not only be released, but handsomely rewarded for all his noble efforts. The immediate upshot of Booth's uprising, though, was that it freed the army from its concern over a potential uprising, because that uprising has now come and gone, which means that there was now less of an imperative to maintain that unified front with the Rump. So if the Rump decided to keep stomping on their toes, the Grandees would now be happy to stomp back, and that mutual stomping got going almost immediately. General Fleetwood tried to get Lambert re-elevated to his old rank of Major General, but Arthur Hazelrig suspected, not without good cause, that Lambert was angling to get himself made Lord Protector, and he refused the commission, something Lambert's allies in the army were none too happy about. Then, disagreements over the next Parliament spilled out into the open. In September 1659, the Rump formed a committee to hammer out the terms of the new Parliament, but it soon leaked that Hazelrig was back to pushing for recruiter elections that would allow the Rump to extend itself indefinitely while closely guarding who would get in and when. This was unacceptable to the army. In mid-September, Lambert's own regiment rode up and submitted the Derby petition, so called because they were stationed in Derby at the time. The petition made the by now standard issue soldierly demands for back pay and pensions, but they also demanded a reorganized general staff that would make Lambert the number 2 man behind General Fleetwood. Now, Lambert was in London when the petition was drawn up, and there is good reason to believe him when he says that he had nothing to do with it. But still, can you blame Hazelrig and the Rump for thinking that Lambert was currently masterminding a plot to get himself made Lord Protector? In a misbegotten attempt to defuse the situation, Fleetwood obtained an advance copy of the Derby petition and showed it to Hazelrig. But rather than help quietly kill it, Hazelrig marched it down to Westminster, read it to his fellow MPs, and then demanded Lambert be arrested and thrown in the Tower. But this was a bit much even for the Rump, and all they demanded was that Lambert be reprimanded. But even in leniency, they managed to shoot themselves in the foot by concluding with a statement that they considered any new promotions to the general staff dangerous to the health of the Commonwealth at this time, which the rank and file of the army took to mean, we don't like or trust any of your officers. You know, the ones that you not only love but would happily follow into hell. It was an ill-advised declaration, to say the least. By the beginning of October, officers were meeting and letting it be known that they considered it their duty to oppose tyranny in whatever form tyranny takes, if you catch our drift. A petition that had been requested to halt the momentum of the Derby petition wound up not only endorsing the Derby petition, but going even further and saying that the Rump had better not try to sack any more officers or there would be trouble. This new petition continued to be passed around by Lambert and 8 other senior commanders even after it had been submitted to Parliament, which was a serious breach of protocol, not that Lambert probably cared. With the army clearly making its move, the Rump decided to go all crazy drastic, and passed a bill declaring that all laws, all of them, passed since April 1653, that is, since Cromwell dispersed them the first time, were null and void. Then they passed a bill that said taxes could not be collected without express parliamentary authority. What that meant in practice was that if the army launched a coup, there would be no legal or political framework for them to operate in, nor would they have any means of raising money. The game of constitutional chicken picked up speed a few days later when General Monk sent a secret note down from Scotland to Arthur Hazelrig, saying in essence, look, if you're really going to take on Lambert, you're going to need my help. Now, maybe this was an implicit offer, maybe it was just pointing out the obvious, but Hazelrig leapt to the conclusion that Monk was with him. So Hazelrig pushed through a bill cashiering Lambert and the 8 other officers who had been circulating the army petition. Then the Rump stripped General Fleetwood of his commander-in-chief title and formed a parliamentary committee to run the army, a committee dominated by Hazelrig. That very night, the new committee attempted to use their new military powers by ordering regiments in London to come to Westminster and physically defend Parliament. But the majority of the soldiers ignored this order and instead looked to Lambert for instructions. Lambert surveyed his options and told the men to surround the few companies who had actually obeyed the committee's order. The troops protecting Parliament soon realized that they were on the wrong side and started defecting over to Lambert in droves. Barricaded inside Westminster, Hazelrig and his few remaining allies refused to discuss terms, believing that even if they lost this round, Monk would soon be marching south to restore them once again. They were sort of right about that last bit, but that was no deterrent for Lambert. On October the 13th, 1659, he forcibly dissolved the Rump again. He then organized a committee of safety to take over executive functions until he was able to grapple with the full ramifications of the Rump's vote abolishing every law passed in the last 5 years. Up in Scotland, General Monk now found himself in the driver's seat of history. His weight would essentially tip the scales in any direction he chose. Would he back the coup, come down and restore the Rump, or would he do, the other thing? I mean, everyone knew that Monk had been a royalist once upon a time, even if he had given no signs of disloyal to the Commonwealth since. But on the off chance that he was ready to start showing signs of disloyalty, agents of Charles II dispatched a letter promising Monk £100,000 a year for life if he declared for the king. Monk was no dummy, though, and having been told what was in the unopened letter, refused to even accept it. He didn't want to lock himself into anything, and he didn't want people to know what he was really thinking, something he entirely succeeded at. What he was aiming for, and when he started aiming for it, is as much a mystery to us as it was to his contemporaries. But one thing did become quickly clear. He did not approve of the army coup, and in its wake, he purged officers from his own ranks suspected of being sympathetic to Lambert. This freaked out the new Committee of Safety enough that they sent Lambert up north at the beginning of November to personally gather a force that could take on Monk should he decide to start marching south. Pretty soon, Lambert had some 12,000 men under arms, comfortably outnumbering the 4,000 Monk had at his disposal, but as we will see, disparities in pay, morale, and commitment would prove far more decisive than raw troop counts. A standoff ensued for the rest of November and into December. Lambert insisted Monk accept elections for a new parliament under terms to be decided by the Council of Officers, but Monk said no, first restore the Rump, and then we'll talk about the next round of elections, which Lambert, of course, could not accept. Hazelrig, meanwhile, had managed to escape down to Portsmouth, where a friendly governor turned over control of the city. So it looks like we're about to have another civil war on our hands, except this time it's between the army, who everyone hates, and the Rump, who everyone also hates. This is the point when pamphlets and petitions calling for full and free elections really started flooding off the presses. No restrictions, no oversight, no vetoes over membership. Just call the free elections already, and we'll see what we see. The standoff finally started to break Monk's way in late December, but mostly because the army was finding it extraordinarily difficult to drum up the cash it needed to pay their men. The generals wanted to pay their men, they needed to pay their men, they just didn't have the money to pay their men, and they couldn't raise the money to pay their men. The standoff also started breaking Monk's way because he was soon joined by the one man whose name carried more weight with the soldiers than everyone else's put together, Sir Thomas Fairfax. Monk had put out feelers to the old general in November and was surprised to discover that Fairfax was open to an alliance. Fairfax was totally opposed to the army coup, both because it was an affront to Republican government and because it made his beloved army look really, really bad. So he agreed to coordinate an uprising in York that would help pin down Lambert militarily, to say nothing of pinning him down politically. By the end of December, riots in London, coupled with dissatisfaction in the rank and file, turned the army basically against their own generals. 2 regiments stationed at Whitehall defected to the Rump side, and then the Navy decided to sail 20 warships up the Thames. On December 23rd, the Speaker of the House ordered Fleetwood to surrender the keys to Westminster, and then ordered the army to parade under his, that is the Speaker's, authority. The army complied, if for no other reason than Parliament might actually be able to pay them. The Rump hastily reconvened, and then sent a letter up to Monk expressing their gratitude, and telling him his services, though, would not be required after all. Monk replied by saying, "Hey, no problem, but, I think I'm going to come down anyway," which is when you can really start suspecting that his real plan was not to restore the rump at all, but to restore the monarchy, even as he publicly denied that this was anywhere close to his real plan. On January the 1st, 1660, General Monk's army started moving south. As promised, Fairfax rallied nearly 2,000 men on Marston Moor to threaten the rear of Lambert's army. But though Lambert's army was still technically in the field, it was hemorrhaging deserters and defectors so fast that the very next day Lambert gave up and submitted to Parliament's authority, ordering his garrison in York to surrender to Fairfax. Monk's forces then marched south at a leisurely pace. Meanwhile, down in London, the Rump was trying desperately to cling to the power it had just retaken by declaring that it was going to go ahead with recruiter elections, come hell or high water. Then they sent orders to Monk telling him to come to London, hoping to make it look like Monk was marching south because they had ordered him to, which fooled exactly no one. When Monk finally got to the outskirts of London, he formally requested that the regiment stationed outside the city, all led by men loyal to the Rump, please be sent elsewhere to make room for my men. He tried to make this sound as routine as possible, and the Rump even tried to resist for a bit, but who were they kidding? The Allied regiments moved, and Monk set up camp. But even as he seemed to be working against the Rump, when the general entered the city on February the 3rd, he very publicly met with their leaders and seemed to be embracing the idea of allowing them to run the country. But then he threw in another twist by declining to take an oath swearing that he would ever support the restoration of the House of Stuart. Monk claimed a temperamental dislike for oath-taking, and if you'll recall, he did get into hot water with Charles I for refusing to take essentially the exact opposite oath, but still, it did nothing to convince the Rump that their supposed savior was actually on their side. It was tension with the city of London, though, that finally killed the Rump, that beast that wouldn't die. Shortly after Monk's arrival, the City Common Council started debating whether or not they should continue to comply with the Rump's tax requests, which said more about the effects of the oppressive tax burden than the city's political agenda. But the Rump panicked, thought a city revolt was imminent, and ordered Monk to lead troops into London, arrest the council ringleaders, and then systematically destroy all of London's defenses, including the gates. Now, Monk had no interest in doing any of this, but he decided to play along for the moment and do as the Rump requested. Slowly and half-heartedly, the army started dismantling all the various gates. At the end of the first day's work, Monk asked the Rump if the point had been made and can I stop doing this now, please? Whereupon the Rump said, hell no. Not only that, we're dissolving the Common Council and need you to back us up on that too. This is the point where Monk really starts to tip his hand. He had his officers sign a letter to Parliament stating that this business with the city was upsetting them all mightily. After ticking off a few other complaints, the petition got to the real kicker. We've been talking about it and decided that you need to call for new elections by next week. For the Rump to meet this deadline, they would have to either give up trying to control who could run and who could sit and who could vote, or they could rush through some half-baked scheme that everyone else would find deeply offensive. If they took the former route, hey, free and full elections. If they took the latter route, Monk would have grounds to overrule them and call the elections anyway. He was letting them choose basically if they wanted to do this the easy way or the hard way. The Rump, of course, chose the hard way. And on February the 18th, they produced an electoral plan that included way too many restrictions. This gave Monk his excuse to step in and switch up the rules of the game. The day after the Rump produced their unacceptable electoral plan, Monk announced that he was in favor of reinstating to Parliament all the members who had once upon a time been purged by Colonel Pride. And with his favor came men with guns. Monk had been in secret contact with representatives of the purged members for a while now, and they had all agreed to a legislative package that they could ram through the minute they walked through the door. On February the 21st, soldiers escorted about 100 former MPs into the House of Commons. The days of the Rump Parliament were over. Blessedly, over. The Rump is dead. Long live the restored Long Parliament. Now, though, as I said, there were only about 100 of these XMPs, they easily outnumbered the 40-odd rump members still left. In a flash, they voted that Monk be made commander-in-chief, they reorganized the officer rolls to Monk's liking, and then ordered free elections to be held immediately for a parliament that would meet at the end of April. Upon taking care of some other business, like letting Sir George Booth out of the Tower and putting John Lambert into the Tower, the members looked around and said, okay, we've done what we came to do, and then they voted to dissolve themselves. And so it was that on March the 16th, 1660, the Long Parliament, which had first met on November the 3rd, 1640, finally went away. For as many early deaths to parliaments as we have seen, I think we can all agree that this one was long overdue. The elections for the next parliament were as free and open and contentious as any election anyone could remember. But the issue on the table was not whether to invite the king back or forge ahead with the Republican experiment. It was whether to invite the king back with strings attached or to invite him back unconditionally. Almost to a man, the people of England were done with the factions and the coups and the power grabs and the rapid-fire regime changes. King, Lords, Commons. We'd like that back now, please. The only question left was how restricted the new monarchy would be. Charles II, currently watching all of this with delight on the continent, moved up to Breda in the Netherlands to await his call. With the end of the Commonwealth in sight, though, John Lambert made one last play to save it. He escaped from the Tower on April the 10th and ran around attempting to rally support for Richard Cromwell and the restoration not of the monarchy but of the protectorate. But time, sentiment, and history were no longer on Lambert's side. 2 weeks after he escaped, he met up with 4 loyal cavalry troops at Edgehill, site of the first battle of the First Civil War, but those 4 troops is all he could raise. His little band was easily outgunned, outmanned, and outskirmished. On April 22nd, John Lambert was taken into custody. He managed to survive the Restoration, but he lived as a prisoner for the remaining 23 years of his life, eventually winding up in a castle on Drake's Island. After his wife died in 1676, Lambert started to lose touch with reality, and by all accounts by the time he died in 1684, he had been completely insane for years. It is a sad end for a man who I think probably had both the military and political chops to lead the protectorate to solid ground. Had he not fallen out with Cromwell, it is entirely possible that the British Commonwealth would have survived. When the newly elected Parliament met on April the 25th, it was, first of all, not technically a parliament, since only a king can call a parliament, so it was referred to as a convention, which is how we come to call it the Convention Parliament. The few extremist members of the rump who tried to get in were mostly defeated. Arthur Haselrig, for example, had gone into terminal depression and begged Monk to allow him to retire peacefully from public life. Monk demanded Haselrig pay him 2 pence for such consideration, and then sent him on his way. After the Restoration, Haselrig was thrown in the Tower, but, good to his word, Monk arranged for the old parliamentarian's life to be spared. Not that it mattered much. Haselrig died in captivity within the year. Now everyone knew that the Convention Parliament was there to do one thing, and one thing only: restore the House of Stuart. But still, there was that little question about what strings, if any, would be attached. In a brilliant piece of political maneuvering, Charles II answered their question for them by writing up the Declaration of Breda, which announced his intention to unilaterally impose restrictions on himself, both as a show of good faith and because it was the right thing to do. The declaration was read on May the 1st and promised full pardons for all ex-parliamentary men, religious toleration, parliamentary jurisdiction over land disputes, and after 20 years of confiscations, seizures, and forced sales, there were quite a few of those, I can tell you. On top of that, Parliament would control the army purse. The declaration was met by unconcealed joy. Here was a king we can do business with. No one apparently noticing that Charles, with the help of his trusted Secretary of State Edward Hyde, who you will notice has just received his own little supplemental, have just pawned off on Parliament all the thorniest problems posed by the Restoration, problems that would no doubt require unpopular solutions. But for now, no one cared. On that day, May the 1st, 1660, Parliament passed a bill that stated, quote, "According to the ancient and fundamental laws of this kingdom, the government is and ought to be by kings, lords, and commons." The monarchy was back. The next week, a commission of 12 representatives, including Sir Thomas Fairfax, sailed to The Hague to officially invite Charles to London. Charles accepted and sailed for Dover, where he was met by Monk, whom the king kissed and called father. On May the 29th, King Charles II entered London to thunderous applause. It was all over. The cycle of the English Revolution had finally come full circle. So, let's wrap this up by looking back a little, and then forward a little, to get a handle on what the heck has just happened. I think we can all agree that the last 2 decades have been tumultuous. The 1640s were consumed by a series of civil wars. The 1650s saw the attempt to build a republican government constantly stymied by intransigence and incompetence and ego. But was it a revolution? Now, some point to the simple fact of the Restoration as enough of a reason to not call it a revolution, but that seems to miss the point. More persuasively, you could argue that Parliament did not go to war to abolish the monarchy, that the vast majority of people did not support the execution of Charles, and that in just a few years later, a majority of MPs were begging Cromwell to take the crown. So, this was not about some group of dedicated revolutionaries getting it in their head to topple the monarchy and establish an entirely new socio-political system in its place, as you'd get with, let's say, the Bolsheviks. But that said, whatever anyone's intentions were, half the country did take up arms against their king, and not because they were supporting some rival claimant to the throne, but because they thought that Parliament, as the representative of the people, ought to wield some kind of independent sovereignty. Religious factionalism exploded during the period, leading to an entirely new conception of religious liberty. The Leveller movement, short-lived as it was, turned out to be at least a century ahead of its time. Men who in earlier days would have not been allowed within 100 miles of real power suddenly found themselves running the country. And of course, even though no one planned any of it, the revolutionary results speak for themselves. The king was executed. The monarchy and the House of Lords were abolished. Written republican constitutions were introduced for the first and only time in English history. Had the Commonwealth not been driven into the ground by the successors of Cromwell, and had the Restoration never taken place, we would not be debating whether the period constituted a revolution, because it would have been so obvious that it was. Oh, the English Revolution. You mean when they overthrew the monarchy and Britain became a republic? How can you not call that a revolution? But with the advent of the Restoration, the period turned out to be just a wave that crashed up on the beach and then retreated. Permanent gains were made. Arbitrary royal taxation, for example, is now dead and buried. But those of you who know a little English history know that the really permanent gains were won in the Glorious Revolution of 1688 and 1689. That was when Parliament revolted against James II, son of Charles I and brother of Charles II, and invited William of Orange in to be king. Sensing that the country was against him, James put up hardly any fight at all, and pretty soon William and Mary were signing the so-called Revolutionary Settlement, which defined the scope of a now fully constitutional monarchy, with its vastly more powerful parliament. The Glorious Revolution essentially birthed modern Britain, and some historians consider it to be the first truly modern revolution. But looking ahead even further to the American Revolution, I very much enjoy a little anecdote that will serve to defend our English Revolution. When John Adams and Thomas Jefferson were serving in England as ministers for the new United States of America, they made a point to visit the battlefields of both Edgehill and Worcester. And I'll close with something that John Adams wrote in his diary. Edgehill and Worcester were curious and interesting to us, as scenes where free men had fought for their rights. The people in the neighborhood appeared so ignorant and careless at Worcester that I was provoked and asked, "And do Englishmen so soon forget the ground where liberty was fought for? Tell your neighbors and your children that this is holy ground, much holier than that on which your churches stand. All England should come in pilgrimage to this hill once a year. Okay, so with that, I will go dark for 4 weeks and get myself prepared to explain the American Revolution. And when we come back on February the 9th, we'll find ourselves right back where we started, with a bunch of dudes ticked off about their taxes. Hello, and welcome to Revolutions. Supplemental: Sir Edward Hyde, 1st Earl of Clarendon. As we come to the end of our history of the English Revolution, I think it's high time we looked back at the first great history of the period, the history of the rebellion and civil wars in England, written by Edward Hyde, 1st Earl of Clarendon. Hyde not only lived through it all, but from his positions in Parliament and the courts of Charles I and Charles II, he had a front row seat for all the action. It would not do to walk away from the English Revolution without giving the man his due. After all, his version of history essentially became the official version of history for almost 200 years. Edward Hyde was born in 1609, the 6th of 9 children. When he was a teenager, he went off to study at Magdalen Hall and would have entered the clergy had not his 2 older brothers died, leaving him the family heir. So instead of divinity, he was steered into law by one of his uncles, who happened to be a chief justice. He enrolled at Middle Temple and then married in 1632, but his wife died almost immediately. So the only fruit of the union was the connection Hyde made with his in-laws, the Villiers, as in George Villiers, the late Duke of Buckingham. Hyde first appeared on the royal radar by writing a defense of Buckingham's conduct, which wound up being read by an approving King Charles I. After being called to the bar, Hyde remarried in 1634, another auspicious union that got the young attorney access to an excellent class of clients, which soon included Archbishop Laud of all people. During this period, Hyde also befriended a sensitive kindred spirit named Lucius Carey, the Viscount Falkland, and joined an informal philosophical society that generally met out of Falkland's estate. This group wound up forming the core of the so-called constitutional royalists, men who believed in both the monarchy and the established Anglican Church, but who also believed that there was a set of rights and responsibilities and limits to each. In 1640, thanks to his connection to fellow attorney Oliver St. John, Hyde was elected to the Short Parliament, and then a few months later he was elected to the Long Parliament. His role in both houses was to work tirelessly for compromise. He absolutely believed that Charles's conduct during personal rule was illegal, but all he wanted was for the king to get back into his box. Hyde supported the impeachment of Strafford, but after that unpleasant bit of political theater, he pulled back from the more extreme measures being brought up for discussion. He did not support the abolition of the bishops, and he did not support the Grand Remonstrance, both of which he thought went way too far. It was, in fact, a thorough takedown of the Grand Remonstrance that got Hyde noticed again by the king. Charles was so impressed by Hyde's reasoning that he co-opted the essay, signed his name at the bottom, and issued it as the official royal response. This brought Hyde permanently into the inner circle of Charles's court, and for the next few years he served as the king's primary ghostwriter, drafting most of the king's declarations during this critical period. But though he supported Charles, Hyde abhorred the business about the 5 members and sought always to temper the king's more extreme interpretations of just what divine right really meant. When the king left London, Hyde soon followed him to York. He was knighted, put on the Privy Council, and then made Chancellor of the Exchequer. He was present at Edgehill, and was then devastated to learn that at the First Battle of Newbury, his dear friend Viscount Falkland had been killed, and by all accounts the cause of death was suicide. Falkland was one of those who had believed that Edgehill was going to decide the war, and after it didn't, he grew despondent over the continued fighting that killed so many while helping so few. He rode out at full gallop through a line of parliamentary musketeers and was mowed down. Pretty soon, though, Hyde's constant recommendations that Charles cut a deal and end the war ran him afoul of the more dedicated Cavaliers, so he was shipped off to Bristol with orders to tend to young Prince Charles. Hyde remained with the prince through the end of the First Civil War, following him to Cornwall after news of the disaster at Naseby, and then on to the Scilly Isles when it no longer became safe to remain in the country. Eventually, the prince's entourage settled in Jersey, where Hyde recommended that they all stay, but young Charles elected to heed his mother's call and sail for France. Hyde, meanwhile, stayed in Jersey for the next 2 years, and it was there that he wrote up the first volumes of what would one day become his masterful history. Through correspondence with friends back home, his own clear memories, and personal papers, he was able to reconstruct a fairly good picture of what had gone wrong and why. And though he wrote with an obvious royalist slant, Hyde is widely respected even today for refusing to let the king and his advisors off the hook. Their mistakes and misjudgments are not overlooked. When the Second Civil War broke out, Hyde was called to The Hague by Prince Charles, but by the time he got there, the war was already over. Shortly thereafter, he was appointed to the prince's privy council over the strong objections of the queen, who did not like Hyde one bit, though it is worth noting that that feeling was mutual. Hyde did not approve of the queen's attempt to make a deal with the French, nor did he believe that cutting a deal with those mad Presbyterians up in Scotland served anyone's best interest. After Charles I was executed, Hyde went off to serve as ambassador to Spain, while Prince Charles, let's now call him Charles II, sailed off to start the Third Civil War. When Charles returned to the continent after escaping the Battle of Worcester, Hyde joined him in Paris, and would serve as the would-be king's closest advisor through the years in exile, always arguing in favor of the established Anglican Church, abhorring all alliances with Catholics in Europe, and trying to put the kibosh on any half-baked scheme to restore the monarchy by way of cunning plans and daring adventures. After Oliver Cromwell's death let some sunlight shine on the flagging royalist spirits, Hyde was made Lord Chancellor, and he took the point on trying to get the old moderate parliamentarians to sign up for a great push to restore the monarchy. As the Commonwealth crumbled, Hyde was instrumental in the decision to draw up and publish the Declaration of Breda, which paved the way for Charles to ascend to the throne on his own terms and with minimal loss of prestige, all the while making it look like he was being generous and magnanimous. After the Restoration, Hyde attained the pinnacle of his power and influence, serving as Lord Chancellor to the king he had been advising and safeguarding for the last 15 years. Hyde was then brought even closer to the royal family when his daughter had a fling with Prince James, the future James II, and wound up pregnant. The royal family decided to accept the legitimacy of the match, and Hyde's daughter was married to James, becoming the Duchess of York, while Hyde himself was created Earl of Clarendon to give him a title befitting a royal in-law. And while we're on the subject, it's worth noting that while James himself was eventually run out on the rails, he was succeeded first by his daughter Mary and then his daughter Anne, making Hyde the grandfather of 2 future British queens. His end, however, is a sad one. He was never much liked by the more flagrant Cavaliers, like the Duke of Buckingham's son, for example, who ran around Restoration England like it was their own personal frat house. After England lost the Second Anglo-Dutch War in 1667, the fiasco was pinned on Hyde, though he had steadfastly opposed entering the war in the first place. Having lost royal favor and now facing impeachment, Hyde chose exile in France over giving his enemies the satisfaction of prosecuting him. It was during this exile, an exile that would last for the rest of his life, that Hyde returned to the great history of the rebellion he had set aside 20 years before. He constantly begged old colleagues and friends to send him documents, letters, and any inside information they might have gleaned over the years. Eventually, the work sprawled to 1 million words, and that only covered the period between the ascension of Charles I and the Battle of Worcester. Edward Hyde, the first Earl of Clarendon, died in exile in 1674. After his death, the massive manuscript he left behind collected dust for the next 30 years, until it was finally dusted off by one of his sons, who had it published in installments between 1702 and 1704. From there on out, it more or less served as the official history of the Civil Wars until S.R. Gardner's own massive account finally superseded it in the 1880s. Reading it is not for the faint of heart, because, for example, Edward Hyde, the first Earl of Clarendon, was allergic to periods. But if you ever really want to get into the Civil Wars, you have to read it. The abridged version is fine. You can pick up a nice version published by Oxford University Press, under their official imprint, the Clarendon Press, named after our man Edward Hyde, because according to lore, proceeds from the sale of his history helped build the university's new printing house in the 1720s. Edward Hyde, I think, is more representative of the men and women who lived through the Civil Wars and the Revolution than many of the people we wound up focusing on in the show. Naturally, it was the extremists on both sides who drove the narrative, this way and then that way and then right into the ground. But I would guess that the majority were guys like Hyde, men who were forced to choose sides, but who could see that, yeah, you've got a point about that, but look, I've got a point about this, and isn't there a way we can just work this out? Hyde may not have been able to steer the course of history in his preferred direction while he was alive, but the epic narrative he left behind certainly steered it after he was dead, even if you have to wade through sentences 3 pages long to get there.